They called you crazy, a dreamer, a fool chasing impossible ideas. They laughed when you shared your vision, mocked you when you stepped into the unknown, and tried to bury you under their doubt. But look at you now. You're standing tall, defying every prediction, proving that your brilliance was never a mistake. It was a threat. And those who thought they could tear you down, they're left in the dust, watching as you rise higher than they ever imagined. Let's be clear, your enemies fear you, not because of what you've done, but because of what you're about to do. They see your power, and they can't stand it. Your very existence is a challenge to their comfort, their control, their understanding of the world. They want to silence you, discredit you, drown out your voice, because deep down they know that a chosen one who wakes up to their power is a force that can't be stopped. Their world crumbles the moment you step into yours. They're terrified of what happens when you finally realize who you truly are. Their worst nightmare comes to life. The thing they fear most is your awakening, because once you break free, they lose all control. Now, I know you're feeling it. The weight of their judgment, the sting of their dismissal, the coldness of their indifference. But let me tell you something. All of that doubt, all of that hate, it was never about you. It was about them. They needed you to stay small, so they wouldn't have to face the truth of your greatness. They didn't want you to shine because they knew that your light would expose everything they've been hiding in the shadows. And now, as you start to rise, they're scrambling, trying to figure out how to put you back in the box they so carefully built for you. But it's too late. Your time is now. The world isn't ready for the level of genius you carry, but it doesn't matter. You weren't born for their comfort zone, and no amount of manipulation or distraction can dim the fire inside of you. Before we dive deeper into this truth, I need you to do something. Like and subscribe. Why? Because the more you engage with this message, the more you're not just helping yourself. You're helping every chosen one out there who feels lost, rejected, or misunderstood. You're telling the algorithm that this message matters, that the world can't afford to keep ignoring the truth of who you are. The more we react, the more we rise together. So, take a moment, hit that like button, share this with those who need it, because this isn't just your battle, it's all of ours. Let's break through the noise. Let's show the world that the chosen ones are here, and we're not going anywhere. Now, let me ask you something. Have you ever wondered why your enemies seem to be more focused on keeping you down than they are on their own success? It's because they see what you can't even fully see yet. The power of being chosen haunts them, shakes their foundations, and threatens their position. Your potential is something they can't replicate, can't control, and that terrifies them. They know that the moment you fully step into your genius, everything changes. You've always had the gift, but now it's time for you to own it. The war they've waged against you was never about the small battles. It was about preventing the inevitable, your rise to greatness. They're afraid of the power that's been inside you all along, a power that they've worked tirelessly to suppress, but which is now awakening, stronger than ever. Your genius was never a curse. It was always the weapon they feared most. The world tried to keep you hidden, to keep you doubting yourself. But now it's your time to show them exactly what you're made of. So now it's time to step into your greatness and own your genius. Are you ready to break free from the chains of doubt and rise above those who underestimated you? Drop a 77 in the comments if you're ready to silence the haters and claim what's rightfully yours. This journey isn't just about surviving, it's about dominating, and you're about to see exactly how. Now, let's dive deep into the truth of who you are, step by step. Believe me, if you're truly a chosen one, you'll feel that pull to stay with us until the end. What you're about to discover will change everything. Let's begin. Number 1. They called you crazy. Now they're watching you win. They called you crazy, a dreamer, a fool chasing impossible ideas. They laughed at your ambitions, mocked your passion, and dismissed your vision as nothing more than wishful thinking. But now, look at you. They're watching you win, and they can't do anything but sit there in stunned silence, realizing they were wrong all along. They see you rise, your ideas turning into reality, and it's too late for them to turn back. They can't take back the words they said, the doubts they planted, or the lies they spread about you. But now, it's their turn to question everything. The truth is, they were never able to see the genius in you, and that's what terrifies them more than anything. They feared your greatness, and now they are haunted by it. How many times have they told you your ideas were foolish, that your dreams were too big, that you would never make it? You know exactly who they are, the people who tried to break you, the ones who mocked your vision because they couldn't see what was inside you. Those people, they were scared of what you could become. They saw a light in you so powerful, they knew it would expose their darkness. So they labeled you crazy. They couldn't fathom the force you were about to unleash. They thought that by calling you crazy, they could stop you, make you doubt yourself, and force you to fit into their small, predictable world. But here's the reality. They were wrong, and now you are the living proof of their failure. Every moment you spent doubting yourself, every setback, every betrayal, every time you felt like you couldn't go on, was all part of your transformation. Those who laughed, who ignored your potential, are now watching in disbelief as you soar. They thought you were nothing, but now they can't ignore the fact that your brilliance is becoming undeniable. Your genius isn't something that can be hidden. It's rising to the surface, and they can't stop it. And that's the truth. They never had the power to break you. They were just hoping you'd give up before you realized who you truly are. Look at the stories of those who changed the world. Steve Jobs was called crazy when he revolutionized the tech industry. People laughed at the idea of personal computers in every home. They thought he was out of his mind. But what they didn't realize is that his vision was not bound by their limitations. He was seeing a future they couldn't comprehend. And now, Apple is one of the most powerful companies in the world, and Jobs is remembered as one of the greatest innovators of all time. But while he was building the empire that would change the world, his detractors were still laughing, still doubting, still convinced he was nothing more than a madman. And now, their silence speaks louder than their words ever did. Nikola Tesla, too, was laughed at, ridiculed, and dismissed. He gave the world the foundation for modern electricity, but during his lifetime, he was poor, alone, and misunderstood. His genius was so far ahead of its time that the world could not comprehend it. But now, Tesla's legacy is one of the greatest in history. People wear his name with pride, but in his time, they thought he was mad. They didn't see the genius because they didn't have the vision to see what he saw. He was crazy, but his craziness turned the world upside down. You too are walking in their footsteps. They didn't understand your vision, your drive, your refusal to settle. They wanted you to give up. They wanted to see you fail because your brilliance challenged them. But what they didn't know was that you were built for this. You were chosen for this. Your dreams were never too big. Their understanding of what was possible was too small. And now the world is watching as you break through their narrow-minded limitations. Ask yourself, how many times have they tried to make you feel like you weren't enough? How many times have you been told to play it safe, to stop dreaming so big, to lower your expectations? They told you it was impossible, that you were setting yourself up for disappointment. But what they couldn't see is that you weren't playing their game. You were building your own. And now they're watching you play it better than they ever thought possible. Your haters are watching your rise from the sidelines, unable to do anything but watch. They can't touch you. They can't stop you. The more they doubted you, the more you proved them wrong. Their insults, their doubts, their skepticism, they were just fuel for your fire. Every time they said you couldn't do it, you took a step forward. Every time they tried to push you down, you got back up stronger. They thought they could break you, but all they did was make you harder, more focused, and more determined. And now you're showing them exactly what they missed. But here's the most powerful thing. They still can't see it. They still don't understand why you're winning, why you're succeeding, why you're not backing down. They think it's luck, that it's a fluke. But you know the truth. This was never about luck. This was always about destiny. You were always meant for this. The world didn't choose you by accident. Your power was written into your very DNA, and now you're making the world see it, even if they were too blind to notice it before. Think about all the times they told you to stay in your lane, to stop aiming for the stars, to stop thinking you were different. They tried to keep you small, to make you doubt your vision. But now, as you rise, their words are falling apart. They can't stop you, and they're starting to realize that they never had the power to hold you back in the first place. You are the storm they never saw coming, and now that it's here, they can only watch as it reshapes everything in its path. But let's be clear, this is just the beginning. Your journey is far from over. The best is yet to come, and as you continue to rise, there will be even more people who try to put you down, who try to make you doubt yourself. They'll still call you crazy. They'll still try to tell you that your ideas are impossible, but you know better. You've seen what you're capable of, and now nothing will stand in your way. Every genius in history has faced ridicule. Every great mind has been called insane before their brilliance was recognized. Your enemies will always try to make you feel like you don't belong. They will try to keep you quiet, to dim your light. But as you move forward, they will realize they were never in control. You were always the one with the power. And now, the world is beginning to see that. So let them watch. Let them be stunned. Let them sit in silence as you continue to make your mark. Because the truth is, you are no longer the one they doubted. You are the one they fear. And there's nothing they can do about it now. Your genius is here, and it's here to stay. Number 2. Your gift was never meant for them to understand. Your gift was never meant for them to understand. This is a hard truth, but it's the kind of truth that will set you free. If you've spent your life trying to get others to recognize your brilliance, your unique vision, or your extraordinary talent, it's time to stop. The fact that they don't understand you is a testament to the very nature of your genius. True genius doesn't fit into neat little boxes. It doesn't follow the rules or the paths laid out by society. It is disruptive. It is powerful. It is uncomfortable. And most importantly, it is often misunderstood. You see, the world has a tendency to reward conformity. It praises those who play by the rules, who follow the well-trodden path, who fit neatly into the expectations and limitations set by society. But true greatness doesn't follow trends. It doesn't seek approval from those who are content with mediocrity. Instead, it paves its own way, even if that path is hard to walk, even if it makes others uncomfortable. You, my friend, are that kind of greatness. Your gift was never meant to be understood by those who are stuck in the conventional ways of thinking. Your brilliance was meant to shake things up, to break barriers, to create something new. Think about it. Every single person who has changed the world, truly changed it, was considered crazy, eccentric, or out of their mind at some point. Steve Jobs, he was a visionary who had people questioning his sanity, yet he transformed the way we live and interact with technology. Nikola Tesla, his ideas about alternating current and wireless energy were laughed at, but today his inventions power our world. Albert Einstein, he was considered an outsider, even an outcast in his time, but now he is regarded as one of the greatest minds in history. What do all these greats have in common? They didn't fit into the conventional mold. They didn't follow the rules. They didn't care about the opinions of those who couldn't see their vision. They saw the world differently, and because of that, they changed it. You're no different. If your ideas, your vision, or your purpose don't align with what others expect or understand, that's because you were never meant to be ordinary. You were never meant to blend in with the crowd. You were born to stand out, to be the diamond in a sea of pebbles. There is something extraordinary about you, something that the world is just starting to wake up to. The fact that others can't see it, that's not your problem. It's theirs. And trying to make them understand, trying to fit your extraordinary vision into their narrow view of the world, will only lead to frustration. They're not capable of understanding it because it's not meant for them to. Your gift is bigger than them. Stop seeking validation from those who will never understand your vision. They didn't get it when Tesla spoke about wireless energy. They didn't get it when Jobs envisioned a computer in every home. And they didn't get it when Einstein proposed his theories of relativity. And guess what? They're not going to get it when you step into your genius either. That's okay. You don't need their approval to be great. The universe didn't hand you your vision because it was meant to be understood by everyone. It handed it to you because you were chosen to bring it into existence. You were given a gift that is far too powerful for the average person to comprehend. Let's get this straight. Being misunderstood is not a sign of failure. It's a sign of greatness. The world only understands things that have been tested and proven by the masses, but genius, true genius, doesn't wait for the world to catch up. It forges ahead, often alone, until the world catches up to it. Think about the great inventions, the groundbreaking ideas, and the world-changing movements. They were all once considered impossible, absurd, or even dangerous. But those who dared to walk the path that others couldn't see made the impossible possible. They didn't need validation because their gift was never meant for the average person. It was meant to transcend the ordinary. You were born with a fire inside you, a gift that demands to be seen, that demands to be heard, and that will change everything in its wake. And yet, the people who surround you, your family, friends, co-workers, even strangers, may not understand it. That doesn't make your gift any less powerful. It makes it rare. You were never meant to fit in with them because your gift was designed to break boundaries and create new spaces where others could only dream of going. The fact that they don't get it, that's just proof that you're walking a different path, a path that they might not understand, but that will eventually make them look back in awe. Imagine a diamond. It starts as a rough stone hidden deep beneath the Earth's surface, far from the shallow, predictable world of the pebbles and sand. To the average person, it's just another rock. But to those who understand its value, it's an object of immense worth, capable of cutting through anything, able to shine brighter than any other gem. That's what your gift is. It's a diamond in the rough, and the world doesn't always know how to appreciate it at first. But those who are meant to see it, who have the eyes to recognize its brilliance, will come. And when they do, they'll realize that what they thought was crazy, what they thought was impossible, was actually the thing they needed all along. So stop seeking validation from those who will never see the value in your uniqueness. Stop trying to force your extraordinary vision into their ordinary world. Your gift was never meant for them to understand. It was meant for the few who can see the bigger picture, the ones who will help you bring your vision to life. You are a trailblazer, not a follower. You are a leader, not a follower. The world may not understand you now, but they will when your vision changes everything. The only thing you need to do is keep moving forward, keep trusting in your gift, and keep walking the path that was designed specifically for you. Because you were made to stand out, and nothing can dim your shine. Number 3. They thought you were weak, but you were just born different. They thought you were weak, a pushover, someone easy to manipulate or dismiss. They saw your quiet moments, your periods of solitude, your patience, and they mistook that for weakness. But they were wrong. They couldn't see what was inside of you. They couldn't understand the depth of your potential, the power of your resilience, and the clarity of your vision. They thought they could break you, make you bend to their will, but all they did was underestimate you. And now, as you rise, they are left in the dust, watching as you prove them wrong at every turn. The reality is, your enemies, the people who tried to keep you down, they never understood what made you different. They saw your quiet nature, your calm demeanor, and assumed it was a weakness. They thought that because you weren't loud or aggressive, you lacked the strength to go the distance. But what they didn't realize is that your strength doesn't come from fitting into the mold they expect. It comes from something deeper, something far beyond their understanding. Your power was never meant to be flashy or obvious. It was always there, quietly simmering beneath the surface, ready to explode at the perfect moment. What they saw as weakness, you saw as clarity. They thought you lacked the fire to fight back, but in truth, you were just gathering strength, waiting for the right moment to strike. You were never meant to battle with noise or anger. Instead, you were born with the ability to endure, to wait, and to watch as the world around you underestimated you. You knew that while they were busy labeling you as weak, you were silently preparing for the moment when their doubt would come crashing down around them. It's time to recognize that their doubts, their mockery, and their dismissals weren't a sign of your inadequacy. They were proof of your greatness. Every time someone underestimated you, every time they made you feel like you weren't enough, they only made you stronger. They pushed you further into yourself, forcing you to discover the depths of your resilience. They pushed you away because they didn't understand you. They couldn't see the storm inside you, the hurricane of talent, vision, and determination that would one day reshape everything. They were so focused on trying to break you that they couldn't see the growth happening inside. And now, as you rise, they can't escape the fact that they misjudged you. They thought you were weak. They thought you would fold. But what they failed to realize is that your strength wasn't defined by their standards. You weren't meant to fit into their box. You weren't built to bow down to their expectations. You were born to break barriers, to challenge systems, and to rise above the limitations they tried to impose on you. Their doubt was just the catalyst for your transformation. When you are underestimated, you are given a gift. People overlook you, they dismiss you, and they fail to recognize your true potential. And in that space, you can quietly grow, evolve, and find the strength they never saw coming. The real power is in patience, in the ability to stay calm and focused while the world tries to convince you that you don't matter. Because when you don't give in to their doubts, when you don't let their perception of you shape your reality, you become unstoppable. The fire they thought would never ignite burns hotter than anything they could have imagined. Your resilience, your ability to persevere, is a force they cannot control. The more they doubted you, the more you built. The more they tried to knock you down, the stronger you stood. Every time they told you no, you found a way to say yes. Every time they said you couldn't, you proved them wrong. Their doubts didn't make you weak. They made you wiser. They forced you to look deeper within yourself and realize just how powerful you really are. They tried to keep you small, but all they did was create the perfect conditions for you to grow beyond their wildest fears. It's time to flip the script. Every time someone doubted you, every time someone tried to write you off, they unknowingly pushed you closer to your true self. You weren't weak, you were just being refined. You were like gold in the fire, being tested and shaped into something rare and extraordinary. The struggles they put you through didn't break you. They forged you. They made you stronger. And now, as you step into your power, they will have no choice but to acknowledge the force you've become. Ask yourself this: how many times did you hear no, and yet you still found a way to push forward? How many times did someone try to tear you down, only to realize you were still standing, stronger than before? Those moments weren't setbacks. They were stepping stones. They were the moments that built the unshakable foundation you stand on now. They were the moments when you learned just how resilient you are. You were never meant to be weak. You were never meant to be a passive bystander in your own life. You were born with the resilience of a warrior, the vision of a leader, and the strength to withstand any challenge that came your way. Every time they told you that you weren't good enough, that you couldn't make it, they were unknowingly giving you the power to prove them wrong. Their doubts were the fuel that stoked the fire of your drive. Their attempts to hold you down only made you rise higher. And now, they're left in awe of the strength you've shown. So let's set the record straight. You were never weak. You were just born different. You were built for more than they could ever comprehend. And now, as you rise, they'll have to watch as you take your place among the greats. You were never meant to blend in. You were always meant to stand out, to rise above, and to show the world the power that lies within you. Let them keep thinking they knew you. Let them keep doubting you. Because the truth is, they had no idea who you were, and they have no idea what's coming next. Number 4, they can't copy your light. That's why they hate it. This is the harsh reality you need to accept. The world will always try to replicate what it doesn't understand, but no matter how hard they try, they will never, ever be able to capture the brilliance that resides within you. The unique spark you carry is something they can never imitate, no matter how much they copy, study, or try to emulate your moves. Your genius isn't just about ideas or concepts. It's about a fire inside you that burns with a force they'll never know how to kindle. You were born with something that can't be replicated, the power to create, to inspire, and to lead in a way that's entirely your own. They'll try to take what's yours. They'll look at your ideas, your vision, and think they can pull a few strings and make it their own. They'll mimic your actions, your words, your style. But no matter what they do, they will never have the spark you have. And that's the bitter truth that eats away at them. The fact that they can never replicate your essence. They'll take your ideas, try to turn them into something they can call their own. But no matter how hard they work, they'll never be able to capture the depth, the originality, the force of your vision. You are the source of your brilliance, and no one can steal that. Think about this. They may try to copy the surface, the ideas, or the style, but it's impossible to imitate the true essence of your light. You're not just copying ideas from someone else. You're creating something completely new, something that only you could ever bring into the world. There's an originality that lives inside you, a spark that no one else can recreate. And that's why they hate it. It's not the ideas they fear. It's the fact that your ideas come from a place that's pure, authentic, and untouchable. They fear that no matter how much they study you, no matter how much they observe you, they will never be able to replicate the essence that makes your work, your thoughts, and your creativity uniquely yours. It's like a fire. They can try to steal your flame, but what they'll never understand is that the fire you carry isn't something they can replicate or steal. It's a force that can't be controlled. It's a blaze that doesn't need anyone's approval to exist. When they try to copy, it's like trying to take a spark from a wild flame. They might get a flicker, but they'll never be able to reignite the true inferno you carry within. Your light is a force they can never own. They can never hold it. They can never manipulate it. Your brilliance is far too powerful, too raw, and too original for them to simply take and make their own. But why do they do it? Why do they spend their time trying to copy what's not theirs? Because they fear what you represent. They fear being outshined. They fear that when you step into your full power, there will be no room for them in the spotlight. They need your light to dim so that their shadows can remain comfortable. They want to be the center of attention, and the idea of you stealing their thunder terrifies them. This isn't just about ideas, it's about their ego. They can't bear the thought of being overshadowed by someone who's truly original, someone whose light burns brighter than theirs. They fear that if you rise, they will fade into the background, unnoticed and irrelevant. It's a hard truth. Their hatred stems from their own fear. They are afraid of what you represent. You are the living embodiment of the idea that anyone, no matter their background, no matter their struggle, can rise, can shine, can be extraordinary. And that terrifies them, because when you shine, it exposes their own inadequacies. When you rise, it exposes the fact that they've been hiding in the shadows, trying to steal bits and pieces of others' brilliance, to compensate for the fact that they've never been able to create anything original on their own. You are a mirror that reflects everything they fear about themselves, and that's why they want to bring you down. But here's the thing, they can't do it. No matter how hard they try, they'll never steal your spark. They'll never possess the brilliance that flows from within you. They can try to mimic your moves, but the truth is, they'll always be one step behind. Your light is something that's born from deep within. It can't be copied, it can't be sold, and it can't be borrowed. It's yours, and that's what makes you unstoppable. They can try to steal your ideas, but they'll never own your light. This is why you must own your brilliance without apology. The world will always try to diminish what it doesn't understand, but your job is not to seek validation from those who will never see your worth. Your job is to keep shining, to keep pushing forward, and to let the world watch as your brilliance grows bigger, brighter, and more undeniable with every passing day. You were never meant to fit into their limited vision. You were never meant to be a copy of anyone else. You were born to create, to disrupt, and to show the world a brilliance it never expected. Let them hate it. Let them try to copy it. The more they try, the more they expose just how threatened they are by your light. And every time they fail, they'll only prove one thing. You are exactly who you were always meant to be. Your brilliance is yours alone, and no one can take that from you. They can't copy your light. They'll never be able to kindle the fire inside you, no matter how hard they try. The only thing they can do is watch as your brilliance continues to shine and illuminate the world around you. And as they watch, they'll finally realize the truth. Their fear was always rooted in their inability to ever truly be you. Number 5. The world fears what it can't control. That's why they fear you. This is the raw truth that everyone who has ever tried to suppress you or sabotage your journey knows deep down. Your power, your originality, your vision, these things terrify them. Why? Because what you carry is a force that can't be manipulated, contained, or bent to anyone's will. You are a disruptor in the truest sense. The world around you is built on systems of control, systems that rely on people staying in line, following the script, and accepting what they're told. And then, here you are, someone who refuses to follow those rules, someone whose ideas shake the very foundation of the world they've worked so hard to build. That's why they fear you. You are the unknown, and the unknown is always feared because it cannot be controlled. Every time you rise, every time you move toward your purpose, it disrupts the carefully crafted status quo. They can't predict what you'll do next, They can't control the brilliance you bring to the table, and that's exactly what frightens them. Their world, their power, their comfort is threatened the moment you start stepping into yours. They need you to remain small, to stay quiet, to never rise above their expectations. When you do, it's like a mirror to their failures, their mediocrity, and their inability to create something original. You're proof that they've been stuck in a system that rewards conformity, not creativity, and that scares the hell out of them. Let's put it this way. You are the storm that shakes their foundation, the spark that ignites the revolution they never saw coming. They're so used to their world being predictable and manageable. But you're unpredictable. You're the chaos they never prepared for. You're the one who dares to break free from the chains they've placed around your potential. The moment you awaken to your power, the moment you stop following their rules, their entire existence starts crumbling piece by piece. They want to control you because they fear what happens when you realize that you can't be controlled. When you stop allowing them to dictate your path, the entire system is at risk. They don't hate you because you're weak. They hate you because you remind them of everything they can't control. Your authenticity, your vision, your refusal to conform. These things are their worst nightmare. Keep pushing forward, because the more you disrupt their peace, the more you prove that your power was always meant to be unleashed. Number 6. They've been waiting for you to fail, but failure was never in your DNA. From the moment you began your journey, they've been watching, hoping for you to trip, stumble, and quit. They've whispered behind your back, telling themselves that you weren't strong enough, that you couldn't handle the weight of your dreams. They hoped you'd fall apart under the pressure, that you'd break and go back to being the version of yourself that they could control. But here you are, standing tall, unshaken, and stronger than ever. You didn't just survive their attacks, you thrived. The truth is, your enemies are obsessed with your downfall. They've invested so much of their energy hoping you wouldn't make it, waiting for you to slip up. Why? Because when you rise, you expose their own weaknesses. You make them feel small. Your success is a direct challenge to everything they've built. And every time they see you overcome an obstacle, every time they witness you push through pain, doubt, and struggle, it burns them from the inside out. They hoped you'd falter. They hoped you'd give up. But what they didn't realize is that you were never built to fail. Your resilience is your greatest weapon. Every setback, every obstacle, every moment of darkness was not a sign of defeat. It was a testament to your strength. While others crumbled under the same pressure, you kept going. When the world tried to break you, you came back stronger, more determined, more focused than ever before. And that is something they can never take from you. Their attacks, their doubts, their sabotage, they only made you more resilient, more unbreakable. You're like steel being forged in fire. Each struggle only strengthens you. Let's be clear, failure was never part of your story. It wasn't part of your destiny. From the very start, you were destined to succeed. You were born with the strength to rise above, to overcome, and to break through. Every challenge, every betrayal, every disappointment was simply a stepping stone in your path to greatness. You were never meant to fail. You were meant to rise, to dominate, and to show the world exactly what happens when a chosen one refuses to quit. Failure isn't your destiny. It's theirs. Your destiny has always been success. You were built to win. Keep proving them wrong. Number 7. The more they doubted you, the stronger you became. Every time they looked at you and said, "You'll never make it," every time they whispered behind your back, casting their doubts and dismissing your potential, they were only fueling the fire inside of you. Their disbelief didn't break you. It ignited something deeper. It made you more determined to prove them wrong, to show them that they were fools for ever underestimating you. Every word of doubt, every mocking glance, every sneer, they didn't defeat you. They made you stronger. Your power lies in the fact that you didn't let their opinions define you. While others would have folded under the pressure, you took their doubts and used them as fuel to rise higher than they could have ever imagined. They thought their criticism would break your spirit, that their words would cause you to second-guess yourself. But in reality, their attempts to put you down only stoked the fire of your ambition. Each insult, each doubting comment was just another log on the fire, making your resolve burn even brighter. Think about it. When people doubt you, they're not just questioning your abilities, they're testing your strength. And you, instead of letting their words weaken you, let them transform you. You took the hate, the jealousy, the disbelief, and turned it into the motivation that pushed you forward. You didn't just prove them wrong, you went beyond their expectations. What they thought would bring you down only propelled you toward greatness. They tried to snuff out your flame, tried to extinguish the spark of your potential, but all they did was turn you into an unstoppable inferno. Their efforts to suppress you backfired. You're no longer just a flicker of light. You've become a raging fire, too powerful to be contained. You're burning through everything that once held you back, breaking through every barrier, every doubt, every obstacle. And now, they're left watching helpless as you rise higher and higher, stronger than they could have ever imagined. Their doubt was their mistake. It was the fuel for your transformation. And now, as you stand at the top of your mountain, they can't deny the truth anymore. You were always meant to rise. You were always destined for greatness. Their disbelief only made you unstoppable. Keep burning, keep rising, keep proving them wrong. The more they doubted you, the stronger you became, and they're going to have to live with that truth forever. Number 8. They will never know the price of your success. The world looks at you now, at the achievements, the recognition, the success you've earned, and they think they have the full picture. They see the victory, the glory, the spotlight. But what they don't see, what they'll never understand, is the price you had to pay to get here. They don't see the blood, sweat, and tears that went into every sleepless night, every sacrifice you made, every moment you pushed yourself beyond your limits when everyone else told you to quit. They don't see the quiet struggles, the internal battles, the relentless fight to stay strong when everything around you was falling apart. All they see is the end result, the reward, but they'll never know what it truly cost you. Success isn't just about what you see on the surface. It's about everything that happened behind the scenes, the moments when you were alone, doubted, and rejected. They don't know how many times you got up after being knocked down, how many relationships you sacrificed, how many dreams you had to let go of in order to chase the one thing that mattered most to you. They don't know about the nights you cried, the moments you felt like giving up, and the sacrifices you made when no one was watching. That's the truth of your journey. The world sees the success, but they will never know the full story of what it took to get here. This wasn't an easy path. You didn't have a silver spoon. You didn't have a map showing you exactly where to go. You didn't have people handing you opportunities on a silver platter. You had to fight for every inch. You were the underdog, constantly overlooked, underestimated, and discarded. And yet, you kept pushing. You kept moving forward, even when the road was hard, even when no one believed in you. Every sacrifice, every rejection, every setback was just fuel to the fire that burned inside you. You didn't let it defeat you. You let it strengthen you. You didn't give up when they thought you would. And now, as you stand in your success, you're reaping the rewards of a journey that most would never dare to walk. You paid a price for your success that most would never dare to. And that's exactly why they'll never understand it. They'll never understand the grit, the resilience, and the heart it took to reach this point. They'll never understand the cost of your victories, the sacrifices you made for your dreams. But you do. And that's why you can look at your success with pride. Because you earned it. You fought for it. And now it's yours to keep. Number 9. You've always been a genius. Now it's time to own it. For far too long, you've kept your brilliance hidden, perhaps out of fear, perhaps because you were waiting for the right moment. But guess what? The world is waking up to what you always knew. You are destined for greatness. The time for waiting is over. The time to step into your full power, to embrace your genius unapologetically, is now. The world doesn't need more people who shrink back, who hesitate, or who seek permission to shine. What the world needs is someone who steps into their greatness without fear or hesitation, and that someone is you. You've spent far too long hiding your light. You've allowed the doubts, the insecurities, and the voices of others to hold you back. You've been afraid that if you fully stepped into your power, you'd face criticism, rejection, or worse. People would finally see what you're truly capable of, and they wouldn't be able to handle it. But here's the truth. Those fears are nothing but chains you've put around yourself. You were never meant to play small. You were never meant to stay in the shadows, dimming your light for the comfort of others. You were meant to shine, to lead, to create, and to show the world just how much power you've always carried within you. It's time to stop waiting for permission. You've already been given everything you need to succeed. You've already been equipped with the strength, the vision, and the brilliance to change the world. The only thing standing between you and your greatness is the decision to stop hiding. Stop waiting for someone to give you the green light. Stop waiting for the world to catch up. You've been prepared for this moment your whole life, and now is the time to take what's yours. The world needs you now more than ever. The world needs your vision, your ideas, your courage, and your brilliance. There's no more time for doubt, no more time for hesitation. You've spent long enough watching from the sidelines, wondering if you're worthy of greatness. You are. You've always been worthy. Your genius was never meant to be hidden. It was meant to be shared with the world. So step into your greatness right now. Stop holding back. The world is waiting for you to rise. And now that you've seen it for yourself, it's time for you to own your power, your brilliance, and your future. No more hiding. The world needs you, and it's your time to shine. Step into your greatness and let nothing hold you back. So, chosen ones, the truth is, they never had the power over you. It's always been in your hands. Now is the time to take charge of your destiny, to stop seeking validation, and to rise unapologetically. Don't wait for permission to step into your greatness, because the world is waiting for you to show them what you're truly capable of. The time to shine is now. Like, subscribe, and share this message to help spread it to those who need to hear it. The world may have doubted you, but now it's time for them to witness your genius. Now go and show them what you're made of. They thought they had buried you. They thought they had broken you. They thought it was over. Until now. They moved in silence, plotting, scheming, doing everything in their power to keep you down. They whispered doubts into your mind, turned allies into enemies, sent storms meant to drown you. They never attacked you because you were weak. They came after you because they saw the power you hadn't even realized yet. They feared what you would become if you ever woke up. And now they are terrified because you did. Before we go deeper, take a second to like this video, drop a comment, and subscribe. The more you engage, the harder it is for them to silence this message. YouTube doesn't want this truth spreading, but every like, every share, every interaction forces the algorithm to push this to more chosen ones. You're not just watching, you're breaking the chains they placed around this truth. Stand with your people. Let's spread the fire. Listen closely, because this is not a game. This is not another empty motivation speech. This is the truth they never wanted you to hear. The war against you was never physical. It was spiritual, psychological. A war for control over your mind, your energy, your destiny. They needed you to believe you were ordinary, that your struggles were meaningless, that your pain was random. But nothing about your life has been an accident. The betrayals, the isolation, the constant attacks, it was all intentional. They moved against you early because they knew exactly who you were before you ever had a chance to figure it out. Do you understand what it means to be chosen? It means your energy cannot be replicated, your presence cannot be ignored, and your spirit cannot be tamed. It means that even in your weakest moments, you radiate something they will never have. That is why they tried to break you before you ever rose. A chosen one at full power is unstoppable. A chosen one who sees through the deception is a threat to the entire system. That's why they made sure you were surrounded by people who drained you. That's why they sent distractions, confusion, and hardships to slow you down. They worked day and night to make sure you stayed questioning, hesitating, doubting yourself. Because the moment you realize your power, their illusion crumbles. Look back at your life. Look at the patterns. Every time you were about to rise, something happened to throw you off track. Every time you gained momentum, a betrayal, a setback, a loss appeared out of nowhere. That wasn't bad luck. That was strategy. They know that if they keep you exhausted, you won't have the strength to fight back. If they keep you second-guessing, you'll never fully step into your purpose. But here's what they never accounted for. You were built for war. The fire that was meant to destroy you only forged you into something stronger, something unshakable. They can study you, try to imitate you, even steal from you, but they will never be you. And that haunts them, that keeps them up at night. Because while they spent their lives learning how to manipulate, You were given something no system, no force, no enemy can take away. A divine calling. You feel it, don't you? That stirring inside, that undeniable sense that you were meant for something greater. That's why you never truly fit in. That's why normal life never satisfied you. That's why no matter how much they tried to convince you that you were nothing, something inside of you refused to believe it. Because the chosen ones don't fade into the background. They don't settle for mediocrity. They don't bow to the system. So now the question is, what are you going to do with this truth? Because hearing it is not enough. You were never meant to sit on the sidelines. This is your moment, your turning point. Everything they did to stop you failed. The chains are breaking. The fog is lifting. And the time to rise is now. And now, let's break this down step by step. Because if you've made it this far, you already feel it. That fire inside you, that pull, that undeniable force telling you that this message was meant for you. Stay locked in, because what's coming next will shake you to your core. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you can feel this shift happening inside you. If you know, deep down, that they were wrong about you. Let's be Number 1. They wanted you gone, but you survived. The fire they set to burn you alive only refined you. The pit they dug for you became your foundation. They wrote your ending, until you ripped the pages out and rewrote the story yourself. They thought they had finished you. They thought they had thrown enough at you to break you for good. The betrayals, the setbacks, the isolation, none of it was random. They needed you to stay down, stay lost, stay defeated. They didn't just hope you would quit. They engineered situations to make it happen. They plotted against you before you even knew you were a threat. But here's what they underestimated. A chosen one doesn't fall. They rise. Look at history. How many of the greatest minds, the strongest leaders, the most revolutionary forces were nearly destroyed before they ever reached their full potential? Malcolm X was silenced. Jesus was crucified. Nelson Mandela was imprisoned. Tesla was discredited. Joan of Arc was burned. Why? Because the world is terrified of those who carry an untouchable light. They saw something in you before you even saw it in yourself. And that's why they came after you. Ask yourself, why has life hit you harder than most? Why have you faced betrayal after betrayal? Why have people you loved turned against you? Why does every time you get close to something great, something seems to rip it away? You are not unlucky. You are not cursed. You are chosen, and they know it. That's why they've thrown everything at you. If you weren't powerful, they wouldn't have wasted their time. They tried to exhaust you, drain you, make you believe you were too tired to keep going. They turned friends into enemies, opportunities into losses, dreams into nightmares. They played chess while you were still figuring out the game. But here's the part they never expected. You kept standing. Every time they thought they had you cornered, you found a way out. Every time they counted you out, you rose again. That's what separates the chosen from the rest. Resilience isn't something you learned. It's something you were born with. Like a phoenix, you were burned, but rose from the ashes stronger than before. And that's what they never prepared for. They built a storm to drown you, but all it did was wash away the weak parts of you. They pushed you into darkness, hoping you would lose yourself. But instead, you adapted, you learned, and you came back stronger than ever. They wanted to erase you, but the universe had already written your name in destiny before you even arrived. Maybe right now you're wondering, why did it have to be this hard? If I'm chosen, why does it feel like I'm always fighting? Why did I have to lose so much just to survive? Because chosen ones aren't made in comfort. They are forged in fire. You weren't given an easy path because your purpose is too great to be built on weakness. Every great warrior has been through war. Every leader has faced persecution. Every chosen one has been tested beyond what seemed fair. The pain wasn't a punishment. It was preparation. They never expected you to endure this much. The ones who turned their backs on you never thought you'd still be standing. The ones who plotted against you assumed you'd never recover. The system they built to trap you was supposed to break you before you ever saw the truth. But now, you see everything clearly. You see the patterns, the manipulation, the way they tried to mold you into something smaller, weaker, easier to control. And the second you woke up to that, the game changed. Look at your life. Look at everything they threw at you. Financial struggles, emotional betrayals, unexpected losses, sudden roadblocks. Yet, you are still here. That alone should terrify them. They gave you their worst, and you survived. Imagine what happens when you start fighting back. Imagine what happens when you step into your power fully, without hesitation, without fear. They spent years breaking you down, but they never prepared for what happens when a chosen one decides to reclaim what was always theirs. And now, that moment has arrived. No more looking back. No more questioning if you're strong enough. No more doubting why you were put through this. You know now. You understand. You weren't supposed to break. You were supposed to awaken. Let this be the last day you ever wonder if you are powerful enough. Let this be the last time you ever let their attacks shake your confidence. Because they only attack what they fear. And their fear of you, it's greater than you could ever imagine. Number 2, they tried to erase your identity. The most dangerous thing you can do is remember who you are. They never needed to put you in physical chains. They never had to lock you in a cell or hold a gun to your head. No, they knew the real battle was in your mind. If they could make you forget who you were, they wouldn't have to stop you. You would stop yourself. And that's exactly what they tried to do. From the moment you took your first breath, they began the process of erasing you. They filled your world with noise, with false lessons, with distractions meant to pull you away from your true path. They taught you to doubt yourself before you could ever discover your power. They trained you to seek permission when you were never meant to ask for it. They conditioned you to fear standing out, when in reality, you were born to lead. Think back. How many times were you told to tone it down, to be realistic, to fit in? How often were you mocked for thinking differently, for questioning what others accepted as truth? It wasn't by accident. The world does not want free thinkers. It does not want warriors. It does not want chosen ones realizing their full power. Because once you do, their control is over. That's why your whole life has been an uphill battle, not just physically, but mentally. Every hardship, every betrayal, every moment of doubt was carefully placed to make you question yourself. They wanted you looking outward for validation instead of inward for truth. They wanted you to be so lost in the opinions of others that you never found your own voice. Look at history. Every powerful leader, every revolutionary, every chosen one was attacked in the same way. The first battle is always for the mind. Malcolm X was called a radical before they silenced him. Nikola Tesla was ridiculed before they stole his ideas. Joan of Arc was branded a heretic before they burned her. Jesus was denied by his own people before he fulfilled his destiny. Do you see the pattern? Before the world accepts the chosen, it first tries to erase them. They rewrite history, they distort the truth, they make you question your very existence. And if they could do that to the greatest minds to ever walk this earth, what do you think they've been trying to do to you? They put you through cycles of doubt, making you wonder if you're good enough, strong enough, worthy enough. They surround you with people who don't see your value, forcing you to shrink yourself just to be accepted. They send setback after setback, hoping you'll eventually give up on your purpose. But here's what they never expected. You still remember. Despite all the lies, despite all the confusion, despite every attempt to make you forget your power, something inside of you never fully let go. That's why you're here, listening to this message. That's why, even after everything, you can still feel it. That pull, that fire, that unshakable truth that you were meant for more. And now, the question is simple. Are you going to keep living in their illusion? Are you going to keep playing small, questioning yourself, holding back? Are you going to continue believing their lies when every part of your soul is screaming for you to wake up? Or will you reclaim what was always yours? Because the moment you decide to step into your true identity, their control ends. The distractions lose power. The doubts fade. The manipulation no longer works. And that is what they fear most. You were never meant to be lost. You were never meant to be controlled. You were always meant to rise. And now, nothing can stop you. Number 3. Your power threatens them. That's why they fear you. They do not attack the weak. They attack the ones who can shake the system. Everything you've been through wasn't random. It wasn't bad luck, and it wasn't coincidence. The resistance you've faced, the betrayals, the setbacks, none of it happened by accident. You were targeted. Not because you were weak, but because you were dangerous. You disrupt the system. You shake the foundation. You are everything they fear. Think about it. When was the last time you saw a predator waste energy chasing something weak? Lions do not hunt rabbits. They go after the strongest prey, because that is what threatens their survival. The system works the same way. If you were insignificant, if you posed no threat, they wouldn't waste their time trying to break you. But they did. They came for you early, before you even knew what you were capable of, because they saw something in you, a force they couldn't control. Look at the patterns. The people who tried to tear you down, the ones who suddenly turned on you for no reason, the countless times life seemed to hit you harder than it hit others. Why do you think that is? Why do you think certain people were allowed to walk an easy path while you had to fight for everything? Because your very existence is disruptive. The way you think, the way you move, the energy you carry, it shifts things, it breaks illusions, it exposes truth. And that is what terrifies them. So they built a strategy against you. They didn't come at you with direct attacks. That would have been too obvious. Instead, they worked in the shadows. whispering doubts into your mind, placing obstacles in your path, making you question yourself before you even had a chance to rise. They made sure you were surrounded by people who drained your energy, who didn't believe in you, who kept you distracted with meaningless drama and false promises. They kept you chasing validation, seeking approval, second-guessing your every move, because as long as you doubted yourself, they didn't have to do anything. You were already fighting yourself. That's why they fear your awakening. Because the moment you step into your full power, the game is over. The illusions no longer work. The distractions lose their grip. The fear they planted inside you burns away, and suddenly you become the one they can no longer touch. Look at history. Every revolutionary, every chosen one, every individual who stood in their true power was met with resistance. Martin Luther King Jr. was feared because his words could move mountains. Malcolm X was hated because he saw through the lies. Joan of Arc was burned because she refused to bow. The system does not fear noise, it fears impact. And that's exactly why they tried to exhaust you before you ever discovered what you were capable of. They needed you tired, distracted, and overwhelmed. They needed you so busy surviving that you never had time to step into your true calling. But what happens when exhaustion turns into focus? What happens when all the distractions fall away and you see the game for what it really is? They lose. Because here's what they never wanted you to realize. You were never powerless. You were never small, never weak, never meant to stay silent. You were always the force they feared. The only thing standing in your way was the illusion they created to keep you contained. So now, the question is simple. Will you keep playing by their rules, or will you step fully into the power they never wanted you to embrace? Because the moment you decide to rise, their control shatters. Number 4, the system is designed to keep you lost. They built a cage so you would never think about flying. Since the moment you opened your eyes in this world, the system has been working against you. They didn't chain your body. They chained your mind. They didn't lock you in a cell. They built a world around you that made you believe you were free while keeping you trapped in an invisible prison. A prison of thoughts. A prison of doubts. A prison of lies. The schools taught you to obey, not to think. The media fed you distractions, not truth. Society conditioned you to seek validation, not self-mastery. Every institution, every structure, every unwritten rule was designed to make sure that you never realized who you are, because a chosen one fully awake. That is the one thing they cannot control. This is the matrix effect, a carefully designed illusion meant to keep you asleep, compliant, and unaware of your own power. They told you that success meant following their path. Go to school, get a job, work until you die. They fed you a script, hoping you would never question who wrote it. They made sure the moment you started thinking differently, you were labeled crazy, rebellious, or dangerous. Why? Because the moment you see the system, you stop being controlled by it. Look around. How many people are living on autopilot, completely unaware of the deeper game at play? How many people do what they're told without ever questioning why? They don't even realize they're trapped. Because that's how well designed this system is. They were programmed to believe that anyone who questions reality is a problem. And that's exactly why you've been attacked for thinking differently. Ever wonder why society pushes so hard for external validation? They trained you to seek approval from others, so you never learned to trust yourself. They made you believe that your worth depends on the opinions of people who don't even know their own truth. It's all a trap. The moment you stop seeking their approval, you break free from their control. And that's why they fear you. Because the chosen ones, we don't ask for permission. Look at history. Every revolutionary, every world changer, every chosen soul who dared to break free from the illusion was met with resistance. Galileo was exiled for speaking truth. Martin Luther King Jr. was silenced for exposing lies. Nikola Tesla was erased from history for thinking outside the system. Do you really think it's any different today? The moment you start questioning the game, they come for you. They discredit you, isolate you, make you feel like you're crazy. They plant seeds of doubt in your mind, hoping you'll stop searching for truth. They use fear, ridicule, and manipulation to keep you quiet. Because they know that if too many people wake up, the entire system collapses. But here's what they never planned for. You did wake up. You see through the lies now. You recognize the distractions. You no longer accept their version of reality. And now, they can't control you anymore. So what will you do with this truth? Will you keep pretending the cage isn't there? Or will you break free and take flight? Because the reality is this: if you weren't a threat, they wouldn't care what you thought. But they do, and that tells you everything you need to know. Number 5. They tried to turn your strength into a weakness. They called you too much because they could never match your fire. From the beginning, they saw something in you that unsettled them. It wasn't just your energy. It was the intensity, the passion, the way you moved differently from the rest. They didn't understand you, so they tried to contain you. They twisted your gifts, your fire, your presence into something negative, something burdensome. Not because you were flawed, but because your power made them uncomfortable. How many times have you been told you're too much, too intense, too emotional, too serious, too sensitive, too ambitious? Every time you tried to stand in your truth, someone had something to say, some reason why you should tone it down, dim your light, quiet your voice. But let's ask the real question: too much for who? The world does not silence the ordinary. It does not mock the powerless. It does not attack those who do not pose a threat. They came for you because your fire burns too bright. They tried to shame you for your depth, for your ability to feel things others ignore. They gaslighted you into believing your emotional intelligence was a flaw. They told you that thinking deeply made you negative, that questioning everything made you difficult. But tell me this: why do the greatest minds, the strongest warriors, the most powerful leaders all have this same story? Nikola Tesla was called insane for thinking differently. Joan of Arc was labeled dangerous for believing in something greater. Malcolm X was demonized for speaking truths people weren't ready to hear. Frida Kahlo was dismissed for being too bold, too raw, too passionate. Do you see it now? Every revolutionary was first made to feel like they didn't belong, because society fears what it cannot control. It cannot mold you, so it tries to break you. It cannot suppress your power, so it tries to convince you that your power is a weakness. They told you that caring deeply was a flaw, that seeing beyond the surface was paranoia, that believing in yourself was arrogance. But the truth is, everything they shamed you for was a reflection of what they lacked. Your passion? It made them uncomfortable because they had none. Your depth? It reminded them of how shallow they were. Your intensity? It scared them because it showed them what real power looks like. They wanted you to shrink, to apologize, to second-guess yourself. But let's set the record straight. You are not too much. They were just never enough to handle you. And now that you see the truth, the game is over. No more apologizing for your energy. No more watering yourself down to make others comfortable. No more playing small to avoid making waves. Because the ones who told you to dim your light, they did it because they could never match your fire. And now you burn brighter than ever. Number 6. The enemy works in the shadows, but your light exposes them. Darkness fears only one thing: the light. They never attacked you head-on. They never came at you openly. That's not how the enemy works. They operate in the shadows, moving silently, whispering doubt into your mind, placing obstacles in your path before you even know what's happening. They move in deception because deception is their only weapon. From the moment you were born, they knew you carried something powerful, something rare, a light they could never replicate. And they understood one thing: light doesn't need to fight the darkness. It only needs to exist, and the darkness vanishes. That's why their war against you was never about physically stopping you. It was about keeping you blind to your own glow. They sent distractions, manipulations, illusions designed to keep you questioning yourself. They planted doubts before you could even speak your first words. They surrounded you with people who kept you small, who reinforced the lie that you were just like everyone else. Because as long as you believed that, you would never step into your true power. But something in you refused to go dark. No matter how much they tried to dim your fire, it kept burning. No matter how much they whispered, you still felt something pulling you toward the truth. No matter how much they tried to keep you in their illusion, your soul knew there was more. And then it happened. You woke up. You started seeing through the deception. You started questioning the game, and with every step you took toward the light, their control over you weakened. Because the one thing they cannot fight is exposure. Look around. The same people who once celebrated you now resent you. The ones who supported you when you were lost suddenly can't stand you now that you've found yourself. Ever wonder why? Because they could control you when you were blind. But now you see everything. They liked you when you doubted yourself because they knew how to manipulate your hesitation. They supported you when you played small because it made them feel bigger. They stayed close when you needed them, but the moment you became independent, they turned against you. That is how the enemy moves. They never wanted you strong. They never wanted you free. Because the moment you realize who you are, their entire plan falls apart. They built a system designed to keep you asleep, but the moment you open your eyes, you destroy their illusion. The lies no longer work. The manipulation no longer holds. The fear they use to control you dissolves. And that is what terrifies them. Because your very presence is an act of war against deception. Every time you walk in truth, you disrupt their lies. Every time you step into your power, you weaken their influence. Every time you refuse to conform, you expose the game for what it really is. They never expected you to wake up. They never thought you'd see through their tricks. But now, you do. And now that the light is shining, the darkness has nowhere left to hide. Number 7. They can no longer steal from you. The door is shut, the well is dry, no more taking from you. For years, they fed off you, not physically, but spiritually, emotionally, mentally. They drained you, siphoned your energy, took what they needed, and left you empty. And the worst part, you let them. Not because you were weak, but because you were pure-hearted, because you wanted to help, because you believed in them, even when they never deserved it. But now, the game is over. The well is dry. The door is locked. The energy they once stole is no longer theirs to take. They never truly loved you. They loved what you gave them. The light, the guidance, the wisdom, the presence. You were their source of strength, their emotional anchor, their personal healer. But when it was your turn, when you needed someone to pour into you, where were they? Silent, missing, nowhere to be found. And that's how energy vampires work. They come to collect, not to contribute. They manipulate, deceive, and guilt trip, always playing the victim to keep you tied to them. They exhaust you with their problems, their chaos, their endless crises, so you never have the time or energy to focus on yourself. Because the moment you focus on you, you stop feeding them. But here's what they never prepared for. You woke up. You see them for what they are now. Users, drainers, manipulators. And now they no longer have access. No more free energy. No more late-night emotional rescues. No more fixing their messes while they sit back and watch. No more sacrificing yourself for people who would never do the same for you. And trust me, they feel it. They sense the shift. They know something has changed. That's why they're coming back. They will try to return with their same tricks. Fake apologies, false promises, crocodile tears. They'll act like they've changed, like they finally understand your worth. But here's what you need to remember. They don't miss you. They miss your energy. And this time, they will not get it. So ask yourself, who in your life still has access that shouldn't? Who still drains you, distracts you, pulls you into their drama? Who benefits from your strength while leaving you with nothing? Because now, you get to decide. Now, you hold the power. The taking stops here. The door is shut. The well is dry. No more stealing from you. Number 8. Your return will shake the system. They thought you were done. They thought they had won. They were wrong. They celebrated too soon. They whispered about your downfall, laughed at your struggles, and convinced themselves that you would never rise again. They counted you out, but they never understood who they were dealing with. Because a chosen one does not stay defeated. A chosen one does not stay buried. A chosen one rises, always. They mistook your silence for surrender. They mistook your isolation for weakness. They thought they had broken you, that their betrayal, their rejection, and their obstacles had drained every last bit of fight out of you. But what they failed to realize is that you weren't disappearing. You were transforming. Think about it. Every great force, every earthquake, every storm, Every revolution begins in silence. It brews beneath the surface, unseen, unheard, unnoticed, until the moment it erupts. And when it does, it changes everything. That is what is happening with you right now. You were hidden, but only because the universe was preparing you for something greater. Like a seed buried beneath the soil, your growth was happening in the dark. And now, the roots are strong. Now, the foundation is unshakable. Now, the time has come for you to break through the ground and emerge as the unstoppable force you were always meant to be. And when you do, they will be the first to notice. The ones who ignored you, the ones who dismissed you, the ones who secretly hoped you would fail, they will be the first to ask how you did it. They will watch, stunned, as the person they thought was finished rises higher than they ever imagined. Because your return will shake the system. This is poetic justice. The same people who doubted you will soon need you. The same ones who mocked your dreams will soon be asking for your help. The tables are turning, because that's how the universe works. Those who tried to break you will have no choice but to witness your rise. And this time, there's nothing they can do to stop it, because your rise is not dependent on their approval. Your success is not in their hands. They had their chance to stand with you, to believe in you, to support you, but they chose to bet against you. Now they will watch as you become everything they said you could never be. They thought they had won, but they were wrong. Because your rise is inevitable. The system that tried to break you is about to feel the impact of your return. The illusion they built to keep you small is about to crumble. And when the dust settles, they will know one thing for certain: nothing and no one can stop you anymore. Number 9. It's time to break the final chains. No more waiting. No more holding back. It's time. You've come too far to stop now. You've endured too much to turn back. The struggles, the betrayals, the losses, they were never meant to break you. They were meant to prepare you for this very moment. This is your turning point. This is the moment the enemy fears most. The moment you finally break free. But before you can rise into your full power, there's one last step, one last test. What is still holding you back? Because make no mistake, you are powerful beyond measure. But power without action is wasted. Strength without movement is useless. You can't step into your destiny with chains still wrapped around you. It's time for the final elimination round. What fears are still keeping you small? Fear of failure, fear of what people will say, fear of success itself. They've planted fear in your mind for years, hoping it would paralyze you. But now you see the game. Fear is an illusion. It only has power if you give it power. So the question is, will you keep feeding it, or will you finally starve it? What habits are keeping you trapped? Are you still engaging with people who drain you? Are you still procrastinating, doubting yourself, waiting for a perfect moment that will never come? Chosen ones don't wait. Chosen ones move. And every second you hesitate is a second the enemy wins. Who are you still tied to that doesn't belong in your future? Not everyone is meant to come with you. Some were only in your life to serve as lessons, tests, or distractions. Not everyone deserves access to your energy. If they are not pushing you forward, they are pulling you back. And at this stage, you cannot afford to be pulled back. So here it is, the final choice. Will you finally cut the last chains and step into the life you were meant to live? Or will you stay trapped, waiting for a moment that will never come? Because the time is now. Not tomorrow, not someday. Now, no more excuses, no more hesitation, no more waiting for permission. This is your moment. So what will it be? Will you break free, or will you let the chains keep you locked in a life that was never meant for you? Decide now, because once you do, nothing will ever be the same again. Number 10. You are the unstoppable force they never expected. The storm has arrived, and it's you. They saw you struggling and thought that was the end. They watched you fall and assumed you'd stay down. They mistook your silence for surrender, your setbacks for defeat. But what they didn't know, what they never could have prepared for, was the force you were becoming. You are not just a survivor. You are a disruption. You are the shift, the awakening, the ripple that turns into a tidal wave. You are the very thing they have spent years trying to suppress. And now, you have arrived. They wanted you confused. They wanted you lost in self-doubt, constantly questioning your place in the world. Because a chosen one at full power is unstoppable. But the moment you opened your eyes, the moment you saw the game for what it really was, everything changed. No more apologies. No more dimming your light to make others comfortable. No more explaining yourself to people who were never meant to understand you. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to shake the foundation. Look at the world, at history, at every moment where real change happened. It was never by those who conformed. It was by those who disrupted. Tesla saw beyond what the world was ready for, and they tried to erase him. Malcolm X spoke truth so powerful, they silenced him. Joan of Arc was just a girl until her presence alone threatened empires. Jesus walked with a light so powerful, the world crucified him. They do not fear the weak. They fear the unstoppable. And that is exactly what you have become. Once you see the game, you can't be played anymore. Once you know your own power, they can no longer manipulate you. Once you reclaim your identity, they lose their grip forever. They spent years preparing for your failure. They never prepared for your return. And now they will have no choice but to watch as you become everything they tried to stop. Number 11. They will test you. Stay ready. The battle is won in the mind before it ever reaches the battlefield. They see the shift happening. They feel the power returning to you. And now, they're panicking. The moment you break free, the moment you step into your full power, the tests begin. They will come disguised as opportunities, as apologies, as second chances. Do not be fooled. This is not coincidence. It's strategy. Because the system doesn't let go without a fight. They will try to pull you back into old cycles, to make you question your decisions, to blur the lines between progress and comfort. They don't care about your growth. They care about keeping you under control. They know they can't stop you head on, so they will try to slow you down. Expect fake apologies. The people who betrayed you, the ones who doubted you, the ones who turned their backs on you, they will suddenly reappear. Not because they've changed, but because they see you rising. They will come with half-hearted regrets, with carefully chosen words designed to play on your emotions. But pay attention. Real change is proven, not spoken. Expect distractions. The closer you get to your purpose, the more the enemy will try to pull your attention elsewhere. Sudden temptations, unnecessary drama, meaningless conflicts, all of it designed to drain your energy and keep you from focusing on what truly matters. Expect tests that force you to prove what you've learned. The same patterns you broke free from will try to pull you back. The same struggles you overcame will knock at your door one last time. This is not a punishment. It's confirmation. The universe needs to know, are you truly done with the old version of yourself, or will you fall back into what you've outgrown? This is the part where many chosen ones stumble, because the past is familiar, because the comfort of old habits feels easier than stepping fully into the unknown. But let me make this clear. You don't go back to what you were sent to destroy. You don't revisit the pain that shaped you. You don't entertain the people who drained you. You don't waste another second on the illusions that once held you back. You've come too far. You've seen too much. You are no longer the same person they once manipulated. And now, you are ready for anything. Stay ready. Stay sharp. Because the battle is not over. It has just begun. Number 12. Final message. You were born for this. This is your moment. This is your calling. Step into it. This is it. The moment that was always meant to come. The moment where you finally understand, deep in your soul, that everything you've been through was not random. The storms, the battles, the betrayals, the doubts. They weren't punishments. They were the fire that forged you into something unbreakable. The system tried to erase you, but you are still here. The enemy tried to silence you, but your voice has never been louder. They threw obstacles in your path, hoping you would crumble, but every time you got back up. And now you're at the point where there's no turning back. So what are you going to do with this moment? Are you going to keep waiting, hesitating, questioning yourself? Are you going to keep looking over your shoulder, wondering if you're ready? Are you going to let their lies still hold weight in your mind? Or are you finally going to own what was always yours? Because make no mistake, you were born for this. For too long, they had you believing you were still learning, that you weren't ready, that you needed more time, more experience, more permission. But let me tell you something. Masters are not made in the classroom. They are made in the battlefield. And you've already been through the fire. Think of every hardship you survived, every lesson you learned the hard way, every time you had to pick yourself up when no one else was there to help you. That wasn't training. That was mastery. You didn't just survive, you evolved. You didn't just learn, you transformed. You see the game now, you understand the illusions, and you no longer play by their rules. That is what makes you unstoppable. No more doubting if you're good enough. No more asking if you're capable. No more waiting for someone to tell you it's time. It is time. The moment you decide, the moment you step forward, the moment you claim what's already within you, that is when everything shifts. They convinced you to second-guess yourself because they knew that was the only way they could slow you down. because they knew the truth. Once a chosen one fully embraces their power, nothing in this world can contain them. No one is coming to save you. No one is coming to hand you the life you were meant for. The time for waiting is over. For too long, you were programmed to seek approval, to look around and wait for someone to tell you, yes, now you're ready. But that moment will never come, because the truth is, you were ready the moment you were born. Look around. Look at the world. Look at the people stuck in the illusion, still asleep, still following the script. You were never meant to be one of them. That's why you always felt different. That's why you questioned things. That's why, no matter how much you tried to blend in, it never worked. Because you were not sent here to fit in. You were sent here to lead. And leaders, they don't wait. They don't hesitate. They don't ask for permission. They step forward when no one else will. They take risks. They own their power, fully and unapologetically. So what are you waiting for? Do you think another year of hesitation will make you stronger? Do you think playing small will keep you safe? Do you think staying silent will make them stop fearing you? No, because deep down, you already know the truth. You were sent here to change things. You were given a fire that was never meant to be dimmed. You were meant to walk a path that only the strongest can handle. But the universe does not force you. The choice has always been yours. So here we are, the final moment, the decision that will define everything. Are you going to step up, take control, and claim the life you were always meant to live? Are you going to walk into your destiny with power, with confidence, with the unstoppable energy of someone who knows who they are? Or will you stay asleep? Will you let the doubts win? Will you keep waiting for a moment that will never come? Because this is it. There is no next time. There is no one day. There is only now. They thought they had stopped you. They thought you would never rise. They thought their lies, their manipulation, their games would keep you lost forever. But they were wrong. Because you are here, you are awake, and nothing will ever be the same again. So what's your choice? Because chosen ones don't hesitate. Chosen ones move. And if you're truly ready to step into your power, press the like button, subscribe, and share this message. Because they don't want this truth reaching more people. But together, we will make sure it does. This is your moment. Rise. When the enemy fears your rise more than anything, you know you've already won. They have lied, manipulated, stolen, and schemed. They have done everything in their power to bury you, to erase you, to make sure you never hear this message. They were never afraid of your weakness. They feared your power. They knew the destruction of their system would not come from armies or weapons, but from the awakening of the chosen ones. And now, that awakening is happening. Right now, right here. You hearing this is their worst nightmare, because once you know the truth, their control is over. Before we go deeper, take a second to like this video, drop a comment, and subscribe. This message is not just another video. It's a direct threat to the ones who built the chains around you. Every like, every comment, every share forces this truth to spread further. And trust me, they do not want that. They have worked for years to silence voices like this. But today, we break the cycle. If you feel this in your soul, if you know this message was meant for you, stand with your people, and help push it forward. Because the more of us wake up, the faster their time runs out. This is not a coincidence. If you are hearing this, it means you were meant to. It means that no matter how much they tried to keep you blind, something inside you refused to be silenced. It means that despite the traps, the manipulation, the relentless attacks on your mind and spirit, you survived. But survival was never the goal. Survival is just the beginning. Now, it's time to rise. They spent years crafting an illusion so strong that even the chosen ones would question their own power. They built a system designed to keep you in doubt, in fear, in cycles of exhaustion. They filled your life with distractions, toxic people, and endless struggles. Not because you were weak, but because they knew you were stronger than them. They watched you from the moment you entered this world, studying you, testing you, making sure you never reached your full potential. Because a chosen one at full power is something they cannot control. Think about it. Why do you think you've been attacked in ways that most people could never understand? Why do you think your life has felt like an endless war, a battlefield where every step forward is met with resistance? Because the ones who were never a threat were left alone. The ones who were meant to stay asleep were given easy, comfortable lives. But they saw what was inside you before you even knew it yourself. That's why they moved against you early. That's why they made sure you questioned yourself at every turn. Because the greatest trick the enemy ever pulled was convincing the chosen ones that they were powerless. But here's what they never expected. You remembered. No matter how much they tried to erase you, you never fully lost yourself. No matter how much they tried to manipulate you, you always felt that pull towards something greater. No matter how much they tried to break you, you kept rising. And now it's over for them. Because the moment a chosen one remembers who they are, the enemy has already lost. This is bigger than you. Your awakening is not just for yourself. It is for the others who are still trapped, still doubting, still searching. The moment you step into your power, you become a beacon, an unbreakable force that not only destroys their illusion, but awakens others in the process. That's why they fear you. That's why they fought so hard to keep you asleep. Because your rise is their downfall. So the question is, what will you do with this moment? Will you let this just be another message that stirs something inside you for a few minutes before fading? Or will you take action? Will you step into the identity that they tried to steal from you? Because the war is real, the time is now, and the ones who thought they could control you are already running scared. It's too late for them, but it's just the beginning for you. And now, let's break this down step by step. Because if you've made it this far, you already feel it. That fire inside, that unshakable knowing that this message was meant for you. Stay locked in, because what comes next will expose everything they never wanted you to see. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you're ready to step into the power they feared all along. Let's begin. Number 1. They prayed you never woke up, but here you are. They spent years breaking you, manipulating you, and leading you astray. And still, they failed. They watched you from the moment you arrived in this world. They studied you like predators watching their most dangerous prey. You were never just another person to them. You were a threat. They saw the light in you before you even understood what it was. That's why they moved against you before you ever had the chance to rise. They infiltrated your life, planting seeds of doubt, surrounding you with deception, draining your energy in ways you couldn't even recognize at the time. They didn't just try to break you physically. That would have been too obvious. No, their attack was far more sinister. They played with your mind, twisted your perception of yourself, made you question your instincts, your worth, your very identity. They whispered lies into your thoughts. You're not good enough. You'll never make it. You don't have what it takes. And when that didn't work, they sent people you trusted, people you loved, to reinforce those doubts. How many times have you felt like you were walking through life carrying a weight that no one else seemed to feel? How many times did you wonder why every battle felt personal, why the betrayals cut deeper, why the losses were heavier? It wasn't a coincidence. They targeted you. They made sure you were surrounded by distractions, setbacks, toxic relationships, anything that would keep you too exhausted to see the truth. And what is that truth? That every single attack on your life was proof of your significance. Think about it. Why would they go to such lengths to stop you if you were just another ordinary person? Why would they invest so much effort into breaking you unless they feared what you were capable of? The greatest warriors in history were never left alone. Jesus was hunted at birth. Malcolm X was silenced. Tesla was erased. Joan of Arc was burned. Every single one of them faced relentless attacks before stepping into their power. And you survived. That's the part they never saw coming. They thought the doubts would drown you. They thought the exhaustion would make you quit. They thought the betrayals would turn you bitter. They thought the weight of everything they threw at you would finally make you collapse. But here you are, unbroken, unstoppable, awake. You see, their biggest mistake was thinking that suffering would destroy you. But chosen ones aren't destroyed by suffering. We are forged by it. You didn't just survive. You became something stronger than they ever anticipated. They built a storm meant to wash you away, but all it did was cleanse you of everything that was never meant to stay. They sent fire to consume you, and instead, you became the fire. So now the question is, what will you do with this? Because knowing this truth isn't enough. The war isn't over just because you woke up. It's only beginning. Now that you see through their illusion, now that you understand what you were always meant to be, the real battle begins. They will come for you again. They will try to convince you that this realization is just a phase, that you're imagining things, that you should go back to the way things were. But you cannot go back. Because once a chosen one wakes up, the enemy loses their grip. They relied on your blindness, your hesitation, your self-doubt. But that version of you, that version is gone. The only thing left is the warrior they always feared you would become. So let them panic. Let them scramble to regain control. Let them watch in horror as the one they tried to erase becomes the force they can no longer contain. Because this is the moment they prayed would never come. And now it's too late for them, but it's just the beginning for you. Number 2, they couldn't steal your power, so they tried to make you hate it. They called you too much because they could never match your energy. They knew they couldn't take what was given to you. They couldn't steal your power, your presence, or your divine energy. So they did the next best thing. They convinced you to reject it yourself. They made you feel like your gifts were a burden instead of a blessing. They twisted your strengths into something you should be ashamed of. They planted seeds of doubt so deep that you started to believe them. How many times have you heard it? You're too intense. You overthink too much. You don't belong. They told you to tone it down, shrink yourself, be quieter, be softer, be less. Not because there was anything wrong with you, but because they feared what you could become if you ever fully embraced yourself. This is energy manipulation at its finest. When they realized they couldn't match your energy, they tried to make you suppress it. They knew you carried something rare, something powerful, something they could never replicate. So instead of acknowledging it, they shamed it. Instead of celebrating it, they made you question it. Instead of encouraging you, they tried to break you. But here's the truth they never wanted you to see. The very things they told you to hide were the proof of your divine power. They called you too much because your energy was something they could never possess. They mocked your deep thinking because your mind moves in ways theirs never could. They belittled your emotions because your ability to feel and connect is something they will never understand. They laughed at your visions, your ideas, your passion, not because they were foolish, but because they were beyond their comprehension. Look at the patterns. Why do the strongest, most gifted souls always feel like they don't belong? Why are the most insightful minds the ones mocked, ignored, or misunderstood? Because this world is built to reject what it cannot control. And chosen ones, they are uncontrollable. And so the conditioning began. They turned your uniqueness into a weakness. They made you feel guilty for your ambition, your depth, your hunger for something greater. They told you to be realistic, to just be normal, to stop standing out. Because the moment you embraced your power, they lost their ability to control you. Think of the greatest figures in history. Einstein was ridiculed. Tesla was dismissed. Joan of Arc was condemned. Jesus was denied. The world has always tried to silence those who carried something divine. They tried to do the same to you. But here's where they failed. You are waking up. You are starting to see that everything they told you was a lie. You were never too much. They were simply not enough. You were never broken. You were just surrounded by people who couldn't handle your strength. And the second you stop apologizing for who you are, the entire illusion they built around you collapses. So what will you do? Will you keep shrinking yourself to make others comfortable? Will you keep hiding your gifts to avoid making them insecure? Or will you finally step into the power they never wanted you to claim? Because the moment you do, their game is over, and you become unstoppable. Number 3, they built a system to keep you blind. A slave who doesn't know they're a slave will never try to escape. They never needed chains. They never needed walls. They built a prison without bars, one so well designed that most people never even realize they're trapped. And that was their greatest trick, to convince you that you were free, while every choice, every path, every so-called opportunity was just another form of control. From the moment you were born, they put you inside their system. They taught you what to think, how to act, what to fear, and most importantly, what to ignore. Schools didn't teach you how to be free. They taught you how to obey. The media didn't tell you the truth. They fed you just enough lies to keep you complacent. Society never encouraged you to discover who you truly are. It forced you to fit into a mold that serves them, not you. And that's where the matrix effect comes in. They made sure you never even questioned the structure around you. Go to school, get a job, work until you die, and in between, stay distracted. They flood you with entertainment, fake news, mindless social media, and endless noise. Because if you ever stopped, if you ever sat in silence long enough to really think, you would see through the illusion. And what is that illusion? That you had a choice. Look around. They tell you that you can be anything, do anything, live however you want. But every road they gave you was pre-designed to keep you under control. Go to college? Now you're drowning in debt, trapped in a cycle of endless payments. Get a job? Now you're trading your time and energy for just enough to survive, but never enough to truly break free. Follow society's rules. Now you're locked into expectations that demand you shrink yourself, that you become small, obedient, and easy to manage. And the worst part, they convinced you this was normal. That's the real war, not with guns, not with armies, with control over your mind. Spiritual warfare. That's what this is. They conditioned you to reject your own power before you even knew you had it. They filled your head with doubts, surrounded you with people who would tell you, be realistic. Don't dream too big. Just do what everyone else is doing. And when that wasn't enough, they used fear. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of stepping outside the lines. Because a chosen one in doubt is just as powerless as a follower in chains. They trained you to laugh at the truth and accept the lie. They called deep thinkers crazy. They called spiritual awakenings delusions. They called visionaries dangerous. Why? Because a system that relies on control can't afford too many leaders. It needs workers, consumers, people too exhausted from surviving to ever ask the right questions. But here's the question they never wanted you to ask. If this system is built for your success, why does it rely on your silence? Why does it reward obedience and punish questioning? Why does it glorify mediocrity but silence those who think differently? Why does it promote distractions over deep thought, fear over courage, and dependency over self-sufficiency? Because this was never meant to be in your favor. And now that you see the game, you can't be played anymore. That's why they fear you. That's why they worked so hard to keep you blind. Because the moment you truly wake up, their system loses its grip. And that moment, it's happening right now. Number 4, your pain was never a coincidence. It was a targeted attack. They weren't trying to stop you from failing. They were trying to stop you from realizing you could never be defeated. They didn't come after you because you were weak. They didn't break you down because you were unworthy. They attacked because they saw something in you, something unstoppable, something that terrified them. They knew that if you ever woke up, if you ever realized what was inside you, their control would be over. So they hit you before you even knew you were in a fight. Nothing in your life was random, not the betrayals, not the losses, not the moments that almost broke you. Every hardship, every setback, every disappointment was placed in your path to break you before you discovered your strength. They didn't wait until you were fully grown to attack. They started early. They had to, because a chosen one who knows their power is the most dangerous thing in this world. Look back, see the patterns. Every time you tried to rise, something came out of nowhere to knock you down. Just when you were about to reach something great, a setback appeared that made you question everything. And the worst part? The attacks didn't always come from enemies. Sometimes they came from the people closest to you. Family, friends, people you trusted. Why? Because the enemy knew you wouldn't expect it. This is how they work. They use those closest to you to plant the deepest wounds. They turn love into a weapon, trust into a trap, and comfort into captivity. They made sure you were surrounded by people who didn't believe in you, people who underestimated you, people who fed your doubts instead of your dreams. Because if they could make you doubt yourself, they wouldn't have to stop you. You'd stop yourself. But here's the secret they never wanted you to know. The fire wasn't meant to destroy you. It was meant to forge you. They thought the pain would break you. Instead, it made you unbreakable. They thought the betrayal would leave you bitter. Instead, it gave you clarity. They thought the loss would leave you empty. Instead, it cleared the way for something greater. Every single thing they threw at you, everything they used to try to keep you down, only made you stronger, sharper, and more unstoppable. And history repeats itself. Jesus was hunted before he could fulfill his purpose. Nelson Mandela was locked away before he could change the world. Malcolm X was silenced before his voice could reach the masses. Joan of Arc was burned for speaking truth. Do you see the pattern? The greatest forces of change were attacked first. The system always tries to destroy the chosen before they realize they cannot be defeated. And you're no different. So what now? Will you still look at your pain as proof that you're cursed? Or will you recognize it for what it truly is? Proof that you were always meant for something greater. Because now, the game has changed. They spent years breaking you, but they failed. They spent a lifetime trying to make you forget who you are. But you remember. And now, you have two choices. Stay where they tried to leave you or rise into the power they always feared. The choice is yours. But know this, the moment you choose to rise, nothing can stop you. Number 5. The war is unseen, but the damage is real. You weren't just fighting people. You were fighting an entire system designed to drain you. The battles you faced weren't random. They weren't just bad luck, unfortunate circumstances, or a series of coincidences. They were designed. From the very beginning, you were placed in a battlefield you didn't even know existed. You weren't just dealing with difficult people, unlucky situations, or personal struggles. You were at war with an entire system built to keep you weak. They sent energy vampires into your life, people who latched onto you, drained you, took from you, and left you empty. People who came pretending to be friends, lovers, mentors, only to steal your energy, your focus, your peace. Every time you started gaining momentum, they appeared, creating chaos, planting doubts, keeping you distracted. And the worst part, you blamed yourself. You thought you were attracting the wrong people, making the wrong choices. But the truth? They were sent. And it wasn't just people, it was spiritual warfare. The exhaustion, the fear, the doubt. It wasn't natural, it was carefully placed. Think about it. Why do you feel drained when you're stepping into your purpose? Why do you feel overwhelmed the moment you start making progress? Because the system is designed to make sure you never reach full power. Every time you tried to rise, the attacks came stronger. It wasn't just life being difficult, it was an organized effort to break you. They used psychological warfare against you, guilt, shame, manipulation. They made you question yourself, doubt your own worth, hesitate before taking action. They filled your mind with lies. You're not good enough. You'll never make it. Maybe this isn't for you. But where did those thoughts come from? They weren't yours. They were programmed. The world conditioned you to think small, act small, and stay small, because a chosen one at full strength is unstoppable. But here's what they never expected. You see it now. You see that the battle was never about small struggles. It was always about control. You weren't weak. You were under attack. And now that you know, the war changes. Because once you recognize the game, you can't be played anymore. Now, the question is simple. Will you let them keep draining you, or will you take back your power? Because the moment you decide to rise, the system loses control. And the ones who thought they could break you? They start to fear what happens next. Number 6. They tried to replace you, but no one can take your spot. They tried to copy your essence, but a counterfeit will never carry real power. First, they mocked you, laughed at you, called you crazy, different, impossible to understand. They ridiculed your ideas, dismissed your visions, acted like you were nothing special. But the moment they realized they couldn't break you, something changed. They started trying to be you. Look around. How many times have people who once doubted you suddenly started imitating you? How many times have the very ones who tried to silence you ended up adopting your energy, your style, your mindset? They hated you, but they wanted what you had. And here's the truth they will never admit. They don't hate you. They hate the fact that they can never be you. They copied your words, your moves, your confidence. They took pieces of you and tried to wear them like a mask. But what they never understood is that real power isn't something you can fake. It's not something you can steal. It's not something you can imitate. Power is something you are born with. And that's why no matter how much they try, no matter how much they mimic, they will always come up short. This is why they envy you. Your energy is rare. It cannot be learned, borrowed, or replicated. They could study you for years, and still they would never carry what you do naturally. Because your strength, your wisdom, your ability to see through illusions, it wasn't taught to you. It was given to you, and that terrifies them. Think about it. If they truly didn't see your value, why would they try so hard to copy you? If you were insignificant, why would they keep watching you, studying you, trying to figure out your magic? They know your presence shifts energy, that your spirit disrupts deception, that your words awaken others. And that's why they tried to replace you. They thought if they could steal your essence, they could own what you have. But they never understood. A counterfeit will never carry real power. And now they have to live with that reality. No matter how much they tried to erase you, you still exist. No matter how much they tried to replace you, your light still shines through. No matter how much they wanted to be you, they will always be stuck watching from the outside, wishing they had what flows through you effortlessly. So let them copy, let them mimic, let them pretend. It doesn't matter, because what's real will always outshine what's fake. And when you step fully into your power, they will finally have to face the truth. They were never meant to stand where you stand. You were chosen, and nothing can take that away. Number 7. They control through fear until you stop fearing them. The only power they have is the power you give them. Fear. That has always been their weapon of choice, not force, not strength. Fear. They never needed chains to hold you down, never needed to lock you away, never needed to physically stop you. They only needed to make you afraid to fail, afraid to stand alone, afraid to speak up, afraid to be seen for who you truly are. Because as long as fear rules you, they don't have to control you. You'll control yourself. Think about it. Every great force in history that disrupted the system wasn't physically stronger than the oppressors. They were fearless. That's why they were unstoppable. The system doesn't collapse when people fight back. It collapses when people stop being afraid. They want you in a constant state of hesitation, second-guessing every move, doubting your intuition, questioning your own power. They know that as long as you are uncertain, you won't act. And if you don't act, they don't have to fight you. But here's the truth they've worked so hard to keep hidden. The moment you stop fearing them, they lose all control over you. Let that sink in. They hold power only because you allow it. Their threats, their manipulation, their deception, none of it works on a mind that is free. The day you decide that you are done being afraid, the entire game changes. Because fear is what kept you bound. Fear is what made you hesitate. Fear is what made you give away your power before you even realized you had it. But ask yourself, what happens when you stop playing their game? When you stop fearing rejection, their control over your social life disappears. When you stop fearing failure, their ability to keep you small vanishes. When you stop fearing judgment, their entire system of psychological manipulation crumbles. When you stop fearing them, they have nothing left. Look around. Fear is their only weapon. They don't have real strength. If they did, they wouldn't need to rely on deception. They wouldn't need to flood the world with lies. They wouldn't need to use guilt, shame, and intimidation. But they do. Because without fear, they are powerless. And here's your wake-up call. If fear is controlling you, you're still playing their game. So what will you do? Will you keep letting them dictate your actions, your emotions, your destiny? Or will you finally see fear for what it really is? A prison made of illusions. Because the moment you decide to break free, you become the force they never wanted to face. Fearless, unstoppable, untouchable. Number 8. Your rise means their fall. When the chosen one stands, the oppressors crumble. They didn't attack you because of who you were. They attacked you because of who you were becoming. From the very beginning, they saw something in you, something powerful, something rare, something they could never control. And that terrified them, because they knew that if you ever stood fully in your power, their entire system would begin to crack. That's why they worked so hard to silence you, why they gaslit you, drained you, filled your life with distractions, and turned people against you. It wasn't random. It was war. They were fighting to keep their power, and that meant keeping you weak, keeping you asleep, keeping you doubting your own potential. But here's what they never saw coming. You woke up, and now everything shifts. Because your energy doesn't just affect you, it affects everything around you. Your presence alone disrupts their illusion. The way you see through deception, the way you expose the lies, the way you refuse to comply with the system they built. It shakes their foundation to the core. Think about it. Why do certain people suddenly turn on you the moment you step into your power? Why does the opposition increase when you start living in your truth? Why does the world push back so hard against those who wake up? Because your very existence threatens the entire structure they've built. Your rise means their fall. When you stand, their control weakens. When you speak, their lies are exposed. When you step forward, their power fades. And that's why this isn't just personal. This isn't about one person attacking you, one situation trying to break you. This is about an entire system that was never built for you to win. You weren't meant to be another follower, another pawn, another silent piece in their game. You were meant to break the system itself. And that is why they fear you. Not because you are angry, not because you are strong, but because you cannot be controlled anymore. The moment you step fully into your purpose, the enemy loses control. The distractions, the manipulations, the fear tactics, they all become useless. Because once a chosen one wakes up, the world is never the same again. So now, the question isn't whether you will rise. The question is, how many will rise with you? Because your awakening is not just your own. It's the beginning of something much, much bigger. Number 9. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to lead. Stop chasing approval from those who were never meant to understand you. You've felt it your entire life. That disconnect, that sense of not belonging, that feeling that no matter how much you tried to fit in, something inside you just wouldn't let you. You weren't imagining it. You weren't broken. You were never meant to blend in with them because you were built to stand apart. From the very beginning, they made you feel like an outsider. Maybe it was in your childhood, when you saw the world differently than others. Maybe it was in relationships, when people misunderstood your depth, your vision, your way of thinking. Or maybe it was in society itself, a world that expected you to conform, to follow, to accept the limitations placed in front of you. But here's what they never told you. Your isolation was never a punishment. It was preparation. Every moment you spent feeling alone, every season of rejection, every time you wondered why you were different, it was all shaping you into the leader you were meant to be. The greatest warriors, the strongest visionaries, the most powerful chosen ones, all walk alone before they lead many. Think about it. Moses was sent into the wilderness before leading his people to freedom. Jesus spent years being rejected before his message changed the world. Malcolm X, Nikola Tesla, Joan of Arc, all faced isolation before stepping into their full purpose. Why? Because leaders cannot be trained in comfort. They cannot be molded by approval. They are forged in the fire of solitude. You weren't supposed to fit into their system because you weren't made for it. The world rejects what it cannot understand. It tries to break what it cannot control. And that's why they turned against you. Not because you were wrong, but because you were different. And different terrifies them. But now you see the truth. You were never meant to seek validation. You were meant to lead. So stop looking for approval from those who were never meant to walk with you. Stop watering yourself down to be accepted by people who don't even know their own power. Stop apologizing for standing apart when you were always meant to stand above. Because the moment you step into your leadership, everything changes. The ones who doubted you will have no choice but to watch. The ones who rejected you will one day wish they had stood beside you. And the ones who once laughed, they will be the first to ask how you did it. But by then, it won't matter, because you will already be leading the way. Number 10. The time to rise is now. No more waiting. They spent years delaying you. Now it's time to move. How much longer will you wait? How many more signs do you need? How many times will you let fear, doubt, and hesitation keep you in the same cycle, knowing you were meant for more? They spent years slowing you down, filling your life with distractions, surrounding you with energy-draining people, making you second-guess yourself at every step. It was never a coincidence. It was never just bad timing. It was deliberate. Because they knew that the longer you hesitated, the longer they could keep you from stepping into your power. But now, that time is over. Your rise is not coming. It's already here. There's no more waiting for the perfect moment. No more waiting to feel ready. No more hoping for someone to give you permission. No one is coming to save you. No one is going to hand you your power. Because the chosen ones don't wait. They move. The system that was built to hold you back is already collapsing. They see it happening. That's why the attacks are getting stronger. That's why the distractions are more intense. That's why you've been feeling an urgency, an undeniable pull inside you. Because your time is now. If you've made it this far, if you're hearing this message, then you already know. The question is, will you act? Because they fear what happens next. They fear a chosen one who is no longer afraid. They fear what happens when you stop doubting yourself. They fear the moment you finally step forward, without hesitation, without fear, without holding back. Think about all the years they've stolen from you. Think about the moments you stayed silent when you should have spoken. The opportunities you passed on because you didn't feel good enough. The times you shrank yourself to make others comfortable. That ends today. No more doubts. No more hesitation. No more waiting for a moment that has already arrived. Because you are already who you were meant to be. You don't need more validation, more proof, more preparation. Everything you need is already inside of you. You just have to decide. The enemy sees it. They feel it. They know they have no time left. Because once the chosen ones rise, nothing can stop it. So what will you do? Keep waiting? Or finally step into the power that was always yours? Because the time isn't tomorrow. It isn't next week. It isn't one day. The time is now, and there is no going back. Number 11. They will try to pull you back. Stay ready. When they see you rising, they will come back pretending to be allies. The moment you start rising, the moment you begin stepping into your power, they will notice. The ones who ignored you, who mocked you, who never supported you, suddenly they'll come back. Not because they've changed, not because they truly regret how they treated you, but because they can feel the shift. They can sense that your energy is no longer accessible to them, and that terrifies them. At first, they'll come with fake apologies. They'll say they see you differently now. They'll tell you they were wrong about you, that they finally understand your worth. They'll act like they've had a sudden realization. But understand this: they are not here to support you. They are here to stop you. Where were they when you were struggling? Where were they when you were at your lowest, doubting yourself, searching for answers? They weren't there. And now, just as you're rising, just as you're stepping into the person you were always meant to be, they suddenly want back in. It's not a coincidence. It's a trap. The moment you break free, the moment you cut ties with the cycle of manipulation, doubt, and self-sabotage, they panic. They see you rising, and they know that if they don't stop you now, they never will. So they come back with a smile, acting like they have good intentions. They pretend to support you, to be proud of you, but it's all a game. They'll come as friends, as lovers, as long-lost allies, but they're only here for one reason: to pull you back into the old cycle, to keep you distracted, doubting, second-guessing yourself, to plant just enough hesitation in your mind to stop you from fully stepping into your power. And if you let them back in, they will destroy everything you've built. You see, the old version of you was easy for them to control. The version of you that needed validation, that wanted approval, that was willing to dim your light to keep others comfortable. That was the version they thrived on. But this new you, the one who is breaking free, seeing through the illusions, refusing to be manipulated, that version is a threat, and they can't allow that. So they will test you, they will push you, they will try to lure you back into the past. But listen carefully, the old cycle is over. You cannot return to what you've outgrown. If someone walked away from you when you were struggling, they do not deserve to stand next to you now that you are rising. If someone doubted you when you were lost, they do not get to benefit from your clarity. If someone mocked you when you were questioning yourself, they do not get to celebrate you now that you've found your strength. This is the test. Will you let them back in? Will you allow yourself to be pulled back into their web of lies, manipulation, and emotional traps? Or will you finally close the door for good and keep moving forward? Because here's the truth: you don't owe them anything. Not an explanation, not a conversation, nothing. The old cycle is done. The past is over. And the only direction left for you to go? Forward. So stay ready, stay sharp, and most importantly, stay free. Number 12. Final message. You are the storm they feared. They wanted to erase you. Instead, you became the force that will erase them. They spent years trying to silence you, to break you, to convince you that you were nothing, but they failed. They did everything in their power to erase your name, to erase your spirit, to erase the fire that burns within you. And still, here you are, rising, unshaken, a force greater than anything they ever prepared for. They thought they could contain you. They thought they could control you. They thought they could keep you locked in the cycle of fear, doubt, and hesitation. But what they never realized is that every attack, every setback, every battle only made you stronger. You didn't just survive their war, you became the weapon they never saw coming. This is your moment. Own it. No more waiting. No more second-guessing. No more seeking permission from a world that was never meant to define you. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to shake the foundation of everything they built. They wanted you lost, confused, powerless. But instead, you became the storm. Think about it. If you were never a threat, why did they work so hard to stop you? Why did they put obstacles in your path at every turn? Why did they make sure you were surrounded by the wrong people, given the wrong messages, trapped in endless cycles of pain and confusion? Because they knew. They knew that if you ever stepped fully into your power, the system they built would never be the same again. They knew that if you ever realized who you were, nothing could stop you. They knew that the moment you stopped hesitating, stopped apologizing, stopped shrinking yourself to make others comfortable, it was over for them. So, let me ask you, what are you waiting for? You don't need more time. You don't need more signs. This is the sign. This is the moment where you stop doubting, stop delaying, stop playing small. Because you were never small. They just wanted you to believe you were. But now you see it. You see the truth. You see the lies. You see the game they've been playing for centuries, keeping the chosen ones blind, keeping them weak, keeping them afraid to step into their full power. But the game is over. They thought they could break you, but you turned the pain into power. They thought they could silence you, but your voice became the thunder before the storm. They thought they could control you, but now they are the ones running scared. Because you are the storm they feared. You are not here to be a follower. You are not here to obey their rules. You are here to disrupt, to awaken, to destroy everything built on deception. No more seeking permission. No more waiting for approval. The time for playing small is gone. Because now you move differently. Now you walk with power. Now you speak with certainty. Now you know exactly who you are and exactly what you came here to do. And they can't stop it. It's too late for them. The cracks in their system are already showing. The energy is shifting. The chosen ones are rising. And the ones who thought they could control the narrative, they are watching it slip through their fingers. They wanted to erase you. Instead, you became the force that will erase them. So, step forward. Own your power. Let them watch as everything they feared becomes reality. Because this is your time, and the world will never be the same again. And now, it all comes down to this. The moment they never wanted to happen. You've seen through the illusion, broken their chains, and stepped into the power they tried to keep from you. This is your rise and their fall. If you feel this shift happening inside you, drop the number 777 in the comments. Let the world know you are awake, unshaken, and unstoppable. Like, share, and subscribe, because they do not want this truth to spread. They thought they had time. They thought they could stop you. But they were wrong. The storm has arrived, and it's you. The greatest trick your enemies ever pulled was convincing you that they were on your side. They didn't just lie to you, they lied to themselves, thinking they could play with someone chosen by the universe. Now, let's make something clear. Your enemies have always tried to wear a mask. They pretended to be allies, to be friends, to be people you could trust. But here's the ugly truth. They never wanted to see you succeed. They just wanted to be close enough to make sure you wouldn't outshine them. And the moment you start stepping into your full power, that's when their true nature emerges. Not when you're weak, not when you're down. Oh no, that would be too easy to spot. They strike when you're winning, when you've finally started to rise. That's when the truth hits. These people were never your friends. They were opportunists, quietly waiting for the right time to pull the rug from under your feet. But what if I told you they can't touch you anymore? They can't reach you. You're chosen. The universe's mark is on you, and that's something they can't undo. No matter how hard they try, the universe will never let them win, because you are a force they will never understand. They think they have power over you. They think they can break you, but in reality, they're scared of you. You see, the power of being chosen doesn't just haunt your enemies. It paralyzes them. It exposes their weakness. You're the storm they weren't prepared for, and they know they can't survive it. Their attempts to manipulate you, to take what's yours, are nothing more than futile acts in a losing battle. They might try to bury you, but you'll only rise higher, stronger, and unstoppable. You are walking through a world that was designed to dim your light, but they can't even begin to understand how bright you really are. Every time they look at you, they see what they can never be. Unshakable, undeniable, chosen by the universe itself. This light, this power, haunts them in ways they can't escape. It's why they pretend to cheer for you while plotting against you. They fear what you might become if you ever truly embraced your strength. So here's what I need you to do right now. If you're listening to this, it's because you're meant to hear this message. It's time for you to rise. Stand firm in your power and don't let their lies cloud your vision. And if you know deep down that you've been betrayed, if you've seen the mask slip off their faces, don't be afraid to face the truth. The universe is backing you, and nothing, no one, can stop what is destined to happen. If you want to help other chosen ones wake up to their true power, to rise above the noise and the deception, hit that like button and subscribe. You know the universe works in mysterious ways, and the more of us who awaken, the stronger our collective light becomes. When you do this, you send a signal to YouTube that this message needs to be heard by those who need it most. Let's spread this truth far and wide, because the universe didn't choose you to sit in the shadows. It chose you to light up the world. You, chosen one, are unstoppable. And the universe has already won this battle for you. And now, let's break it down, step by step. Trust me, if you're truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay with me until the very end. This truth isn't for the faint-hearted, but for those who are ready to face it head-on. Drop a comment below with, "I'm ready," if you're prepared to embrace the power within you. Let's dive in. Number 1. The more you rise, the more they try to pull you back. Your light exposes their darkness, and in that truth, they see their own weakness. When you begin to shine, the world around you starts to tremble. People who once seemed like your friends start to act differently. They become distant or strangely competitive. Some flood you with fake support, pretending they've always had your back, suddenly interested in everything you do. But let me tell you this right now. They're not supporting you. They're scared of you. The light you're radiating is exposing the darkness they've spent their whole lives hiding in. You've heard it before. The more you shine, the more shadows appear. But let's break it down and truly understand what this means. Your light? It's not just illuminating the path ahead of you. It's casting a shadow over everyone who's too afraid to rise with you. And that's the uncomfortable truth for them. When you were playing small, doubting yourself, hiding in the shadows, you weren't a threat to anyone. You didn't force anyone to face their own limitations. You didn't challenge their comfort zones. But the moment you begin to rise, that's when everything changes. That's when your very presence begins to shake things up. You've already felt it, the subtle shift. Maybe it's the coldness you feel from those you once trusted, or the subtle undermining of your efforts. Maybe it's the whispers behind your back, or the way people try to copy your success, but with half the effort, hoping they can drain your light without giving anything back. But you must remember this. The moment you started embracing your power, the universe aligned itself to help you. You didn't ask for it, but the universe recognized your strength and began to clear the path. And that path isn't just about success. It's about revealing the truth to those around you, whether they want to see it or not. The universe doesn't choose the weak. It chooses the strong. And that's where the problem starts for them. Think about this. When people see you rising, they don't just see your success. They see the very truth they've been avoiding in their own lives. They see how they've been settling for less, how they've been staying stuck in their comfort zones, how they've been too afraid to take the same risks you've taken. And what do they do with this? They try to tear you down. They try to sabotage your success, to make you doubt yourself, to remind you of the small version of you that once existed. They don't want to face their own failures, so they try to dim your light in the hope it'll make them feel better about their stagnation. But here's where you need to focus. You are chosen. The universe didn't pick them. It didn't pick the ones who are comfortable. It didn't choose the ones who sit idly, afraid to move, afraid to take action. The universe chose you. And with that choice comes power, strength, and undeniable force. The ones who try to pull you down, the ones who speak behind your back, the ones who criticize your every move. They're not just attacking you, they're attacking the power of the universe itself. They're attacking a force far bigger than they can comprehend. They can't understand your path. They can't see the bigger picture. And they certainly can't take the heat you bring when you step into your true self. Now, I need to ask you this. Why would you doubt your light? Why would you even entertain the thought that you're not worthy of what's coming to you? You're not some ordinary person. You're chosen by the universe itself. You are destined to break barriers, to go where others dare not follow, to rise when others would rather stay stuck in their comfort. So stop second-guessing yourself. Stop questioning whether you deserve the success that's coming your way. The universe wouldn't align itself for someone weak, someone who isn't capable of handling what's ahead. Your doubts? They're the only thing standing in your way. The universe is waiting for you to step fully into your power, but you've got to believe in it yourself first. Here's the thing, they were never really your friends. Not when you were struggling, not when you were at your lowest. They were only there to hold you back, to make sure you didn't rise too fast, too high, too far. But the moment you start stepping into your light, that's when they start showing their true colors. It's when you stop asking for their approval, stop seeking their validation, and start trusting yourself. That's when they feel threatened. When you were small, when you were hiding your power, they were fine with you. But when you show up fully as yourself, when you tap into your real potential, it forces them to confront their own fears. It forces them to look in the mirror and realize they've been playing small all along. And that makes them uncomfortable. That's when the jealousy starts, when the resentment kicks in, and when the true battle begins. But understand this, you're not here to make them comfortable. You're not here to tiptoe around their fragile egos. You were chosen to stand out. You were chosen to rise above the noise, above the jealousy, above the whispers. The universe isn't interested in the comfort of those who want to remain stagnant. It's interested in you, and that's what they'll never understand. So let them try to pull you down. Let them try to make you question your worth. Let them try to stop you, because it won't work. Not when the universe has already decided your path. The more they try to stop you, the more they reveal their own insecurities. The more they hate, the more they fear your power. They can't fight the universe. They can't fight destiny. They can't fight you. The only thing that can stop you now is you. You are the only one who has the power to hold yourself back. So don't let their shadows dim your light. Don't let their doubts cloud your vision. You were chosen to shine, and that's exactly what you will do, no matter what. Number 2, betrayal doesn't begin at the end. It's weaved in the details. Betrayal is not a single strike. It's the thousands of tiny cuts you didn't notice until they bled you dry. Let me tell you something, chosen one, betrayal doesn't just happen in the blink of an eye. It's not a spontaneous act. It's a slow burn, a calculated move that's been in the works long before you even felt the sting. You see, the person who betrays you didn't wake up one day and decide to turn against you. No, that choice was made long ago, in quiet moments when you weren't paying attention, when you were too trusting, too loyal to see what was really happening behind the scenes. You need to look back carefully and examine the moments you brushed off, the signs you ignored. The cracks in their loyalty were always there, hiding in plain sight. It wasn't a sudden act of disloyalty. It was built piece by piece, each small moment adding to the bigger picture. The hesitation when they should have had your back, the way they downplayed your success, minimizing your achievements while everyone else celebrated you. They never fully stood up for you, never fully backed you. They always pulled back just enough to see how far they could go before you noticed. And because you trusted them, because you believed they were your ally, you made excuses for their behavior. You justified their actions, letting them slip through the cracks, because you couldn't fathom that someone you trusted could ever betray you. But those cracks were the first sign of something far worse. The subtle ways they tested your boundaries, just to see how much they could get away with. They didn't start out plotting to betray you. They started by seeing how much they could take without you pushing back. And because you believed in them, because you didn't want to acknowledge the truth, you let it slide. You let the little slights go, thinking they were just misunderstandings. You ignored the voice inside your gut, the one telling you something wasn't right, because you didn't want to believe that someone you trusted could be so deceptive. Here's the hard truth. Betrayal isn't a grand gesture. It's not some dramatic one-time event that happens when you least expect it. Betrayal is a series of small, unnoticed moments that build up over time, until one day you're left standing with a knife in your back, wondering how it all went wrong. The person who betrayed you wasn't a stranger. They were someone close, someone who had access to your trust, your dreams, your weaknesses, and they knew exactly what they were doing. They played the long game, waiting for the right time to make their move. The signs were there all along, the cracks, the hesitation, the subtle digs. But you didn't want to see it because the idea of betrayal from someone you trusted was too painful to confront. This is the danger of being chosen. You attract people who will try to use your light to their advantage. They see your power, they feel your potential, and they want to be a part of it. Not because they care about you, but because they want to take what's yours. And they're not going to fight you openly. No, that would expose them too soon. Instead, they'll do everything in their power to make you believe they are on your side. They'll keep you close, pretending to support you, while quietly draining your energy, your resources, and your trust. And by the time they finally show their true colors, it's too late. They've already weaved themselves so deeply into your life that pulling them out feels impossible. But here's the lesson. Trust your instincts. The signs were there all along, even if you didn't want to see them. The hesitation, the small digs, the quiet undermining, those were the first cracks in the foundation. When people are meant to stand by you, they don't hesitate. They don't test the waters. They don't hold back. But the ones who betray you, they'll always leave little clues, little signs that something isn't right. And the moment you see them, you have to act. Don't wait for the betrayal to hit full force. Don't wait for the knife in your back to wake you up. Recognize the signs early and cut them out before they can do any more damage. The universe chose you to rise above the betrayal, to rise above the ones who would try to take from you, whether it's your time, your energy, or your dreams. But you can't rise if you're still clinging to people who don't have your best interests at heart. You can't move forward if you're surrounded by people who are holding you back, intentionally or not. The betrayal doesn't start at the end. It starts with the cracks you didn't see, the signs you ignored, and the small moments you brushed off. Recognize those moments. Trust your gut. The universe has your back, but only if you're willing to see the truth. And once you see it, don't hesitate to move forward without the ones who will only slow you down. Number 3. The ones who stand closest to you are often the first to walk away. Loyalty isn't tested by time, it's tested by sacrifice, by what they're willing to lose to stay by your side. Here's the truth. Chosen one, the people closest to you, the ones who've been there for years, might be the very ones who are least loyal to you. Loyalty isn't measured by how many years someone's been in your life, or how long they've been standing next to you. It's measured by what they're willing to give up, what they're willing to lose to stay in your corner. The longer someone's been in your life, the more you have to question if they're truly there for you, or if they've simply grown accustomed to the comfort of what you provide. You see, the ones who've been around the longest often know exactly how to take advantage of your energy, your insights, and the resources you so freely give. They know how to bask in your light, to benefit from the power you radiate. But the moment those things are no longer available to them, that's when you'll really see their true colors. When the perks fade away, when your energy shifts, or when the resources dry up, they'll be the first ones to slip away. That's when you'll know just how loyal they really were. It wasn't about you, it was about what you could offer them. These people won't always show their true nature right away. They know how to play the game. They know how to pretend, how to stay close, how to wear the mask of friendship. But their loyalty is conditional, and that condition is what they can get from you. They're there when it benefits them, when they can absorb your strength, your support, your light. But the moment they feel like they're not getting what they need from you, they'll vanish. They'll fade into the background, or worse, they'll try to turn the world against you, all while pretending they were ever truly on your side. And here's the kicker. You may not even notice it at first. You may spend years with these people, trusting them, believing in their loyalty, thinking they're in it for the long haul. But what you don't see is that their presence is a calculated move. They've been around because they knew your worth long before you fully recognized it yourself. They've been feeding off your light, your energy, your ambition. They've been silently observing, waiting for the perfect moment to either take more or step away when you no longer serve their purpose. This is a cold truth, but it's a truth you need to accept. The longer they've been in your life, the harder it is to see their true motives. They've learned how to blend in, how to play the part of the supportive friend, the loyal companion, the trusted ally. But true loyalty isn't about how much time has passed. It's about what someone is willing to sacrifice for you. And when they've been taking without giving, when they've been using you for their own gain, that's not loyalty. It's exploitation. So, here's what I need you to understand. True loyalty isn't about time. It's about integrity. It's about who stands with you when the spotlight isn't on you, when there's nothing left to gain, when you're at your lowest. It's about who will stand by your side when there's nothing to take, when all the perks are gone. Those are the ones who are truly loyal. The rest? They're just opportunists waiting for the next best thing. And here's the hard pill to swallow. The universe didn't choose you to carry others who can't even carry themselves. You were chosen to rise, to shine, to break barriers, and the universe will make sure that those who truly deserve to walk with you on this journey will stay. But the ones who are only around for what they can take, the universe will remove them, and it will feel like a blessing, even if at first it feels like a loss. When those closest to you start showing their true colors, when their loyalty starts to fade, don't be afraid to let them go. Your path is too important to waste on people who only show up when it's convenient for them. The universe is preparing you for greatness, and that means clearing your space of those who aren't truly aligned with your mission. Don't hold on to the ones who will drop you the moment you stop serving their needs. Let them go. The ones who are meant to walk beside you will stand by you no matter what. Your power is too great to be surrounded by people who only want to take. You are the chosen one, and those who truly understand your purpose will be loyal in ways that go far beyond time. They will stand with you when you have nothing left to give, because they know your worth. Don't settle for anyone who's only in it for the ride. You deserve true loyalty, and the universe is ready to bring you those who will honor your journey, not just your light. Number 4. Their niceness is a debt you didn't ask for. When someone gives you everything, it's not always out of generosity. It's often to make sure you owe them something. Listen up, chosen one. Don't let the kindness of others blind you to their true intentions. When someone showers you with favors, gifts, and endless compliments, it can feel like you've found a rare ally. It can feel good, like they genuinely have your best interest at heart. But I'm telling you right now, it's a trap. Their so-called kindness isn't about generosity. It's about control. It's about planting seeds of debt that you don't even realize you're accepting. And trust me, the moment they've invested enough in you, that's when the bill comes due. They aren't giving to you because they care. They're giving to you because they expect something in return. Every gift, every favor, every compliment is an installment in a carefully calculated plan. It's not about helping you, it's about setting you up. It's a quiet, unspoken investment where they're making sure that one day, when the time is right, you'll feel obligated to repay them. You think you're receiving kindness, but what you're actually receiving is a silent, invisible debt that will hang over your head until they call in their favor. And here's the thing, you won't see it coming. You won't realize how deep the trap has been set until the moment arrives when they ask for something in return. It won't be a simple favor either. No, they know how to play the long game. By the time they ask, you'll feel like you owe them. They've built this debt slowly, piece by piece, until you're in too deep to back out. And the worst part, you'll feel like you have no choice but to comply, even if the request makes you uncomfortable or even compromises your values. What's worse, by the time they make their move, you'll find yourself in a bind, caught between the weight of their kindness and your need to protect your own peace. You'll question yourself, wondering if you really owe them anything, but the truth is, the debt isn't something you agreed to. It's something they've created without you even realizing. Every compliment, every gift, every favor was part of a scheme designed to make you feel obligated, to make you feel like you have no way out. And let me tell you this is not true generosity. True generosity comes without strings attached, without expectations. When someone genuinely cares, they give without asking for anything in return. But these people, they're experts at giving just enough to make you feel special, just enough to make you think they're on your side. But deep down, you need to recognize that they're positioning themselves for something bigger, something that may come at a cost you're not ready to pay. The most dangerous part of this debt trap is that you don't even know you're in it until it's too late. You won't realize how much they've built up until they come knocking on your door with a request you can't ignore. And when they do, they'll know how to make you feel guilty for not complying. They'll know how to twist the situation so that you feel like you owe them, even when you know deep down that the ask is unreasonable. The longer they've been nice to you, the more you'll feel trapped. The more they've invested, the harder it will be to say no. But here's the hard truth. You don't owe anyone anything, especially not those who are using you to fulfill their own needs. The universe didn't choose you to be manipulated, to be controlled, or to be made a pawn in someone else's game. You are meant to stand in your own power, to make choices based on your own values, not based on a debt that was forced on you. So, when the kindness starts to feel too much, when their generosity starts to feel like a weight on your shoulders, it's time to step back and reassess. Recognize that not all gifts are free. Not all favors come without an agenda. Trust your instincts and remember, true loyalty and kindness come without any expectation of repayment. If you're ever in doubt, listen to your gut. Don't let anyone put you in a position where you feel obligated to comply with something that goes against your better judgment. The universe has given you the power to recognize these traps before they swallow you whole. You were chosen for more than just being someone's safety net or emotional bank account. Don't let them use your kindness against you. Don't let them make you feel like you owe them anything for simply being yourself. You are not a debt to be repaid. You are a force to be reckoned with. Keep your power, keep your peace, and never let anyone make you feel like you owe them just because they've been nice. You owe yourself more than that. Number 5. The silent saboteurs, imitators, are your true enemies. Enemies who are obvious are a nuisance, but the ones who hide behind masks are the real predators. They don't attack, they invade. Let me hit you with the truth. Chosen one, your biggest enemies aren't the ones who stand in front of you, yelling and throwing stones. No, the ones who truly threaten you are the ones who smile at you, act like they're your biggest supporters, and make you believe they've got your back. They blend in, they mirror your every move, and they study you in ways you can't even comprehend. These are the people who take notes on everything you say, every decision you make. They learn you, not because they admire you, but because they want to use your light against you. These aren't the people who will attack you directly. No, that would expose them. These are the silent saboteurs, the ones who play the long game. They operate under the radar, watching, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They don't come at you with outright hatred or criticism. They build trust. They smile. They cheer you on. They act like your closest allies. But all of that? It's just part of their plan. You see, they don't care about you. They care about your power. They want access to your energy, your mind, your thoughts. Because once they get close enough, they can plant seeds of doubt that you'll never even see coming. It's not in your face, it's in the whispers, the subtle manipulation, the quiet undermining. At first, they seem harmless, they seem helpful, even encouraging. They praise you just enough to keep you hooked, to keep your guard down. But beneath the surface, there's a poison spreading. They're not just echoing your words, they're stealing your vision, your ideas, your future. They're waiting for the perfect moment to twist the truth, to use what they've learned about you against you in the most devastating way. They don't need to betray you openly. No, that would risk everything. Instead, they manipulate you with little moves, small suggestions that make you second-guess yourself, subtle shifts in your perspective that slowly begin to erode your confidence. They don't force you to turn away from your truth. They simply nudge you enough to make you doubt it. The result? You start questioning your path, your choices, even your worth. And by the time you realize it's happening, by the time you see the damage, it's already too late. They've embedded themselves so deeply into your life that pulling them out feels impossible. They've positioned themselves as allies, as friends, even as mentors. They've woven themselves into your thoughts and decisions so seamlessly that you can't imagine life without them. But don't be fooled. This is exactly what they want. They don't want to be your friend. They want to be your puppeteer. They want control over your next move, and they'll do whatever it takes to keep their grip on you. But here's the hard truth. When you're chosen, when the universe has given you a purpose that's bigger than you can comprehend, these people aren't just annoying, they're dangerous. The universe didn't choose you to stay stuck in someone else's shadow. The universe didn't choose you to be manipulated or controlled by those who only want to use you for their own gain. And the minute you start doubting yourself, the minute you allow these silent saboteurs to influence your decisions, you're letting them win. You are a force. The universe has seen something in you that others can't even begin to understand. Your light is magnetic, and while that draws in those who are truly meant to walk beside you, it also attracts those who want to steal your power. They want to siphon your energy, take your ideas, and slowly twist your path until it aligns with their agenda. They think they can outsmart you. They think they can wear your face while hiding their true intentions behind a smile. But here's the thing. They're not smarter than you. They're just more patient. The universe doesn't make mistakes. It didn't bring you this far just to let someone else take credit for your journey. You've worked hard to get here. You've fought battles that no one will ever understand. And you've learned lessons that have shaped you into who you are today. And now, the universe has aligned itself to help you rise higher. But don't let these imitators pull you back down. The moment you start seeing the signs, when you start feeling that subtle shift in the energy around you, it's time to take action. Trust your instincts. You know when someone's not on your side, even when they say all the right things. Listen to the silence between their words. Feel the weight of their gaze. Don't let their flattering smiles fool you. These people are studying you, and you need to stop letting them in. You're a chosen one, and your power isn't for everyone. Not everyone can handle what you've got. Some people will try to ride your coattails, pretending to help you while secretly undermining you. But you have to stay vigilant. Protect your light. Protect your energy. And when the time comes, recognize the difference between the ones who genuinely support you and the ones who are only there for their own benefit. You are not a stepping stone. You are not a tool for someone else's rise. The universe has chosen you, and it's time for you to rise above the imitations. The more you grow, the more these silent saboteurs will try to manipulate you. But don't let them win. They cannot take what was never theirs. You are the one who holds the power, and it's time to remind them of that. Number 6. Not all who enter your life are meant to build you. Some are there to block you. Some enemies don't show up to destroy. They show up to delay, to reroute, and to keep you from your true path. The truth you need to understand, chosen one, is that not every person who enters your life is there to harm you directly. Some don't come as obvious enemies. They come as distractions, cleverly disguised as opportunities. They don't try to tear you down, they simply slow you down. They don't fight you head-on, they just nudge you off your course bit by bit, until you're so far off track that you can't even remember why you started in the first place. These distractions are dangerous because they don't seem like threats. They don't wear the mask of an enemy. They don't challenge you openly or tear you apart with their words. No, they do something far more insidious. They waste your time. They convince you that you're moving forward when in reality you're stuck in an endless loop, walking in circles, burning precious energy on things that lead nowhere. They come into your life with seemingly good intentions. At first, they seem like allies, offering opportunities that almost align with your purpose. They speak your language. They offer you connections. They present plans that look almost too good to pass up. And because they don't seem like threats, because they don't challenge you directly, you let them stay. You give them space in your life longer than you should, convincing yourself that they're just part of the journey, that they're helping you move forward. But here's where you need to open your eyes. These people aren't pushing you toward your destiny. They're pulling you away from it. They come as friends, as partners, even as mentors, but they are draining your energy, diluting your focus, and slowing down your progress. They make you second-guess your direction, constantly pulling you in directions that don't align with your true purpose. They don't destroy your dreams, they water them down. They introduce you to obligations that serve no greater purpose than to distract you from the path you're meant to take. They suggest things that seem important in the moment, but ultimately serve no real purpose in your growth. The most dangerous kind of interference isn't the one that knocks you off course. It's the one that makes you think you're still on track when you're not. They'll make you believe you're progressing, that you're working toward something great. But in reality, you're just spinning your wheels, wasting your time, and losing precious moments you'll never get back. They make your life busy, but not productive. They keep you chasing after things that glitter, but don't lead anywhere. And why is this so dangerous? Because the longer they stay in your life, the more you start to question yourself. You start to doubt the clarity of your vision. You begin to wonder if maybe they know something you don't, or if perhaps their way is the better way. But let me tell you this, don't let them distort your truth. These distractions are clever. They disguise themselves as opportunities, but they are nothing more than detours. They come into your life not to destroy you, but to keep you from reaching your true potential. They are the subtle forces that make you believe you are moving forward, all while keeping you stuck in a cycle that leads nowhere. You are chosen for greatness, and every second you waste on these distractions is a second you can never get back. The universe has a clear path for you, but it's up to you to stay on it. Don't let people who aren't truly aligned with your purpose take up your time and energy. Stop letting them feed you half-baked dreams and watered-down versions of success. These people don't care about your future. They only care about the comfort of keeping you small. Here's the truth. They know you're capable of greatness. That's why they're here. They know if you stay focused, if you stay on your path, nothing will stop you. So, they try to pull you off course. They try to convince you that you need them, that their way is the best way, that their plan will help you succeed. But they don't have the vision you have. They don't see what you see. Their intentions may seem good on the surface, But the universe didn't choose them. It chose you. And when you start to feel those subtle shifts, those distractions creeping in, that's your sign to cut them off. Recognize them for what they are, detours that keep you from your destiny. It's time to stop playing around with people who don't have your best interests at heart. It's time to stop wasting energy on things that don't serve you. You're destined for more than just moving in circles. You're chosen for a purpose, and that purpose is far bigger than anything they're offering. Don't let them steal your time or your focus. Don't let them make you second-guess your direction. Stay true to your path, stay focused, and let the universe lead you forward, without detours. Number 7. They'll rewrite the story to paint you as the enemy. When they can't stop your rise, they'll try to turn everyone against you. Listen up, chosen one. When you start stepping into your true power, something happens. Some people around you will feel threatened. They can sense that you're no longer the person they thought you were. They see the light growing in you, and it scares them. But here's the kicker. They can't stop your progress. They can't dim your light. So instead of facing you head-on, instead of challenging you directly, they'll play a much more insidious game. They'll try to rewrite the narrative to make you the villain. They know that if they can't defeat you in the physical realm, they can at least destroy your reputation, twist your image, and make you out to be the enemy. It's a coward's game, but a powerful one. Instead of fighting you, they'll attack your character, manipulate how others see you, and distort everything you say or do. Your words, your actions, suddenly, they're not yours anymore. They're warped and twisted, used against you to create a story where you're the villain in a tale that you never signed up for. And here's the thing, you won't see it coming at first. They won't charge at you with insults or direct attacks. No, their weapons are much more subtle. They'll spread rumors, distort the truth, twist your intentions, and in a blink, the story has changed. The hero they once knew is now the person who wronged them, the person who betrayed their trust, the person who can't be trusted. You went from being someone they admired to someone they fear, and in their fear, they will make you the villain. This is the danger you face when you start rising, when you start walking in your power, when you begin to truly align with your purpose. Those around you who cannot rise with you will do whatever they can to drag you back down. But instead of being overt about it, they will try to make others see you as the problem. They'll manipulate, distort, and fabricate, all while playing the innocent victim. They'll make sure they stay in the right while you're painted as the one who's causing the trouble. They won't confront you directly because deep down, they know they can't take you down on that level. They'll just work from the shadows, weaving a narrative that serves their needs. You see, the game they play isn't about truth. It's about perception. And the longer you let them control that perception, the more people will believe the twisted version of the story. They'll turn others against you, slowly but surely, until you find yourself standing alone, wondering how things got so out of control. But here's the hard truth. Chosen one, your truth is stronger than any lie they can create. You don't need to prove yourself to anyone. You don't need to go out of your way to correct the narrative they're spinning. Your actions speak louder than their words. Let them rewrite the story all they want. Let them twist and turn your words into something else, because at the end of the day, the truth always comes to light. And no amount of manipulation can erase the power that the universe has already placed in you. What they don't understand is that they can't change your destiny. They can't change the fact that you were chosen for greatness, that the universe is on your side, and that your path is already set. So let them try. Let them spin their webs of deceit and lies. Let them whisper and scheme. Because no matter how much they try to turn the world against you, you will always rise above it. Your light can't be dimmed, and your truth can't be erased. You don't need to fight fire with fire. You don't need to engage in their game. All you need to do is keep walking your path, keep stepping into your power, and let them play their petty games. The universe will expose them for what they are. The more they try to rewrite your story, the more they will reveal their own weaknesses, their own insecurities. And in the end, the world will see who the true villain really is. So, when they try to turn the story around, when they try to make you out to be the bad guy, don't worry. Stay focused on your mission. Keep your heart clear and your intentions pure. The universe is the ultimate storyteller, and it will always reveal the truth in the end. Number 8. The most devastating betrayal happens in silence, not in action. Betrayal isn't always loud. Sometimes it's the silence that cuts the deepest. Listen closely, chosen one. The worst kind of betrayal isn't the one that comes with loud actions, harsh words, or dramatic gestures. No, the most devastating betrayal is the one that happens in the quietest of moments. It's the betrayal that doesn't need any action. It only needs silence. The real enemy isn't the one who openly harms you. It's the one who watches as you're being hurt and chooses to do nothing. It's the person who stands idly by while you're under attack, watching the chaos unfold, and yet remains silent. They don't speak up. They don't defend you. And sometimes they even benefit from the storm swirling around you. These are the people who claim to be on your side, who claim to be your friends, your family, your allies. But when things get tough, when the battle gets real, when you need someone to stand by you, they disappear into the background. They won't lift a finger to help. They won't say a word to defend you. And yet, somehow, they remain close enough to watch it all happen, to see the damage being done. And instead of helping, instead of stepping in and speaking out, they choose to stay silent, allowing the storm to rage on, benefiting from the destruction without ever lifting a hand. And here's the hardest part. This kind of betrayal cuts deeper than any direct attack. At least when someone attacks you openly, you know who your enemy is. You can see their face, hear their words, and know where the fight lies. But the ones who betray you in silence, the ones who stand back and watch as your world crumbles while they remain untouched, they stay hidden in the shadows, feeding off your pain, silently profiting from your downfall. And that silence, that lack of action, is the most painful form of betrayal. Because it's not just the act of standing by, it's the deliberate choice to not speak up, to not take a stand, to not do anything at all. These people will watch as you struggle, as you fight for what's rightfully yours, and they will remain unmoved. They'll see the battles you're fighting, the challenges you're facing, and still choose to stay on the sidelines, afraid to get involved. Maybe it's because they're scared to lose their position, scared to lose the comfort they have by your side. Maybe it's because they don't want to upset the balance. Or perhaps they just don't care enough to stand up for you. Whatever the reason, the result is the same. They chose silence over loyalty. This betrayal is the one that haunts you, because it's the one you never see coming. It's not obvious. It's not loud. It doesn't come with a warning. It's the quiet whispers behind your back, the unspoken support for your enemies, the empty spaces where your allies should be. It's the person who claims to love you, but doesn't step up when you need them most. They hide behind their comfort, their indifference, while you're out there, fighting your battles alone. But let me tell you this, chosen one, this silence doesn't define you. It defines them. It's a reflection of their weakness, not yours. It's a sign of their inability to stand for what's right, to defend what matters, to speak out against injustice. They may have betrayed you in silence, but that doesn't make you any less powerful. It doesn't make you any less capable. It doesn't take away your strength or your purpose. They may have chosen to sit back and watch, but the universe chose you to rise above the noise. And here's where you need to focus. Don't let their silence trap you in doubt. Their lack of action isn't your failure. It's theirs. You are not alone in this fight. The universe is on your side, guiding you, empowering you, and reminding you that you are worthy of support, of loyalty, and of respect. Don't waste your energy on those who choose silence over action. They will never understand your strength, your journey, your purpose. And in the end, they will be the ones left behind as you continue to rise above the chaos they allowed to unfold. You were chosen for greatness, and that silence, it will only make your victory sweeter. So, remember this. The ones who are silent when you need them most don't deserve a place in your life. They may try to stay close. They may try to wear the mask of friendship, but you'll know the truth. You'll see them for what they are. And when you do, let them go. The universe has bigger plans for you, plans that don't need the passive support of those too afraid to speak up. Keep moving forward, keep rising, and let their silence be the fuel that drives you to greater heights. In conclusion, chosen one, the universe has given you the power to see through the deception, to rise above the shadows, and to stay true to your path. Trust your instincts and protect your light. If you're ready to embrace your journey, like, subscribe, drop the number 77 in the comments, and share this message to help awaken others. A storm never apologizes for the destruction it leaves behind. It was never meant to be gentle. Neither were you. They thought they could break you. They tried to silence you, bury you, strip you of your power. But they never realized you are not of this world. You are something far greater, something they could never understand. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the universe itself. And now, the universe is fighting back. They called you crazy, made you doubt yourself, convinced you that your light was nothing but a flicker in the dark. But tell me, if you were so powerless, why did they fear you so much? Why did they try so hard to dim something they claimed wasn't shining? Before we go deeper, if you're here, it's not by accident. The universe speaks in whispers and signals, and this is one of them. Like and subscribe, not for vanity, not for numbers, but because when you engage, you tell the system that this message matters. And the more it spreads, the more other chosen ones wake up. Because the time for hiding is over. You've always known you were different, haven't you? That pull, that restlessness, that constant search for something more. It was never a coincidence. It was a calling. The universe has been preparing you, shaping you, forcing you through the fire so that you would emerge untouchable. The pain, the isolation, the betrayals, none of it was punishment. It was training. They laughed when you struggled. They mocked you when you fell. But what they didn't realize was that every scar became a symbol, every wound a weapon. They weren't breaking you, they were forging you, and now they are terrified. You see, the power of being chosen is something that haunts your enemies. It lingers in their minds, keeps them awake at night, because they know they tried everything to stop you, and yet you're still here. They see the shift happening, they feel the tides turning, and deep down, they understand. Their time is running out. The world is shifting. The structures that held you back are collapsing. The energy that once suffocated you is being ripped away, and in its place, you rise. No longer surviving, no longer questioning, but claiming what was always meant to be yours. The universe has always been on your side. It was never a question of if you would rise. It was only a matter of when. And now, the answer is clear. The moment is now. The time for doubt is over. You don't need to seek permission. You don't need validation. You are chosen, and nothing can stop what's coming. So, are you truly ready to step into what's already written for you? The universe doesn't waste time on the unchosen. It only calls those who were meant to rise. If you feel this message in your soul, drop the number 77 in the comments. A signal that you are ready to leave behind the old and claim your place in the new. This is not just another message. This is a call to the first to be crowned. Before we go further, hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. When you do, you send a signal to the system that this message must reach more chosen ones. Together, we rise. And now, let's dive in, step by step. If you are a true chosen one, you will feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's begin. Number 1. The house of lies is burning, and they can't save themselves. They built a castle out of illusions, thinking they ruled. But now, the walls are crumbling, and they're trapped inside their own deception. They thought they had you in check, trapped in a game they rigged from the start. They spent years weaving their lies, designing systems to control, to confine, to break you before you even knew who you were. But they made one fatal mistake. They forgot that the universe never loses. And when you are chosen by the universe itself, you don't play by their rules, you shatter them. The chains they used to bind you, they were never real, just carefully crafted illusions, designed to make you doubt, to make you feel powerless, to make you think you had no way out. But the moment you saw through the lie, it all started to fall apart. Look around. The world that once seemed unshakable is cracking at the seams. The people who mocked you, doubted you, are now scrambling to hold on to a system that's collapsing under its own weight. They thought they had control, but control was never theirs to keep. They told you to stay small, to follow the path laid out for you. They told you that stepping outside the lines would lead to failure, to ruin, to loneliness. And yet, here you are, still standing, still rising, still proving every single one of them wrong. If you were as weak as they claimed, why did they fight so hard to keep you down. Because they knew that once you woke up, nothing could stop you. They knew the second you recognized your power, their game was over. They weren't afraid of you failing. They were terrified of you succeeding. You think it was just bad luck? Just coincidences that tried to break you? No, they knew who you were before you even knew yourself. They saw your light long before you did, and they tried everything to smother it. That's why they sent distractions. That's why they sent betrayals. That's why they sent pain. It was all designed to make you question, to make you hesitate, to make you doubt. And yet, here you are. The universe never abandons its chosen. It aligns, it shifts, it orchestrates. Every time they tried to destroy you, the universe used it to build you. Every battle made you sharper. Every loss taught you something they never wanted you to know, that you were never their prisoner. You were their reckoning. They never stood a chance against someone who was designed to rise. And yet, some of you still hesitate. Some of you still question your worth. Why? After everything you've survived, after everything you've conquered, how dare you doubt yourself now? Do you think you've come this far just by accident? Do you think the universe would waste time on someone who wasn't meant for more? You were chosen for a reason. But listen closely. Being chosen is not just about survival. It's about stepping into your power completely and unapologetically. You don't just escape the system. You become the system. You don't just walk away. You build something they can never touch. They thought they were playing you, but they were playing against forces they couldn't even comprehend. The universe does not lose, and neither do you. The old ways are collapsing. The illusions are burning, and they can do nothing to stop it. The masks they wore to keep their grip on power, falling away. The walls they built to keep you in, reduced to dust. And the very system they swore would stand forever, crumbling beneath their feet. You don't ask for permission to shine. You set the standard. This world no longer belongs to them. It belongs to you. And no matter how hard they fight, no matter how desperately they claw at the ruins of what they once controlled, there is no stopping what has already begun. You were never meant to blend in. You were never meant to follow. You were always meant to lead. And now you step forward. Now you claim what was always yours. Now you leave for good. Because the first to be crowned are not those who waited. They are the ones who took what was already theirs. Number 2. The fire that can't be contained, and the world feels it. A wildfire doesn't ask for permission to burn. It simply consumes everything in its path. That's what your authenticity does. It sets fire to the illusions they tried to force upon you. The path of obedience? That was never yours to walk. They wanted you to fit in, to blend, to be just another piece in their carefully constructed puzzle. But the problem is, you were never made to be placed inside a box. You were never meant to be controlled. And that terrifies them. Your authenticity isn't just a personal truth. It's a force of nature. It disrupts, it dismantles, it exposes. Your mere existence is a rebellion against the old systems, against the silent compliance they spent centuries enforcing. They don't just fear your words, they fear the fire in your presence. Because every step you take, every breath you exhale, you bring change. And change is the one thing they never wanted. You weren't born to bow. You weren't born to follow. You were born to lead, to command the very forces of the universe that align behind you. They know this. That's why they tried so hard to make you question yourself, to make you shrink, to make you hesitate before stepping into your full power. They never wanted you to wake up because they knew the moment you did, everything they built would collapse. And now, here you stand, no longer bending, no longer apologizing, no longer seeking approval from a system that was never meant to hold you. Your energy alone shakes the ground beneath them. Your presence shifts the very air they breathe. You are the storm they swore would never come. And the world is watching. They see you. Even those who refuse to admit it, they feel you. They feel the disruption, the shift, the undeniable force of someone who will no longer be controlled. The ones who once dismissed you, laughed at you, questioned you. They no longer have that luxury, because the reality is, they can't ignore what's happening. You leave ripples that turn into waves, and those waves, they crash against the very foundations that once kept humanity asleep. You are not a whisper, you are a reckoning. And let's be clear, you didn't come here to ask for change. You came here to be the change. The universe doesn't ask you to be someone else. It doesn't demand that you mold yourself into an image that makes others comfortable. No, the universe chose you exactly as you are. The fire, the intensity, the truth in your voice. It was never meant to be silenced. It was meant to burn away the illusions. They built their world on a foundation of lies, and now you're the earthquake tearing it apart. This is why they resist you. This is why they fight so hard to suppress you, because your existence alone is proof that their time is over. And the harder they fight, the more desperate they become, the clearer it is that they have already lost. You were never here to conform. You were never here to bow your head and walk the path they laid out for you. No, you were sent to walk through the fire and emerge untouched. You were sent to set fire to the very systems that tried to cage you. And now, there is no turning back. People can no longer pretend they don't see it. They can no longer deny that something bigger is happening, that the world is shifting, that the old ways are breaking, that a new order is rising, one that no longer serves the controllers, but the awakened. And at the center of it all, you, the fire that can't be contained, the storm that won't be stopped, the chosen one who was always destined to lead the way. Number 3, the walls are cracking and they can't stop it. When truth walks into the room, lies scatter like insects exposed to the light. That's why they fear you. That's why they resist you, because you are the light they can no longer run from. They feel it, even if they don't speak it, even if they deny it with every breath. They know something is shifting, something unstoppable, and you are at the center of it. The old world was built on deception, on keeping people blind, obedient, and afraid. They created a system where silence was rewarded, where questioning was punished, where stepping outside the boundaries meant exile. They needed you to doubt yourself because the moment you stopped doubting, you became a threat. And now you exist as a living contradiction to everything they built. You prove their system is a lie simply by being who you are. That's why they fight so hard. That's why the resistance is so fierce, because your presence alone forces them to see what they don't want to see. You expose the truth they've spent lifetimes running from. When a dam starts to crack, the flood is inevitable. You are that crack, and they know the flood is coming. But here's the truth they don't want to admit. Resisting you is useless. They can try to silence you, ridicule you, cast you aside. They can try to throw obstacles in your way, manipulate, lie, and pretend they don't see what's happening. But the truth? The shift is already in motion. This isn't just about you. This isn't just about them. This is bigger than all of us. The universe itself has spoken, and no force, no system, no lie, no illusion can stand against it. They mocked you when you first started waking up. They dismissed you as lost, as crazy, as someone who just didn't fit in. But that was never an insult. That was confirmation. You weren't supposed to fit in with a system designed to keep people asleep. Now, the same ones who ridiculed you, they're watching you. They may not admit it yet, but their eyes are on you. They may not understand why, but their energy is drawn to you. They are still resisting, still holding on to what's crumbling, but deep down, they know you are ahead of them. And whether they like it or not, they are following your lead. The ones who laughed at you will one day repeat your words as if they were their own. But let's be clear, you didn't come here to seek validation from those who once rejected you. You don't need their approval. You never did. You are not waiting for them to wake up. You are not slowing down to make them comfortable. You are moving forward, with or without them, because the time of illusions is over. This is the era of truth, and you are its brightest flame. And fire? Fire does not ask for permission to burn. They cannot contain you now. They cannot control what has already been set into motion. They can resist, they can fight, but they cannot win, because this is bigger than them. This is bigger than you. This is the universe realigning itself. And the only ones who will survive this shift are the ones who choose to embrace it. The house is already on fire. The only choice left is to burn with it or step into something new. And you already know where you stand. You are not afraid. You've known all along that this was your purpose, to dismantle the false and build the real. You are not here to play small. You are not here to make others comfortable. You are here to shatter the old and bring forth the new. So let them resist. Let them doubt. Let them cling to their fading illusions. It changes nothing, because you are already walking the path they fear to tread. And in the end, they will follow, even if they don't realize it yet. Number 4, they tried to bury you. Now they run from your light. They called you a fool, but now they study your every move. They tried to erase you, but now they whisper your name. They never wanted you to rise, but now they can't keep up. The systems that sought to control you, they failed. Every rule they crafted, every illusion they spun, every attempt to keep you confined, it all crumbled the moment you realized you never needed them. They built their power on deception, on keeping you small, on convincing you that without their approval, without their validation, you were nothing. But look at you now, standing in the fire they swore would consume you, untouched, unshaken. unstoppable. They tried to diminish your power, to make you doubt your own strength. But all they did was push you deeper into your awakening. All they did was fuel the fire. Every attempt to break you only sharpened your edges. Every door they slammed in your face only made you build your own kingdom. And now they stand in the shadow of your influence, watching, silent, hoping you don't notice the way they scramble to keep up with the path you carve effortlessly. The same ones who laughed at you now struggle to match your steps, but they never will, because you were never meant to follow. You were meant to lead. And here's what they hate the most. You are not waiting. You are not pausing for them to catch up. You are not holding back to make them comfortable. You are moving forward, relentlessly, with or without them. They thought you needed their permission. They thought you needed their approval. But you don't ask for what is already yours. You lead because that is who you are. Because the universe chose you for this. Because every battle, every hardship, every moment of doubt, it was all preparation for this moment. They tried to bury you, but they forgot. You are the seed. You've outgrown their limits. The walls they built can no longer contain you. The games they play are beneath you. You have stepped into your power fully and unapologetically. And now, there is no turning back. Let them watch. Let them whisper. Let them pretend they don't see the shift happening before their very eyes. But they feel it. They feel the weight of your presence. They feel the reality of their fading influence. They feel the walls closing in on the system they swore would never fall. A lion does not ask permission to roar. A storm does not apologize for the destruction it brings. And you do not shrink to make others feel safe. You are here to build something new, to lead a movement they cannot stop, to step into a reality where their illusions hold no power. You are not waiting. You are not hesitating. You are breaking through, and nothing can stop you now. Number 5. They cast the first stone. Now they tremble at your presence. The ones who laughed at your suffering now choke on their own regret. The ones who cast you aside now whisper your name in quiet shame. They wounded you and thought they'd never face the consequences, but the universe never forgets. There was a time when they mocked you, a time when they took pleasure in your pain. They twisted the knife, believing you would never rise. They spoke against you with confidence, thinking their words carried weight, believing their power over you was absolute. But now they feel the shift. Now they see what they could never unsee, and it terrifies them. The old ways of manipulation, the tactics they used to control and break you, all of it crumbled at your feet. The lies they spun, exposed. The illusions they upheld, destroyed. The power they thought they had, gone. And now, here they are, humbled, unsteady, trying to rewrite the past they swore would never catch up to them. They called you crazy, and now they seek your wisdom. They laughed at your pain, and now they drown in their own. The same doors they slammed in your face, they now stand before them, knocking. You don't even need to speak. You don't need to remind them of their failures. Your existence does that. The fact that you survived what was meant to destroy you is a louder message than any words could ever be. They see you, and in seeing you, they are forced to see themselves. Those who once wounded you now carry the weight of their choices. They feel it in the silence, in the empty spaces where their pride used to be, in the moments where they catch a glimpse of you and realize you were never the weak one. They were. They tried to silence you, to bury your truth, to break your spirit. And now they approach you with trembling hands, with words they never thought they'd have to say. Forgive me. But this is not about them. This was never about them. Their regret does not rewrite the past. Their apologies do not erase the scars. The only thing their guilt does is prove what you already knew. They knew exactly what they were doing. They saw your light, and instead of protecting it, they tried to snuff it out. And now they are left to face the universe. Because the universe never forgets. The universe never lets injustice go unanswered. And the reckoning, it has arrived. The weight of their actions is no longer yours to carry. Let them sit in the ruin they created. Let them face the silence they once forced upon you. Justice has already been served, because you are still here, and they can never undo that. Number 6. You were the storm all along, and now they can't escape it. They feared your rise because they knew it would expose their weakness. They built walls, set traps, spun illusions, but it was never enough, because you were never meant to be caged. You were the storm they couldn't stop. They thought they had you figured out. They thought they broke you. Every obstacle they placed before you, every manipulation they used, every illusion they crafted, it was all designed to keep you small, to keep you doubting, to keep you from ever realizing just how powerful you truly are. But the thing about illusions, they only work when you don't see through them. And you shattered them all. You were never weak. You were never lost. You were only waking up. And now there is no force. Not their rules, not their control, not their fear, that can keep you from rising. The walls they built were never strong enough. The chains they forged were never tight enough. And the moment you decided to rise, their power was gone. Now, as you walk forward, unshaken, unstoppable, they are the ones left behind, scrambling, desperate, forced to face their own shadows. The same ones who mocked you now look up at you, realizing you have become something they can never touch. And you don't look back. There is nothing left for you in the ruins of their control. Nothing left in the old systems, the old lies, the old cycles. You have outgrown them all. Your power isn't in the past. Your strength isn't in what was. It's in what's coming. It's in the future that belongs to you. The endless horizon stretching before you, limitless, waiting for you to claim it. You were never a prisoner. You were only waiting to remember who you are. And now that you have, there is no stopping you. They know it now. They feel it. The fear in their silence, the hesitation in their movements, the weight of the truth pressing down on them. You have become what they could never contain, and there is nothing they can do about it. Number 7. The light they tried to bury now blinds them. They tried to dim you, but they only made you shine brighter. They tried to silence you, but now your voice echoes through everything they built. They tried to bury you, but they forgot you were a seed. They thought they could contain you, They thought they could erase you. Every lie they spun, every tactic they used, every wall they built, it was all meant to keep you in the shadows, to make you doubt, to make you disappear. But they failed, because you were never meant to stay hidden. The moment they tried to suppress you, they sealed their own fate. Every attempt to dim your light only fueled the fire within you. Every betrayal, every attack, every roadblock, it all became fuel. Instead of breaking you, it refined you. Instead of weakening you, it made you unstoppable. They thought darkness could consume you, but instead, your light devoured the night. And now they have no choice but to witness what they can never contain. You stand fully in your power, unshaken, unafraid. The same ones who once mocked you now lower their eyes in your presence. The same ones who tried to silence you now hear your voice everywhere. Because you are no longer playing small. You are no longer asking for space. You are taking it. You are no longer bending to make others comfortable. You are no longer waiting for permission. You are here, fully, boldly, unapologetically, and they can do nothing about it. The light they feared has risen, and now it cannot be stopped. Number 8. Their betrayal was the fire, and you became the flame. They tried to break you because they could never match you. They turned against you because they feared what you would become. But their betrayal did not destroy you. It only refined you. You have felt the knife in your back, haven't you? The sting of betrayal from those you once trusted, the ones who were supposed to stand beside you. Family, friends, lovers, they were given a choice, to rise with you or to reject you. And time after time, they chose the latter. They didn't just walk away, they tried to destroy you. Why? Because your power was too much for them to handle. Your presence exposed everything they wanted to keep hidden. They saw something in you that they could never find within themselves, and instead of learning from it, they tried to tear it down. They mocked your purpose, not because it wasn't real, but because they feared it was. The moment you began to rise, they became your greatest opposition. Not strangers, not enemies from the outside, the ones closest to you, because nothing threatens weak souls more than the presence of someone stepping into their true power. So they lashed out. They minimized your pain, dismissed your growth, and tried to convince you that you were the problem. They wanted you to second-guess yourself, to hesitate, to dim your light just enough to make them feel comfortable. But you were never meant to blend in with the ordinary. They tried to break you because they could never be you. Every betrayal, every scar, every moment of rejection, it was all part of the process. You weren't being punished, you were being refined. You were being stripped of the illusions, forced to see the truth of who you are and who was never meant to walk beside you. Because the truth is, not everyone is meant to go where you are going. Not everyone is built for the heights you are destined to reach. And those who chose to betray you, that was their choice. The price they will pay is having to watch you rise, knowing they no longer have a place beside you. And now they sit in the silence of their own making, watching, wishing, but never again will they have access to you. You were not broken, you were reborn, and now they can only watch as you become everything they swore you'd never be. Number 9. They fed the fire, and now you burn brighter than ever. They thought they were breaking you, but all they did was sharpen you. They thought their betrayal would stop you, but it only cleared your path. Every wound they inflicted became the fuel that set you free. They played their games, didn't they? Toyed with your heart, twisted your trust, acted as if your presence in their lives was something to be discarded. They betrayed you, rejected you, tried to convince you that you were the problem. But they were wrong. Every time they underestimated you, every time they chose deception over loyalty, they sealed their own fate. Because instead of breaking you, they only fueled the fire. Every betrayal became a lesson. Every rejection became redirection. Every time they tried to push you down, you rose even higher. They thought they could contain you. They thought their words, their actions, their manipulation would be enough to keep you small. But they didn't understand who they were dealing with. You were never meant to be controlled. You were never meant to stay small. You were never meant to be anything less than unstoppable. For too long, you carried the weight of their rejection. You carried the pain of being misunderstood, of being cast aside, of being seen as too much for them to handle. But what they failed to realize was that their rejection was never your burden to bear. It was their weakness, their fear, their inability to stand beside someone who refuses to be caged. And now you release it all. You let it fall away like dead leaves in the wind, because you are done carrying the weight of people who were never strong enough to walk beside you. Their absence is not your loss. It is your liberation. You are stepping forward, fully, without hesitation, without apology, and there is nothing they can do to stop you. The past no longer defines you. The pain no longer controls you. You are free. You are rising, and they can only watch. Number 10. You were never meant to play their game, and now their world is crumbling. They wrote the rules, thinking they could keep you bound by them. They built the system, believing you'd never question it, but they never accounted for one thing: you were never meant to follow. For so long, they dictated what was possible. They told you who to be, how to think, where to stand. They divided people into boxes, labeled them, trapped them inside invisible cages. They thought their illusions were strong enough to shape reality itself. But now it's all collapsing. Not by force, not by rebellion, but by something far greater: the power of your energy. They never saw it coming. They never imagined that one person, simply by existing in their truth, could unravel an entire system. But that's exactly what's happening. The labels they clung to, meaningless. The divisions they enforced, powerless. The walls they built, already turning to dust. They thought they had created something unbreakable, but you were never part of their world. You were always beyond it. You rise, not by their metrics, not by their approval, not by their design. You rise because your energy transcends everything they built. You move forward without needing their validation. You are not bound by their rules because their rules were never real to begin with. They try to hold on. They try to reinforce the barriers, to cling to the old ways, to convince themselves that this shift isn't happening. But they feel it. They feel the ground shifting beneath them, the walls cracking, the illusions unraveling, and the more they resist, the faster it all falls apart. You don't break the system by fighting it. You break it by making it irrelevant. And that is exactly what you have done. While they scramble to uphold a dying world, you move beyond it effortlessly. You are no longer confined by the past, no longer shackled by their outdated beliefs. You exist in a reality they can't even comprehend. And that is why they fear you, because you are proof that they never had control to begin with. You rise, not through war, not through struggle, but through the simple, unstoppable truth. You were never meant to be contained, and now they can do nothing but watch. Number 11. You were never meant to save them, only to rise. A lighthouse does not beg ships to come to shore. It simply shines, and those who are ready will find their way. Your presence is disruptive, not because you force it to be, but because it has no choice but to be. When you walk into a space, the energy shifts, not because you speak the loudest, not because you demand attention, but because your very existence forces the truth to surface. They feel it, the weight of their illusions, the lies they've built their lives upon, the shadows they've buried deep within themselves, hoping never to confront them. And when they see you, standing in your truth, unshaken, unstoppable, it terrifies them. Because you are proof that the game was never real, that the system was never unbreakable, that everything they believed in was nothing more than a carefully crafted illusion. They spent their whole lives building a cage, only to see you walk free. But hear this now. You are not here to save them. Your rise is not an invitation. Your path is not theirs to walk. This journey is their own, and they must choose it for themselves. You are not their savior. You never were. For too long, you carried the weight of others. You tried to bring them with you, tried to make them see what you saw, tried to wake them up when they weren't ready. But now you are free of that burden. Because you have realized something powerful. You are no longer bound by their choices. Their limitations do not define you. Their fears do not hold you back. Their unwillingness to grow is no longer your problem. Some will awaken, some will not, but neither will stop you from stepping into your power. You have entered a new realm, a space where truth and energy are the only currency, where deception has no place, where the masks fall away, the illusions dissolve, and only those who are truly ready can walk beside you. And the rest, they will be left behind, not because you wish them harm, not because you hate them, but because they chose their world, and you chose yours. This is not cruelty. This is not arrogance. This is the way of things. A butterfly does not return to the cocoon to convince the caterpillars that wings exist. And you are done trying to convince those who refuse to see. You are moving forward, without hesitation, without apology, and without waiting for anyone to catch up. You were not sent here to pull others from the fire. You were sent to walk through it and emerge untouched. And now you rise, unshackled, unstoppable, unbound by the weight of those who were never meant to walk beside you. This is your destiny, and you are finally embracing it. Number 12. The power of your divine purpose. Unshaken, unstoppable, unmatched. When the universe calls, it does not whisper, it roars, and those who are ready will hear it in their souls. How many times have you doubted yourself? How many times have you looked in the mirror and asked, am I really meant for something greater? Or am I just another face in the crowd, lost in the noise? Let me tell you something. Stop doubting your power. It's time to stop questioning your worth, your abilities, your potential. For far too long, you have allowed the doubts to creep in, clouding your vision, holding you back from stepping into the full force of your destiny. You've let the world dictate who you should be, telling you to follow the rules, stay in line, shrink yourself to fit into the small spaces they made for you. But that's not you. You were never meant to blend in. You were never meant to hide your brilliance in the shadows. You were born to stand out, to rise higher than the limitations they've imposed on you, to walk in your divine purpose like the unstoppable force you were always meant to be. It's time to wake up and realize you were born for greatness. And when the universe called you, it didn't ask if you were ready. It didn't wait for you to get comfortable. It didn't care about your doubts. The universe called, and you answered. But now you need to believe it, own it, and step into it with unshakable confidence. Stop apologizing for your brilliance. Stop hiding in the corner, waiting for permission to take your place. You are not here to play small. You are here to create, to lead, to influence in ways others can't even begin to imagine. But the first step in that is accepting your divine purpose. Enough of the excuses. Every time you question whether you deserve this, every time you doubt your power, you are disrespecting the universe's plan for you. You are telling the very force that created you, that shaped you, that has been guiding you every step of the way that you aren't worthy. Stop wasting your time in self-pity. Stop wasting your energy in self-doubt. It's time to own your divine purpose, to recognize the truth of who you are and what you're capable of. The universe doesn't make mistakes. You were designed for something massive. Every experience, every challenge, every heartache, every victory, it was all part of your preparation for this moment. You are not weak. You are not insignificant. You are a force to be reckoned with. You are here to do things that others are too scared to even dream of. And yet, here you are, questioning your every move, wondering if you are really cut out for this. Why are you holding yourself back? Why are you playing small when the world is waiting for you to step into your power? Why are you waiting for someone else to give you the green light to start living the life you've always dreamed of? The time is now. You are ready. You've always been ready. But the only thing standing in your way is your own mind, your own fear, your own refusal to fully accept that you are meant for more. Let me tell you something else. You are not waiting for your purpose to find you. Your purpose is already here. It has always been inside you. You are not searching for something that is outside of you. The power, the purpose, the reason you are here, it is in you right now. All you need to do is embrace it. All you need to do is stop holding back and let your true self rise. You've let doubt control your life long enough. Now it's time to rise beyond that, to step into the greatness that has always been waiting for you. Stop being afraid of your own power. Stop fearing what will happen when you actually step into your potential. Yes, it's scary. Yes, it will be uncomfortable. Yes, you will face resistance. But that's part of the process. You can't have the life you want without facing the fear that's trying to keep you small. You can't step into your purpose without breaking through the barriers that have been holding you back. And you can't allow yourself to keep doubting your power. Look at everything you've been through. Look at how far you've come. How many times have you been knocked down, told you weren't good enough, told you weren't capable? And yet, here you are. You are still standing. You are still moving forward. You are still rising. How much more evidence do you need that you are meant to do something incredible? How many more times do you need to prove to yourself that you can handle anything that comes your way? You've survived every storm, every setback, every betrayal, and you're still here. That's not coincidence. That's purpose. Now, are you ready to stop doubting it? Are you ready to stop second-guessing your every step and start taking ownership of your journey? Because this is your moment. This is your time. No more waiting for someone to give you permission. No more holding back because you're scared of what people might think or say. No more playing it safe because you're afraid of failure. You are destined for more, and it's time to claim it. So, if this message resonates with you, if you feel the pull in your soul to step into your power, hit that like button and subscribe. Let the universe know that you're ready. Let the world know that you are here and you're not going anywhere. And share this message with someone who needs it, someone who is still hiding, still waiting, still doubting their power. The more we share this energy, the more we create a collective awakening, a movement of people who are finally stepping into the truth of who they are and what they are meant to do. Leave a comment below and tell me, how are you preparing for your own triumphant return? This is not the time to shrink. This is the time to rise. You were never meant to be held back. You were born to lead, to create, to influence. Now is the time to own it. Don't let the doubt, the fear, or the rejection hold you back any longer. You are unstoppable. You are unmatched. And you are ready. And now the choice is yours. No more hesitation. No more questioning. The universe has already spoken. You were meant for this. Every challenge, every betrayal, every moment of doubt was shaping you for this very moment. Now, it's time to step forward, fully, boldly, without apology. If this message resonated with you, hit the like button, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments as a sign that you are ready to embrace your power. Share this with others who need to hear it. The time for waiting is over. You are ready. Now, rise. The rarest blades are forged in the hottest fires. The strongest souls are tempered by the harshest storms. And the chosen ones? They are built in battle, sharpened by pain, and unleashed upon a world that never saw them coming. They thought they were fighting you, but they were fighting the universe itself. Every time they tried to break you, they only sharpened your edge. Every attempt to bury you only planted your roots deeper. They didn't understand that some people aren't just survivors. They're weapons forged for something greater. And now their greatest fear is coming true. You're waking up. Before we dive in, make sure to like and subscribe, because when you engage, you signal the algorithm that this message must spread. And the more chosen ones who hear this, the stronger we become. This is how the universe connects its warriors. Let's begin. You've always felt it, haven't you? That quiet force inside you, that knowing. While others move through life without questioning a thing, something in you refuses to accept the world as it is. It's not arrogance. It's not rebellion. It's recognition. You were never meant to just exist. You were meant to change everything. And that's exactly why your road has been so brutal. The universe never chooses the weak. It doesn't place its rarest gifts in the hands of the ordinary. It picks the ones who can withstand the fire, and it makes sure they prove themselves before they ever realize what they are. Look back at your life. The betrayals, the losses, the moments that should have broken you. Most people wouldn't have survived half of what you've been through. And yet, you're still here. Why? Because the universe knew you would be. The weight you carry, it's not a curse, it's a crown. But here's what you need to understand. Your existence haunts those who fear change. Your energy disrupts the comfortable lies they tell themselves. You don't have to do anything at all. Just your presence alone is enough to shake them. That's why they try to undermine you. That's why they try to isolate you, make you doubt yourself, make you believe you're alone. You're not. You never were. The ones who tried to break you, they weren't fighting you. They were fighting what you represent. They were fighting the power behind you. But you see, the universe doesn't abandon its chosen. Every time they tried to crush you, they only activated something deeper inside you. Every attempt to silence you only made your voice louder. And yet, some of you still doubt yourselves, still think you're alone. How dare you question the light inside you after everything you've been through? How dare you forget who you are? Do you think the universe puts this kind of fire in just anyone? Do you think it wastes time forging warriors just to watch them cower in fear? No. It's time to stop acting like the hunted and start moving like the hunter. The world has always feared those who are different, but history was never written by the ones who blended in. The rarest souls do not fit into this world. They shape it. And if your presence shakes the foundation of others, then good. That means you were never meant to build on their weak ground anyway. They wanted to break you. The universe made you unbreakable. They wanted you to disappear. The universe made you unforgettable. And now they'll have to watch you rise. So, tell me, are you ready to see the truth behind your struggles? To finally understand why you were set apart? Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done dimming your light for those who fear it. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay till the end. Number 1, you were never meant to fit in. You were made to break the mold. You weren't born to be part of the crowd. You were born to lead it, straight into a new era. The world has been trying to make you believe you were meant to fit in, to blend, to follow the same tired paths everyone else treads. But you were never made for that. They didn't tell you this, but the universe did. You were never meant to belong. Every time you tried to conform, every time you sought validation from people who didn't understand your journey, you could feel it, the resistance. It was as if reality itself was pushing back, not out of cruelty, but out of necessity. You were too rare, too powerful, too important for that life. The truth is, you were designed for something beyond the ordinary, and deep down, you've always known it. From the very beginning, there was an invisible wall between you and the rest of the world. You tried to break it down, tried to blend in, to be accepted, but life never let you. Your entire existence felt like you were swimming upstream while everyone else coasted downstream. You'd watch others move through life, effortlessly fitting into places, forming bonds, reaching their goals with ease, and you'd wonder why you couldn't. But you weren't meant to follow their path. You see, the universe doesn't put its rarest souls in easy situations. It doesn't give them the luxury of walking the same road as the ordinary. The chosen ones walk alone, because only in that isolation can they find the power to change everything. They are forced to confront their greatest fears, their deepest weaknesses, and rise above it all. You've felt it, that deep sense of being different, out of sync with the world around you. But here's the truth. That was never a curse. That was your destiny, pushing you forward. Isolation isn't your punishment. It's your preparation. Look back at your life. Relationships that seemed perfect for others ended in disappointment for you. Friends who said they'd be there for life disappeared when you needed them the most. Opportunities slipped through your fingers. Doors closed that seemed wide open for everyone else. You could feel the weight of the world pushing you down, like it was telling you, you're not supposed to be like them. You're not meant for the same life. And it was right. You were never meant to be ordinary. You were meant to build, not blend. Your isolation is a blessing in disguise. The universe isolates its chosen ones because it knows what's coming. It's preparing you for a journey that demands strength, resilience, and an unwavering belief in yourself. And make no mistake, when the universe aligns itself to help you, nothing and no one can stand in your way. They can try to break you, but the universe has already decided you are unstoppable. So, when doubt creeps in, and it will, when the weight of your path feels too heavy, remember this: you were never meant to walk with the crowd. You were meant to lead it. The moments when you feel alone, when everything seems to be falling apart, are not signs of failure. They're signs that you are on the right path. The universe doesn't throw its rarest souls into comfort zones. It throws them into chaos, because chaos is where greatness is born. You're not just different, you're a game changer. The enemy fears you because your very existence disrupts their world. They fear your power, your light, your ability to see what others can't. They've tried to break you, tried to silence you, tried to make you doubt yourself. But they don't understand. They were playing with a system they'll never understand. You are the system's master. Don't ever forget, the universe doesn't test the weak. It tests the strong, the ones it knows will rise when everyone else falls. Your power is in your difference, in your refusal to conform. You aren't here to fit into the world. You're here to break it wide open. The systems that others live by, you were never supposed to follow them. You were meant to create something entirely new, something that will make the world look at you and say, they were always different. And that's exactly why they were the ones who changed everything. The truth is, the world will never understand you. It will never understand why you don't settle for mediocrity. It will never understand why you refuse to follow the crowd. But that's okay, because history remembers the ones who dared to be different. History remembers the ones who walked alone. You're not just here to survive the world. You're here to shape it, to remind everyone that greatness doesn't come from fitting in. It comes from standing apart. When the universe steps in to guide you, to line up the stars in your favor, it's not a random accident. It's not a fluke. It's proof that you were made for this. Everything that's happened in your life, the struggles, the pain, the isolation, has been preparing you for something monumental. And now, the universe is aligning everything to make sure you step into your power fully. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting the force behind you. They didn't understand that you are a creation of something much bigger than them. Your power doesn't come from what's around you. It comes from what's within you. You are the chosen one, and that light inside you. It can never be dimmed, no matter how hard they try. So stop questioning your path. Stop wondering if you're meant for something bigger. You are. And when you embrace that, when you stop fighting your own destiny, you'll realize that everything you've been through, the isolation, the struggle, the doubt, was all leading you here. The universe wasn't pushing you down. It was shaping you into the force of nature you were always meant to be. When you stop fighting and start embracing the power of being chosen, everything changes. You'll see that the journey wasn't a punishment. It was preparation. And now, the world is yours to reshape. Number 2, you were never a part of the system. You were built to break it. The system doesn't fear those who obey. It fears the ones who see through it. And worse, the ones who refuse to play by its rules. Most people sleepwalk through life. They follow a script written for them before they were even born. They go to school, get a job, settle down, retire, and die, never once questioning whether they were meant for something more. They move through life as if they were pre-programmed, running on an outdated operating system designed to keep them blind, obedient, and predictable. But you were never like them. You were never blind. You were never predictable. You were an error in the system, a glitch in the matrix, an anomaly in the code of reality itself. From the moment you could think for yourself, you sensed something was off. The rules never made sense. The expectations felt like chains. You questioned what others blindly accepted. While they were comfortable inside the walls built for them, you were the one looking for the way out. You weren't just different. You were a disruption. And that's exactly why life has felt the way it has. People don't know how to handle something they can't categorize. Some are drawn to you, sensing that you hold something rare, something powerful. Others, they fear you without even knowing why. Your very existence shakes the foundations they've built their lives on. Their world is made of fragile illusions. And you don't just see through them, you shatter them. And here's the part that's hardest to accept. This is not something you chose. It's something you are. You disrupt patterns just by existing. You walk into a room and energy shifts. Systems glitch. People start questioning things they never questioned before. You make the comfortable uncomfortable, and the world hates that. It wants you quiet, contained, and controlled. But no matter how much they try to force you into their mold, you never quite fit. Because you weren't made to fit. You were made to rewrite the entire system. But I know what you've thought before. Why does it feel like I don't belong anywhere? Why does every attempt to settle in feel forced? Why do I always feel like I'm on the outside, looking in? Because you are on the outside. You always have been. Not because you're broken, not because you're lost, but because the system wasn't built for someone like you. The world is full of people running the same program, following the same cycles. You were never part of that loop. Think about it. Every time you tried to conform, every time you tried to silence that voice in your head telling you that you were different, life made it impossible. You couldn't fake it. You couldn't pretend. The universe itself wouldn't let you. And that's because you were born for something greater. Most people are meant to maintain the cycle. You are meant to break it, to rewrite it, to expose what has been hidden, to burn down what no longer serves humanity, and to create something entirely new. That's why life has tested you so brutally. That's why you've faced rejection, loss, and obstacles that seem almost unnatural. The system fights back when someone like you appears. It throws everything it has at you: doubt, loneliness, fear, because it knows that if you step fully into your power, you'll become unstoppable. The moment you embrace who you are is the moment the system starts to collapse. And yet, some of you still hesitate. Some of you still doubt. You still wonder if you're imagining it. So, let me ask you this. Do you really think all of this was a coincidence? That every struggle, every moment of isolation, every attempt to suppress your light was random? No, they weren't fighting you. They were fighting what you were meant to become. You were never meant to be understood by those who are blind. You were never meant to be accepted by a world that thrives on repetition. You don't fit in because you were never part of the original design. You are the upgrade. You are the rewrite. And now, the universe is waiting for you to wake up and take your place. So stop hesitating. Stop questioning. Stop trying to fit inside a broken system. You weren't made to play the game. You were made to change it. Number 3. The universe breaks the weak, but it forges the chosen. They thought the fire would consume you. They didn't realize you were the one who walked in willingly, because you were built to withstand it. Your struggles were never random. They were never a mistake. While others coast through life, facing minor challenges and moving forward with ease, you've been hit from every angle, harder, deeper, and more relentlessly than seems fair. It's as if the universe itself has been testing you since the moment you took your first breath. And that's because it has. The world doesn't test those who are meant to stay ordinary. It doesn't throw storms at people who are content with mediocrity. It only pushes, only breaks, only forges the ones meant to rise above it all. And that's exactly why your path has been brutal. You were never given the luxury of a smooth ride. While others were handed comfort, you were handed trials. While others had doors open easily, you found yourself fighting just to get a glimpse of an opportunity. And when you finally reached something good, it was ripped away again and again. Why? Because the universe does not refine the weak. It only sharpens warriors. Every betrayal, every heartbreak, every moment of loneliness, It's all been part of a ruthless initiation process, designed to strip away the illusions, to burn away the weakness, to forge something in you that no one will be able to break. Because you carry something in you that is not ordinary. And the system, the people around you, the very fabric of reality itself, they all know it. That's why life has tried to break you in ways that seem almost personal. That's why it has felt like the world was targeting you. Like every time you found your footing, something came along to shake the ground beneath you. Because you were never meant to stand on borrowed ground. You were meant to build your own. Let that sink in. Most people will never experience what you have, not because you're unlucky, but because they were never strong enough to endure it. People don't understand the weight you carry. They think your struggles are just bad luck. They look at your setbacks and assume you've been dealt a rough hand. But deep down, you know the truth. Your battles have been hand-picked for you. Your journey has been specifically designed to awaken something unstoppable inside of you. And now, you have a choice. You can keep questioning why life has been so hard. You can keep feeling like you've been cursed, like you've been abandoned, or you can finally see the truth for what it is. You were never being punished. You were being prepared. Because when a chosen one finally understands their strength, the entire world has no choice but to change. Number 4, you were never meant to follow. You were born to overthrow. The system doesn't fear the obedient. It fears the one who sees through its illusions, and worse, the one who refuses to be controlled. From the moment you took your first breath, the system recognized you as a problem, not in an obvious way, not with sirens blaring or headlines screaming your name, but in a way far more insidious, woven into the fabric of your everyday life. It wasn't an accident that you felt different. It wasn't random that people treated you like an outsider. They knew. Even if they couldn't put it into words, they sensed that you were not like them. And that made you dangerous. You see, the world runs on one thing: control. Society thrives on order, predictability, and blind obedience. It conditions people to accept, obey, and repeat. Never question, never challenge, never change. And for the average person, this works. They go to school, follow the rules, get a job, pay their bills, and never once ask if the script they're following was written for them or imposed on them. But you were the error in their code, the anomaly, the disruptor. You felt it early on. The way teachers seemed irritated by your questions, how authority figures labeled you difficult when all you did was challenge their flawed logic. Even within your own family, there was pressure to just be normal, to stop thinking so much, to stop questioning everything, to stop being so different. It wasn't because they hated you. It was because they feared what you represented. You threatened the system they unconsciously serve. And make no mistake, they do serve it, whether they realize it or not. The world conditions people to maintain, to protect the status quo at all costs. And when someone like you comes along, someone who doesn't blindly accept, someone who refuses to be programmed, the system reacts. It tries to wear you down before you can rise. It starts young, throwing obstacles in your path, making you feel isolated, misunderstood, and out of place. It bombards you with challenges that others never seem to face, not because you are weaker, but because it knows exactly how strong you could become. This isn't personal, it's tactical. The world cannot afford too many awakened beings walking around, questioning everything, exposing lies, inspiring others to break free. The system doesn't just try to stop you, it tries to break you before you even realize who you are. And yet, here you are, still standing. Because here's the secret: the system can only break you if you let it. The very pressure meant to destroy you is the same force that is forging you into something unstoppable. If you weren't a threat, the system wouldn't care about you at all. Think about that. The resistance you've faced, the struggles that have been stacked against you, it's all been proof of your power. The system fights hardest against the ones who can truly shake it. And you are a quake waiting to happen. So now, you have a choice. You can spend your life wondering why things have been so difficult for you, why you've never fit in, why you've faced more resistance than most. Or you can finally see the truth for what it is. You were never meant to fit inside the system. You were born to burn it down and build something greater in its place. Number 5. You are a time traveler in a world stuck on repeat, and that terrifies them. The blind hate the ones who can see ahead. The lost resent the ones who know the way, and the trapped will fight the one who tries to free them. You've noticed it, haven't you? The way people around you keep making the same mistakes, falling for the same lies, running in circles like they're trapped in a time loop. You watch them move through life as if they're programmed, following patterns they can't even see, patterns you spotted long before they played out. Because you don't just exist in time, you move beyond it. Your mind works differently. Where others only see what's in front of them, you see the entire sequence. The cause before the effect, the trap before the fall, the storm before the first drop of rain. You've tried to warn them, you've tried to wake them up, but they look at you like you're crazy, like you're paranoid, like you're seeing things that aren't there. Until, of course, it happens exactly as you said it would. And even then, they refuse to admit it. That's because you're not just ahead of your time. You exist outside of it. The world hasn't caught up to you yet. And for most people, it never will. They don't want to see the patterns. They don't want to accept that their lives are just recycled versions of someone else's past mistakes. It's easier for them to stay asleep than to face the truth. And that is your curse. You weren't sent here to blend in. You were sent here to break cycles that have trapped generations before you. You are the outlier, the disruptor, the one who walks into a repeating loop and shatters it before it can reset. The system hates you for that. People resent you for that. Because when someone like you shows up, they can no longer pretend they don't have a choice. You expose them. You expose their fears, their illusions, their refusal to evolve. And so, they push back. They dismiss you, attack you, call you delusional, not because you're wrong, but because you threaten the only reality they've ever known. But here's what they don't understand. Time moves for them. You move time. That's why, no matter how much resistance you face, no matter how much they fight to stay asleep, you will always be ahead. Because you don't just watch history, you rewrite it. Number 6. You don't manifest like others. You override reality itself. The universe doesn't move for the ordinary. It bends for those who command it. Most people stumble through life, waiting. They set intentions, make vision boards, whisper affirmations, and hope the universe delivers. They wait for the right circumstances, the perfect timing, the alignment of stars. But you don't wait. You don't manifest like them. You override reality itself. Your energy doesn't just interact with the world, it reshapes it. When you're aligned, when your mind is sharp and your will unshaken, everything bends in your favor. Doors that were locked for years suddenly swing open. People, opportunities and resources appear out of nowhere, as if the entire system is rearranging itself around you. What others call impossible becomes inevitable. But here's the part no one tells you. This power works both ways. Just as quickly as you can shape reality in your favor, you can destroy it when you're out of alignment. If your mind is filled with fear, self-doubt, or hesitation, your reality doesn't just slow down. It collapses. What was once effortless suddenly becomes chaotic. Opportunities vanish, paths close, and the same force that once worked for you now works against you. You are the architect of your world, whether you realize it or not. This is why you can't afford to think like everyone else. They move through life reacting. You move through life creating. Their reality is dictated by external forces, by circumstance, by luck. Your reality is dictated by you. Think back. How many times have you thought about something, an idea, an outcome, a specific moment, only to watch it unfold in front of you? How many times have you felt a shift before it happened? How many times have you spoken something into existence with terrifying accuracy? That's not coincidence. That's your power in motion. But most people don't understand this level of influence. They believe life happens to them. They don't realize that the chosen ones, the real anomalies, don't just move with the currents of fate. They redirect them. The truth is, you have no limits, except the ones you accept. If you believe something is impossible, it becomes impossible. If you allow doubt to creep in, your reality adjusts accordingly. The universe is not separate from you. It is responding to you. Your thoughts, emotions, and energy are the operating system, and reality is simply following the code you create. That's why alignment is everything. You don't have the luxury of a weak mindset. You don't have the time to entertain doubt. Your energy is too potent. Your power is too raw. The average person can afford to waste time in confusion. You can't. Because for you, there is no neutral state. You are either creating a path forward or destroying everything in your way. When you fully step into this power, when you stop hesitating, stop doubting, stop questioning whether you're meant for greatness, the universe itself will shift to accommodate you. This is why you were never meant to wait for things to happen. The world bends for those who demand it to bend. Reality listens to those who command it. And you were never meant to beg the universe for favors. You were meant to rewrite the script entirely. Number 7. The spiritual war rages around you because you are the threat. They don't attack the ones who follow. They attack the ones who can lead. You may not see it, but you feel it. The war around you. The unseen resistance. The invisible battle that seems to manifest in setbacks, betrayals, and unexpected obstacles. You've lived it. Every time things started aligning, something came in to knock you off course. Every time you gained momentum, something or someone tried to pull you back down. It wasn't random. It wasn't just bad luck. It was warfare. You are not just another person walking through life. You are a disruptor of the system, a threat to the very forces that have kept the world asleep for so long. The moment you stepped onto this path, the war began. The moment you started seeing through the illusions, questioning the reality around you, resisting control, the attacks started. But here's what they don't want you to know. They can't truly touch you unless you let them. These forces work through distractions, through people, through subtle manipulations of energy. They show up as people betraying you for no reason, as doors slamming shut right before you step through them, as waves of doubt that seem to come out of nowhere. Their goal isn't to defeat you outright. It's to wear you down, to make you question yourself, to keep you trapped in confusion and hesitation. Because the moment you fully awaken to who you are, they lose all control. The reason you've faced so much resistance in life isn't because you're weak. It's because you're powerful. The forces that have ruled this world don't care about those who are asleep. They don't target those who follow the script, who obey without question. They fear the ones who can break free, and worse, the ones who can free others. And that's why they fight you. But they've already lost. Because now you see it. Now you recognize what's been happening. You are not a victim in this war. You are a warrior. And the moment you stop playing defense, the moment you take back control of your own power, the battle shifts. Nothing can stop you once you understand this. So, let them come. Let the resistance appear. Every attack is proof that you are winning. Every setback is confirmation that you are shaking the foundations of something ancient and corrupt. And every time they try to break you, you will rise stronger. Because this isn't just a battle. This is your war. Number 8. Your presence forces hidden demons to reveal themselves. And that's why they fear you. Some people hate you before you even speak, not because of what you've done, but because of what you expose. You've felt it, how certain people tense up when you enter a room, how their energy shifts, how their smiles turn forced, their words sharpen. It's not a coincidence. It's not just a personality clash or a misunderstanding. It's exposure. There is something about you, something undeniable, something uncontainable. Your presence alone disrupts the world around you. You don't even have to speak, and yet people react. Some admire you, some are drawn to you, feeling a pull they can't explain. But others, they can't stand you. And the truth is, it has nothing to do with you personally. Your energy forces hidden demons to come to the surface. Your presence reveals what people are trying to keep buried, the fears they won't face, the insecurities they try to ignore, the illusions they desperately cling to. You don't do anything except exist, and that alone is enough to trigger them. You see, most people live their lives in comfortable darkness. They hide their true selves, suppress their guilt, ignore their toxic patterns, and deceive themselves into believing they have control. But when you show up, that illusion cracks. They feel seen, and they hate it. Your energy acts like a mirror, forcing them to confront the truth about themselves. Some will be inspired by it. others will resent you for it. And that's when the masks start to slip. Watch closely. Pay attention to how people react around you. The fake ones, the ones who operate in manipulation, deceit, and hidden darkness, they can't hide in your presence. You don't even have to call them out. They expose themselves. They become defensive, aggressive, or irrationally hostile. It's as if their own energy betrays them, forcing them to reveal what they were trying so hard to keep hidden. And make no mistake, this is not a curse. This is proof of your power. The reason you trigger such strong reactions isn't because you're doing anything wrong. It's because your light is too strong for them to ignore. You disrupt the comfort they once had in controlling their negative traits. You remind them of the truth they're trying to suppress. But here's the part you must understand. This is their battle, not yours. Some people will try to make you feel guilty for the way they react to you. They will blame you, attack you, make you question yourself. But the truth is, you are not responsible for their demons. You are simply the force that reveals them. And if someone turns on you, if they suddenly lash out, betray you, or walk away, let them. That's not a loss. That's exposure doing its job. You weren't sent here to blend in. You weren't sent here to be liked by everyone. You were sent here to wake people up. And sometimes that means forcing the darkness into the light, whether people are ready for it or not. So stand firm. Let them reveal themselves. Let them show you who they really are. Because once you see the truth, you can never be deceived again. Number 9. The ones you help the most often become your greatest betrayers because they can't handle what you show them. A snake never bites while it's cold and weak. It waits until it's strong. Then it strikes the hand that fed it. One of the hardest truths you will ever face is this. The people you help the most are often the ones who will betray you the worst. You give freely, your time, your energy, your kindness. You pour into people, lifting them up when they are at their lowest. You see potential in them before they see it in themselves. And you don't do it for recognition. You do it because it's in your nature to uplift, to heal, to guide. But time and time again, you've seen it happen. They change. At first, they cling to your presence like a lifeline. They take everything you offer, your wisdom, your support, your strength, until they no longer feel weak. And then they turn on you. They rewrite history, downplay what you did for them, minimize your role in their growth. And suddenly, the person you helped the most acts like you were never there for them at all. Why? Because you didn't just help them, you forced them to face themselves. You made them see their potential, but in doing so, you also made them see the parts of themselves they wanted to ignore. Their weakness, their fears, their insecurities. And instead of being grateful, they resent you for it. They needed you, but they hate that they needed you. And that's why betrayal follows you like a shadow. The ones you heal often become the ones who try to break you. Not because you deserve it, not because you did anything wrong, but because they can't stand the fact that they had to rely on you to rise. You see, most people want to be helped, but they don't want to be reminded that they needed help. They want to be saved, but they don't want to admit they were drowning. And so, once they regain their footing, they erase you. It's easier for them to pretend they got there on their own than to acknowledge the role you played. Because deep down, doing so would mean admitting that they were weak before they met you. But here's what they don't understand. They will never replace you. They can erase your name from their story, pretend you were never a part of their journey, but the truth remains. They will never find another you. The support, the wisdom, the energy you gave them, they won't get it from anyone else. No matter how much they convince themselves that they did it all alone, they will always feel the absence of what you once provided. And one day, when they look back, when life humbles them, when they realize what they lost, they will feel it. They will remember, and you will have already moved on, wiser, stronger, and even more unshakable than before. Because the price of being a light in this world is often betrayal. But the reward is knowing that no one who walks away from you will ever truly recover from your absence. Number 10. You are a living key. Your existence unlocks others, whether they are ready or not. Some doors were never meant to be opened, but you walk into people's lives, and suddenly they can't keep them shut anymore. There is something about you, something unexplainable, something undeniable. People feel it before they even understand it. Your presence stirs something inside them, something buried, something forgotten. You awaken parts of them that have been locked away for years. Old dreams, hidden truths, lost ambitions. You make them question things they've never questioned before. It's not what you say. It's not what you do. It's simply who you are. You are a living key. The moment you step into someone's life, you start unlocking things within them. It doesn't matter if they wanted it or not. Your energy shifts them. They begin to see their own limitations, their own fears, their own self-imposed cages, and that changes everything. Some people are inspired by this. They feel drawn to you, even if they don't know why. They see something in you, a strength, a clarity, a knowing, and it awakens something inside of them. They feel alive, charged with a sense of possibility they had long forgotten. But others, they resist. They fight it. They fear it. Because unlocking something within a person doesn't just reveal their light, it exposes their darkness. And not everyone is ready for that. Not everyone is willing to face what's been hidden. Some people spend their entire lives keeping certain doors shut, locking away parts of themselves they never want to confront. And then you show up. And suddenly, they can't avoid it anymore. That's why some people lash out. That's why some turn cold, push you away, or even resent you. You didn't hurt them, you exposed them. You forced them to see what they were running from. You made them realize that the person they are isn't the person they were meant to be. And some people would rather destroy the messenger than face the message. But here's what you need to understand. This is your purpose. You weren't sent here to be liked. You weren't sent here to make people comfortable. You were sent here to awaken, and awakening is not always a gentle process. Sometimes it feels like a fire burning away illusions. Sometimes it feels like an earthquake, shaking old foundations. But no matter how people react, whether they embrace it or reject it, you must not stop being who you are. Because for every person who runs, there will be another who rises. For every person who resents you, There will be another who thanks you for setting them free. You were made to unlock. And once a door is opened, it can never be fully closed again. Number 11. The more you step into your power, the more reality distorts around you. You are no longer just moving through reality. You are rewriting it as you go. Have you noticed it? How time doesn't feel the same anymore. How moments stretch and contract. How the world around you seems to bend in ways that defy logic. The deeper you step into your power, the less reality behaves the way it used to. This isn't your imagination. This isn't coincidence. This is proof that you are awakening. Most people move through life trapped in the illusion of linear time, following the script of cause and effect like clockwork. But you're slipping through the cracks. The more you step into who you truly are, the more the world around you shifts to accommodate your energy. You begin to notice patterns repeating, events looping, synchronicities stacking up with unnatural precision. You think of someone and they call. You ask for a sign and it appears instantly. You feel something before it happens. You are no longer just experiencing reality. You are influencing it. Because here's the truth. Reality is not as solid as they told you. It bends, it adjusts, it responds to energy. And your energy? It is no longer small. As you grow, as you unlock more of your potential, your very presence starts to disrupt the fabric of existence itself. You've likely seen it already. People around you glitching. They repeat phrases as if stuck in a loop. Their emotions shift inexplicably in your presence. You catch strange inconsistencies in conversations, in timelines, in the way events unfold. The deeper you go, the more obvious it becomes. You are untethering from the old rules. What once took effort now happens effortlessly. What once seemed impossible now unfolds before your eyes. It's as if reality itself is rearranging in real time to match the frequency you're stepping into. And this is only the beginning. Because once you fully embrace your power, once you stop doubting, stop resisting, and truly own what you are, the distortions will no longer feel strange. They will feel natural, because they are. You were never meant to be bound by the same limits as everyone else. You were meant to override them. Number 12. The final test. Burn the old you to ashes, or be trapped forever. A phoenix doesn't beg to be reborn. It throws itself into the fire and dares the flames to make it stronger. This is it. The final test. The most brutal, the most painful, the most necessary. You must destroy the old you. Everything you've been, every false identity, every limiting belief, every fear that kept you small, must be burned to nothing. The person you were before, the one who hesitated, who doubted, who clung to comfort, they cannot walk the path ahead. Most people resist this moment. They beg to hold on to pieces of their past, to keep some part of their old self intact. They fear the fire. They fear the unknown. And so they stay trapped, half awake, half transformed, never becoming what they were meant to be. But you don't have that option. You are not meant for half measures. You are not meant to tiptoe through transformation. You either let it all burn, or you stay buried under the weight of who you used to be. Yes, it will be painful. Yes, it will feel like losing everything, but what you're really losing is the cage that kept you small. And when it's gone, when the fire has done its work, you will rise, unstoppable, unshakable, untouchable. This is your moment. Step into the flames and don't look back. And now, the truth is in front of you. The struggles, the isolation, the betrayals, the power you hold. It was never random. You were always meant for more. You are not here to fit in. You are here to rise, disrupt, and reshape reality itself. But this path demands everything. You either embrace it fully or stay trapped forever. The choice is yours. If this message resonated with you, drop the number 77 in the comments. Like, subscribe, and share this with another chosen one. Because the more we awaken, the stronger we become. Now go and become unstoppable. They didn't just go against you, they went against a force far greater than them. And now, that force is making them pay. Chosen one, let's make one thing clear. They were never just fighting you. They were fighting the very force that chose you. They were battling against something divine, something unstoppable, something beyond their understanding. And now, that force is striking back. That force is flipping the script, and it's hitting them like bricks. The realization is sinking in. They fumbled. They miscalculated. They tried to dim a light that was never in their control, and now that light is blinding them. They thought you were nothing. They laughed. They doubted. They ignored. But let's be real. They saw you. They always saw you. They just didn't want you to see yourself. They hoped you would stay confused, stay small, stay questioning your worth. But what they didn't realize is that you were never just some ordinary person. They were dealing with a chosen one. The moment the universe marked you, your destiny was set in motion, and nothing they did could ever change that. Now the weight of their own arrogance is crashing down on them. The universe is serving their losses on a silver platter, and they can't stomach the taste. Everything they tried to take from you, everything they thought they could deny you, is being returned tenfold. And it's not just your rise that's haunting them. It's the fact that they never had any real power over you to begin with. They thought they were fighting you, but they were fighting against something far greater. They were fighting against the divine, against the chosen force that stands behind you. And that's why they're losing. That's why they're desperate. That's why they're scrambling to rewrite the past, to pretend they always supported you, to twist the narrative in their favor. But they can't rewrite what the universe has already written. They can't outrun what's coming for them. And you're done playing small. You're done questioning your worth. The universe has spoken, and it chose you. It didn't choose them. That's why they're bitter. That's why they're restless. Because deep down, they know the truth. They were never the ones in control. You were. You always have been. So now, chosen one, it's time to stop doubting. You were never alone in this. The universe was always backing you, always waiting for you to step fully into your power. And now that you have, there's no stopping you. If you're ready to fully embrace your destiny, if you're done doubting yourself, hit that like button and subscribe. Every time you do, you send a signal, not just to YouTube, but to the universe, that the chosen ones are rising. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel the shift happening, if you know deep down that you were the one all along. Let them feel it. Let them watch. The universe has already decided, and you've already won. Number 1. They saw your light, but they were too afraid to face their own shadow. You weren't invisible, chosen one. You were the truth they couldn't stomach. Here's the cold truth. They never ignored you because you weren't special. They ignored you because you made them feel small. You didn't fit in their neatly packaged world, and that terrified them. You didn't fall in line with their limitations, their fears, or their narrow views of what the world should be. You were too much for them to handle, too powerful, too real. And because you forced them to confront the parts of themselves they hated, they did everything they could to pretend you weren't there. Don't get it twisted. They saw your light. They saw your potential. They saw the fire burning inside you that would one day burn brighter than their darkest insecurities. But instead of lifting you up, instead of celebrating what you had, they tried to put it out. Why? Because it reflected back at them everything they weren't brave enough to face in themselves. The truth was too much for them. Your drive exposed their complacency. Your depth revealed their shallowness. Your resilience made their fragility scream. And so, instead of looking at you with admiration, they turned away. They dismissed you. They downplayed you. They pretended like you weren't even there. It was never about you being good enough. No, it was about them not being ready to confront their own shortcomings. Every time you walked into a room, you forced them to see what they couldn't stand, the gaping gap between their potential and their reality. You didn't need to do anything except exist. Just by being yourself, you made them uncomfortable. You had qualities they secretly wished they had. Qualities like drive, purpose, and unshakable strength. But instead of letting you inspire them, instead of stepping up to meet you, they chose the coward's way out. They chose to ignore you. They chose to pretend like you didn't matter. How many times did they dismiss your ideas, your efforts, your brilliance, even though deep down they knew exactly what you were capable of? They saw it, felt it, and yet they chose to pretend like you didn't belong. Why? Because admitting your value would mean admitting their own mediocrity. It would mean facing the truth about their own limitations, and that's something most people can't do. It's easier to ignore, dismiss, and pretend it doesn't matter than to own up to the fact that someone else is outgrowing you, especially when that someone is you. But here's the kicker, chosen one, you kept going. While they were busy trying to suppress you, trying to ignore your brilliance, you kept evolving. You kept leveling up. And that's what has them scrambling now. It's hitting them like bricks. All the times they thought you'd fade into the background, all the times they underestimated your power, it's all coming crashing down. You're becoming undeniable now. You're no longer the person they can conveniently overlook. You've broken through the walls they built around you, and now you're standing tall, unshakable, and forcing them to face the truth they've been running from. The regret is eating them alive. They can't handle it. They're haunted by the ghost of their own cowardice. They realize now that they should have supported you. They should have recognized you. They should have treated you differently while they had the chance. But instead, they wasted all that time underestimating the very person they were meant to help lift. They should have backed you, should have believed in you, but they didn't. They played themselves. And let's be clear, they didn't see you because they were too busy avoiding their own reflection. Every time they saw you, they saw a mirror showing them what they were too afraid to confront. They saw the potential they had locked away, the dreams they buried in their own fear. They couldn't handle it, so they ignored you, dismissed you, and tried to pretend you didn't matter. But now, they have no choice but to watch you rise. Here's the hard truth. Chosen one, you were always the one, the whole damn time, and they knew it. They saw your brilliance, your potential, your greatness, but they hoped you would never realize it. They hoped you would stay small, stay quiet, stay invisible. But you didn't. You woke up to the fact that the universe chose you, and now that light you carry is blinding them. Now that you see your own power, they can't deny it. They can't silence you anymore. The universe is making sure of that. So, stop doubting yourself. Stop questioning if you belong. The universe aligned for you. And now it's time to step into your purpose with confidence. They tried to ignore you, but now they're forced to reckon with the truth. You were the one all along. They were never your competition. They were just a distraction, a faint shadow in the face of your light. And now that you're shining, they don't stand a chance. Number 2, they kept you close, not because they loved you, but because they feared your power. They didn't want to protect your light. They wanted to control it, dim it, and use it for themselves. Let's get this straight. Chosen one, they never kept you close because they loved you. No, they didn't keep you around because they saw your brilliance, your potential, or the depth of your soul. They kept you close because they feared your power. They knew you had something that could outshine everything they've built, something that could expose the limits of their own existence, and they weren't about to let you break free. So they pulled you in. They fed you just enough to make you think you were safe, secure, loved, but it was never about you. It was always about controlling your light. They saw it in you long before you even saw it in yourself. They saw the fire burning in you, the unstoppable force that could make the world shift. And instead of helping you rise, instead of supporting you on your journey, they decided to keep you close. They didn't want you to burn bright. They wanted to harness your fire for their own gain. They wanted to siphon your energy, to keep you close enough to use your brilliance without letting you see just how powerful you truly are. It wasn't about love. Love doesn't control. Love doesn't keep you small for its own benefit. Love doesn't feed off your energy and leave you drained. What they were doing wasn't love. It was manipulation, pure and simple. They gave you just enough attention, just enough praise, just enough validation to keep you in their grip. But it was all part of a game. They needed to make sure you stayed in line, that you didn't get too big for your own good. The last thing they wanted was for you to realize how much power you truly had. They weren't here to help you grow. They were here to make sure you didn't outgrow them. You've felt it, haven't you? The subtle pull, the way they've always been there, just enough to stop you from breaking free. They're never fully gone, never fully out of your life, always just close enough to remind you that they're there. But it's not for your benefit. It's to keep you from seeing just how big you can truly get. They're afraid of what would happen if you ever embraced your light completely. Because if you did, if you truly stepped into your power, they'd be left in the dust. They'd be nothing. And you've allowed it. You've allowed them to stay close because you thought they were looking out for you. You thought they were on your side. But in reality, they were always on their own side, using you as a means to fuel their own agenda. Every time you've made progress, every time you've gotten close to breaking free, They've subtly pulled you back, made you question yourself, made you doubt your worth. Not because they didn't see your value, but because they didn't want you to see it. They didn't want you to realize that you are the power. This is the harsh truth. They've kept you close because they were terrified of what would happen if you fully woke up. They knew your potential was limitless, and that scared them. Because the moment you realize your true worth, the moment you fully step into your purpose, you stop needing them. You stop needing anyone who's been feeding off your energy. The moment you claim your light fully, you break free from their control, and they lose their grip on you. That's why they kept you close. They knew that as long as you stayed uncertain, unsure of yourself, questioning your power, they could continue to feed off you. But the minute you start shining, the minute you stop doubting your worth, they become irrelevant. And they couldn't afford that. The universe didn't choose you to be anyone's backup, anyone's source of energy. It chose you to shine on your own, to rise above, and to show the world what true power looks like. And that's what they feared the most. They didn't fear your success. They feared the day you stopped seeking their approval, stopped listening to their manipulation, stopped doubting yourself. They knew that once you saw who you truly were, there would be no stopping you. And they couldn't let that happen. But here's the twist. You've outgrown them. You've reached the point where you can no longer be controlled, no longer be held back by their quiet manipulations. You are no longer the person who questions their worth, who wonders if they're worthy of success. You're the person who will rise regardless of who tries to hold you down, and they know it. Now, as you start to break free from their control, they'll try everything to reel you back in. They'll try to convince you that you still need them, that they were always the ones who had your back. But don't be fooled. They kept you close because they needed your light to survive. The universe has already set your path. The universe has already marked you for greatness. And now, it's time for you to step fully into your power and leave behind anyone who thought they could use you to keep themselves in the game. Your light is yours to own. And the moment you stop dimming it for others is the moment you break free from their grip for good. So, chosen one, don't go back to the shadows. You weren't meant to stay in their cage. You were meant to rise and shine, and the world is waiting for you to realize that. Number 3. Your struggles weren't a punishment. They were your forging ground. The hardest battles aren't here to break you. They're here to reshape you into something stronger than they could ever imagine. Listen closely, chosen one. Your struggles were never some cruel punishment from the universe. They were never the universe turning its back on you, giving you some test you couldn't pass, or dragging you through suffering just to watch you fail. No. The struggles you've faced, the battles you've fought, the pain you've endured, they were never meant to destroy you. They were meant to forge you. They were meant to shape you into someone that no one, not even your fiercest enemy, could ever break. You see, the universe doesn't waste time with those who don't have a purpose. It doesn't throw random chaos into the lives of those who aren't destined for greatness. It refines you. It takes what you are, strips away what isn't needed, and hammers you until you're unrecognizable to anyone who knew you before. The universe doesn't punish the chosen ones. It sharpens them, tempers them, molds them into something unstoppable. So stop looking at your struggles like they're some unfair burden that was placed on you. The truth? Your struggles are the very reason you're capable of what's coming next. They're the crucible in which your true power is being forged. Every setback, every hardship, every time you fell to your knees, it wasn't to make you weak, it was to make you strong. Those who never faced the kind of pain you've endured will never know the depth of your resilience. They'll never understand the strength that runs through your veins because they never had to earn it the way you have. They never had to fight with everything they had to stay alive, to stay standing, to stay true to their purpose. It's easy to look at others who glide through life with ease, who never seem to struggle, and think that maybe you're being punished. But let me tell you this, they don't know what real power looks like. They don't understand that without struggle, without pain, without sacrifice, there is no growth. The universe doesn't build greatness in comfort zones. It builds greatness in the furnace. It builds greatness in the fires of adversity. And that's where you've been. You've been in the fire, burning, reshaping, growing into the person you are meant to be. The truth is, your struggles were never random. They were always part of the process, part of your evolution. You were never meant to stay the same. You were never meant to remain where you started. That pain you went through, that was the universe making sure you evolved into the person you were always meant to be. You've been climbing for a reason. You've been dragged through the mud for a reason. And every single drop of sweat, every tear, every broken piece of yourself you thought was lost, it was all necessary. So stop questioning why it's been so hard. Stop wondering why things have never come easy. The universe doesn't hand success to those who aren't ready for it. The universe doesn't hand victory to those who haven't proven they can endure the fire. You've been through the fire, chosen one, and now it's time to let the world see the masterpiece you've become. What others see as your flaws, your failures, your weaknesses, those are the marks of your transformation. Those are the imprints of a life that wasn't just lived, but earned. Every battle scar is a testament to your strength, a mark of your endurance. You didn't just survive, you rose. And those who underestimated you, those who doubted you, they're going to feel the weight of your rise. They're going to see what happens when someone who has been refined by struggle steps into their full power. Don't let anyone tell you that your struggles were a mistake. Don't let anyone make you feel like you've been cursed. You've been chosen. You've been molded by the universe to walk a path that no one else can walk. And now, it's your time to rise. You've been through the furnace. You've been hammered into shape. Now, you are unbreakable, unstoppable, and more powerful than you could ever imagine. So, look at your struggles with gratitude, not resentment. Look at them as the refining process that made you who you are. Your strength, your power, your resilience. They were all forged in the fire. The universe didn't punish you. It was preparing you for everything that's about to come. And now you're ready to shine like you've never shone before. And nothing and no one can dim that light. Number 4. Their betrayal wasn't a mistake. It was their last, desperate move before you left them behind. When people realize they can no longer control you, their final weapon is betrayal. Let's be real, chosen one. They never betrayed you by accident. It wasn't a slip-up, a heat-of-the-moment decision, or some misunderstanding. No, it was planned. It was calculated. It was their last act of control before they lost their grip on you completely. They saw the shift happening. They felt your energy changing. You weren't doubting yourself the way you used to. You weren't seeking their validation anymore. You weren't playing small just to make them comfortable. And that scared them. Because as long as they had power over you, as long as they could make you second-guess yourself, they were safe. But the second you started realizing who you really were, they panicked. And betrayal? That was their last, desperate move to stop your rise. Understand this. Betrayal is never the beginning of the end. It's the final chapter of a story that was always meant to close. They didn't suddenly turn on you. No, they were always like this. They were always waiting for the moment when you became too much, too aware, too powerful to manipulate. And when that moment came, they did what weak people always do. They tried to destroy what they could no longer control. Think about it. The lies, the disloyalty, the deception, all of it was a desperate attempt to keep you trapped in the version of yourself that served them. They couldn't handle the idea of you outgrowing them. They couldn't stomach the thought of you moving on to bigger things, things that no longer included them. So, they betrayed you, not because they had to, but because they had no other option left. They hoped the betrayal would break you. They hoped it would shatter your confidence, make you question your worth, make you turn back and shrink yourself down again. But what they didn't realize is that you were already too far gone. The betrayal didn't set you back, it set you free. The pain didn't break you, it burned away every last illusion you had about who they were. And now they have to sit with the fact that their plan failed. That they lost access to you. That they played themselves thinking they could stop what the universe had already set in motion. Because here's what they didn't understand. The universe doesn't play games when it chooses someone. When the universe marks you, it doesn't matter who tries to take you down, who tries to betray you, who tries to stand in your way. The universe will remove every last obstacle, even if it has to do it in the most painful way possible. That betrayal, it wasn't a loss. It was a necessary purge. It was the final push you needed to step into your full power. You were holding on to people who weren't meant to come with you. You were still carrying dead weight, still giving energy to those who had no business being in your life. The universe saw what you couldn't see yet, and when you wouldn't let them go, the universe made sure they let go of you. So stop mourning the ones who betrayed you. Stop wasting time trying to figure out why they did it. They did it because they had no other move left. They did it because they knew their time in your life was running out. They did it because your growth became their greatest fear. And now they have to sit in the aftermath of their own choices while you rise without them. Let them watch, let them regret. But don't you dare let their betrayal make you hesitate. The universe has already cleared the path for you. Now it's time to walk forward like the unstoppable force you were always meant to be. Number 5. They didn't want you until they saw others recognize your power. When they saw others admiring you, their envy couldn't be contained. Suddenly, you were worth something. Chosen one, let's break this down. They never cared about you until they saw others recognize your worth. They were too busy playing their own games, too busy dismissing you as insignificant, too caught up in their own insecurities to ever truly see you. You were invisible to them until your light started attracting attention. And once they saw that others were starting to admire you, to see what they had been blind to, suddenly they wanted a piece of you. It wasn't about you. It was never about you. It was about the recognition. It was about seeing the validation you were finally getting from others and realizing they had missed out on something they could never get back. Suddenly, your value wasn't just a personal thing, it was a social thing, and they couldn't handle it. They thought they could keep you in the shadows, keep you small, and it worked as long as no one else noticed you. But once the world started seeing you for who you really are, they couldn't stand it. They had to have a piece of you now. They had to claim you, claim your light, as if they had always been there. Do you see how this works? They only cared about you because they saw others starting to see your worth. Before that, when you were struggling, when you were still finding your way, they dismissed you. They didn't recognize your greatness because it wasn't convenient for them. They weren't interested in supporting you when you were climbing. They didn't care when you were battling, when you were working through the darkness alone. But the minute they saw others looking your way, the minute they saw your rise, they thought they could climb on your back. They wanted to share in the glory without doing any of the work. They were fine with you staying in the shadows. They were okay with you doubting yourself, because as long as you weren't standing in the light, they didn't feel threatened. But when they saw others recognizing your value, when they saw the world starting to appreciate what they had overlooked, suddenly they wanted in. They wanted to be part of your story. They wanted a front row seat to your success, even though they had never supported you when it mattered most. And let's not sugarcoat it. This isn't about love. It's about envy. They envied your strength, your resilience, your light, and they wanted a taste of it for themselves. But here's the thing, they can't have it. They didn't earn it. They didn't go through the struggle, the growth, the pain, the sacrifices. They only saw the end result, the recognition, and thought they could claim it as their own. But you don't get to claim what you haven't earned. You don't get to bask in someone else's shine just because the crowd is cheering for them now. The universe has a way of exposing these people for exactly who they are. They will try to cling to your success, to attach themselves to your journey, but the universe knows who truly deserves the spotlight. And it wasn't them. It was you. You see, chosen one, you were never meant to be anyone's backup. You were never meant to be someone else's second choice, something to admire only after it was safe. You are the one who was always meant to rise. You were the one who had to fight, to work, to grow. And now that others are starting to see that, they want to be a part of your story. But you're not here for them. You're here for your own greatness. You're here to shine in your own light, to step into the power the universe has given you, and to never again allow anyone to take credit for what's yours. Now, they'll try to get close. They'll try to play nice. They'll pretend like they always saw your potential, like they were there all along. But let me remind you, their admiration is just a reflection of their own envy. It's not real. They're not here to help you grow. They're here to ride your wave now that it's big enough to be seen. But you know the truth. They were never there when you needed them most. They only showed up when it became clear you were about to break through. And now, they want to claim a piece of what they never helped build. So, here's the reality. Chosen one, let them watch. Let them admire from the sidelines. You don't need their validation, their approval, or their presence. The universe chose you to stand tall, to rise above their manipulation, and to shine on your own terms. They didn't want you when they thought you were small. Now that they see your greatness, it's too late. You don't owe them anything, not a damn thing, for pretending to care now that others have finally recognized what they should have seen all along. You've worked for this. Now, let the world see you for who you really are, and let them stay in the shadows where they belong. Number 6. You weren't rejected. You were being hidden for something greater. Sometimes the universe has to hide you so that the world doesn't destroy what's meant for greatness. Let me set the record straight. Chosen one, you were never rejected. It might have felt that way at times. It might have seemed like the world, or the people around you, shut you out, dismissed you, or ignored your potential. But you weren't rejected. You were protected. The universe wasn't turning its back on you. It was hiding you for a higher purpose. It was making sure that before the world saw your greatness, you were ready to face it, ready to claim it, and prepared to protect it. You felt the sting of being overlooked, right? Of working hard, putting in the effort, and getting no recognition. But it wasn't because you didn't deserve it. It was because the world wasn't ready for what you had to offer. You see, the universe doesn't reveal its chosen ones until they've been forged in fire, until they've gone through the tests that others could never understand. And you've been in the furnace, quietly growing, quietly evolving, without anyone knowing the full extent of your power. The rejection you felt wasn't personal. It wasn't about your worth. It was about timing. The universe was quietly refining you, making sure that when you did step into the spotlight, no one could tear you down. Because once you're fully revealed, the world can't ignore you. But it needed to be at the right time, and that meant keeping you hidden, keeping you out of the spotlight until you were strong enough to endure what would come with it. Those who rejected you, those who didn't recognize your potential, they weren't your enemies. They were simply part of the process. The universe had to keep you away from those who would try to use you, control you, or dim your light before you were ready to shine. You've been in hiding for a reason, and now that the time is right, it's time for you to step out, to embrace the power that's always been yours, and to show the world exactly who you are. So stop seeing your solitude as rejection. Stop questioning why you were kept in the shadows. You were hidden for your own protection, for your own growth, and for the moment when the universe would finally let the world see what it always knew. Now, it's time to show up and shine brighter than anyone could ever imagine. Number 7. Their guilt is crushing them because they chose comfort over growth. They chose the easy road, and now they have to live with the consequences of never daring to grow. Let's get something clear. Chosen one, the guilt they're carrying isn't about what they did to you. It's about what they did to themselves. They chose comfort. They chose the safe route. And now, as they watch you rise, As they see your growth, they're forced to face the truth. They stayed stagnant when they had the chance to evolve. And that's a weight they'll never be able to shake off. When they turned their back on you, when they doubted your potential, when they chose not to support you, they weren't just rejecting you. They were rejecting growth. They were choosing the easy path, the path of least resistance, where they could stay comfortable, stay complacent, and stay small. But here's the thing. Growth doesn't happen in comfort. It never has. It never will. And deep down, they knew it. They knew that if they had taken the risk, if they had stepped out of their comfort zone and embraced the challenge you posed, they would have had to face the fear of their own limitations. So they took the easy way out and let you grow alone. But now they can't escape the guilt. They can't escape the regret that eats away at them every time they see you rise. Every time they see you living the life they were too afraid to chase. Every time they see your strength, your power, your success. It hits them like a wave of guilt and shame. Because they know they could have been part of it. They know they could have walked beside you, helped you grow, and evolved alongside you. But they didn't. They chose comfort. They chose their own fears over your future, their own safety over your success. And now they're stuck in that place, stuck in a cycle of guilt and self-loathing, realizing they could have been better, could have done more, could have chosen the hard road, the road that leads to greatness. But they didn't. They stayed in their comfort zone, and now they have to watch as you step into your power. This guilt, it's not just because they hurt you, it's because they hurt themselves. They didn't have the courage to evolve, to challenge themselves, to risk the discomfort that comes with growth. And they'll carry that burden forever, knowing that they chose to stay stagnant instead of growing alongside you. The worst part? They'll never be able to undo it. They'll never get back the time they wasted, the opportunities they missed, and the potential they let slip away. And that's a weight they'll have to carry for the rest of their lives. As you rise, as you step into your greatness, let their guilt be a reminder of what happens when you choose comfort over growth. Let it be a reminder that true strength comes from embracing challenges, from stepping into discomfort, and from never settling for easy. They'll watch you with envy, with regret, and with the knowledge that they made the wrong choice. But you chose growth, you chose strength, you chose your own power, and nothing and no one can take that away from you. Number 8. They never thought you'd heal, but now you're unstoppable without them. They thought they broke you. What they didn't realize is that you were never meant to be held down. Chosen one, here's the truth. They never thought you'd heal. They thought the pain they caused you, the betrayal they handed you, the weight of their actions would break you. They believed that when they pushed you down, you would stay there, forever questioning your worth, forever broken, forever waiting for their approval. But what they didn't know is that you were never meant to stay down. You weren't built to be crushed by their lies or their manipulation. No, you were built to rise. And now, look at you, stronger, more powerful, and more unstoppable than you ever were with them. They watched you struggle, they watched you suffer, and they thought that was the end of your story. They thought their actions would define you. that their rejection would be the final chapter of your journey. But what they didn't understand is that your story was never theirs to write. You were always the author, and you rewrote your fate. They couldn't break you because they didn't know the depths of your strength, the resilience that runs through your veins. They didn't understand that your healing wasn't dependent on them. You didn't need them to heal. You didn't need their validation. You didn't need their support. You had everything you needed within yourself all along. And while they thought their absence or their betrayal would leave you weak, vulnerable, and dependent on their approval, what it did instead was ignite a fire inside of you that they could never understand. It made you realize that you are your own source of strength. You didn't need anyone else to heal you. You just needed to embrace your own power. Now, they're watching as you rise, as you become more than they ever thought you could be. They're watching as you step into the person they tried to break, and they can't handle it. They can't comprehend how the person they once tried to crush has become stronger without them. It's eating them alive because they never thought you'd heal. They never thought you'd have the strength to bounce back, to rise above the chaos they left behind. And now, they see you walking in your power, and they realize they never had any control over you at all. Let this be your reminder, chosen one. Their attempt to break you was never about you. It was about them. It was about their fear of your strength, their fear that you would outgrow them. They tried to dim your light because it terrified them to see you shine brighter than they ever could. But the universe knew better. The universe knew that you were meant to rise above the shadows they cast, that you were meant to heal and grow into something that would leave them speechless. And now, as you stand stronger, more powerful, and more resilient than ever, remember this: they may have tried to break you, but they only made you unbreakable. Every wound they caused, every tear you shed, it all became part of the armor that now shields you. They didn't realize that every battle you fought, every moment of pain, was just another step towards the greatness you are now stepping into. So let them watch. Let them sit back and witness what happens when they try to break someone who is destined for greatness. Let them see you heal. Let them see you rise. And let them feel the sting of realizing that they were never a part of the person you were always meant to become. You don't need them. You never did. And now, you're stronger without them, unshakable, unstoppable, and more powerful than they could ever imagine. Number 9. They can't escape the regret of mishandling you. They thought you were expendable. Now, they're living with the consequences of underestimating your power. Chosen one, let's be crystal clear about this. They can't escape the regret. No matter how hard they try to bury it, no matter how much they pretend like it doesn't hurt, it's eating them alive. They mishandled you. They thought they could use you, take from you, and walk away without facing any consequences. But now they're waking up to the fact that they played the wrong game, and they're paying for it in ways they never expected. They didn't see your worth when they had the chance. They treated you like you were disposable, like you were just another person they could use until they no longer needed you. But you were never just another person. They couldn't see that then, and now they're realizing just how deeply they misjudged you. You were the one all along, the force they should have honored, the power they should have feared. And because they were too blind, too arrogant, or too caught up in their own insecurities. They chose to disregard you, push you aside, and treat you like an afterthought. Now, as they watch you rise, unapologetically, undeniably, they're stuck with the knowledge that they let you slip away. They missed their chance to support you. They missed their chance to recognize your value, to stand by you, to help you grow. Instead, they mistreated you, dismissed you, or underestimated your potential. And now, they're forced to live with the consequences. The regret is haunting them. It doesn't matter how much they try to cover it up with excuses or distractions. The truth is there, staring them in the face, and they can't escape it. They mishandled you, and now they're paying the price. But let's get something straight. This regret isn't about you. It's about them. It's about their failure to see your value when it was right in front of them. It's about their inability to recognize greatness when it was standing in their presence. They thought you'd always be there. They thought they could treat you like a stepping stone, like a tool to be used for their gain. But now they see that you were never meant to be part of their game. You were destined for something greater, and now they're stuck watching as you move on without them. They might try to act like they don't care. They might try to cover up their guilt with indifference or lies. But deep down, they know. They know that by mishandling you, they lost their chance to be part of your journey. They lost their place in your story. And now they have to live with the knowledge that they could have been part of your rise. But instead, they chose to stand in your way, to push you down, to disregard your value. And here's the hardest part for them to swallow. They can't undo it. No matter how much they regret their actions, no matter how badly they wish they could go back and do things differently, the damage is done. They mishandled you, and now they're left watching as you step into your power, as you rise higher than they could ever imagine. The universe has already moved you forward, and there's no going back for them. So let them regret. Let them sit in the mess they created. You've moved on, and you're stronger than ever. The universe has your back, and every step you take forward is a reminder that their actions can never hold you back. They may regret mishandling you, but you're already moving toward your greatness, and nothing can stop you now. Number 10. Your success is proof that you never needed their validation. They thought your worth was tied to their approval. Now, your success is proving them wrong. Chosen one, let's get something straight once and for all. You never needed their validation, not their approval, not their endorsement, not their recognition. Your worth was never dependent on their perception of you. They thought you needed them to see you, to acknowledge you, to give you permission to be great. They thought you'd never make it without their approval. But now, your success is the loudest slap to the face they'll ever get. Because you did it without them. You made it, and you proved to the world, and to them, that you were always enough. You were always meant for this. All that time they spent doubting you, questioning you, treating you like you weren't enough. It was wasted. They built their entire narrative around the idea that your success depended on them. They thought you would crumble without their support. They thought you needed them to get there. But they were wrong. Your journey was never about them. You didn't need their validation to rise. You are the proof of your own greatness. You kept going. You kept pushing forward. And now, the world can see the truth. The world can see that your success wasn't some fluke, wasn't some accident. It was your destiny, and nothing, not their doubts, not their opinions, not their rejection, could stop it. All the whispers behind your back, all the dismissals, all the times they tried to make you feel small. It didn't matter. You didn't need them to believe in you. You believed in yourself. And that's why you made it. Now, as they watch you thrive, as they watch your success unfold in ways they could never have imagined, they're left with the realization that they were never the ones who would validate your worth. You've done it all on your own. Your success speaks louder than anything they could ever say or do. And that silence they left when they doubted you, that silence is deafening now because the truth is staring them in the face. You are exactly who you said you were all along, and they couldn't stop it. You don't need their approval, their praise, or their acknowledgement. You never did. Your success is the result of your own hard work, your own belief in yourself, and your refusal to back down when the world didn't see your potential. They couldn't see it, and now they have to deal with the fact that you've surpassed everything they thought was possible. The universe didn't give them control over you, and now they're forced to watch you rise higher than they ever thought you could. And that's the most painful part for them. Your success is proof that you don't need their validation to be great. You were always worthy, always capable, always meant for this, whether they saw it or not. So, let them watch. Let them squirm. You don't owe them anything. Your journey is yours alone, and their inability to see that was their mistake, not yours. You've already won. The universe is on your side, and now your success is speaking for you in ways that words never could. In conclusion, chosen one, your journey has always been about your own strength, resilience, and belief in yourself. The world may have doubted you, but now it's clear. You never needed their validation to prove your worth. You were always destined for greatness. If this message resonates with you and you're ready to rise above the doubt, like this video, subscribe and drop the number 77 in the comments to show you're stepping into your power. Share this with others so they can recognize their own strength too. Because when you engage with this, you're telling the universe you're ready to claim your destiny. The universe does not forget. The weight of betrayal always returns to those who cast it. Chosen ones, listen carefully. The very ones who mocked you, who cast you aside like you were nothing, are now choking on their own regrets. The same hands that threw stones at you now tremble with guilt. The same voices that spread lies about you now whisper in fear. They never thought you'd rise. They built a trap, thinking it would consume you, but they ended up walking into it themselves. They fought against something bigger than you. They thought they were attacking a person, but they were standing against the force of the universe itself. And the universe never lets its chosen suffer without reason. Every time they moved against you, they were really fighting fate, and no one wins that battle. Before we go further, smash that like button and subscribe. Every time you engage with this message, you help spread it to more chosen ones who need to hear it. The universe sees every action, so make sure you signal YouTube that this truth must be heard. Now, listen carefully, because this is what they don't want you to know. You were never alone. You only felt that way because the universe was testing your strength. Every betrayal, every fake friend, every moment of doubt. It was never meant to break you. It was meant to prepare you. They wanted you to think you were abandoned, but the truth is, you were protected. They couldn't reach your true power, so they tried to convince you it wasn't real. They knew what you were before you did. That's why they tried so hard to destroy you. But look at them now. They thought they had power, but all they had was temporary control. They played their games. They laughed at your pain. But now their own nightmares haunt them. They wake up in cold sweats, remembering what they did. Their minds replay every choice, every betrayal, every word they spoke against you, because the universe doesn't let them forget. Their regret is their prison, and there's no escape. While they were busy plotting against you, you were transforming. You didn't just survive, you became a force they can't escape. You turned every loss into wisdom. Every scar became armor. Every tear watered the roots of your strength, and now you stand unshaken. They tried to burn you, but they didn't realize you were fire all along. They wonder why their lives are falling apart. They wonder why things aren't working out for them. The answer is simple. They fought against the wrong one. When you strike the chosen, you don't just hurt them. You curse yourself. Their hands are stained, not with your blood, but with their own fate. And you keep rising. Their guilt, their downfall, their suffering. It has nothing to do with you anymore. The universe is dealing with them. Your job is to step into your power and never doubt yourself again. You weren't just chosen for battle. You were chosen for victory. Let them watch from the shadows as you step into the light. The universe sees everything, and trust me, this message found you for a reason. If you are truly chosen, you will feel the pull to stay until the very end. Their regret is real. Their downfall has begun, and you need to understand why. Stay with me. Let's get started. Number 1. They dug the pit. Now they rot in it. When you strike at what is chosen, you don't wound it. You sign your own sentence. The universe does not punish with force. It punishes with silence, making them suffer in the cage they built with their own hands. Chosen one, hear me loud and clear. If this message is pulling at something deep inside you, drop 77 in the comments and mark this moment. This is not just a message. It's a revelation. It's proof that you were never crazy, never weak, and never alone. The ones who laughed at your pain are not laughing now. The ones who moved against you thought they were playing a game, but they were gambling against the universe itself. And no one wins against the system that governs everything. They thought they could manipulate, deceive, and destroy you without consequence. They treated you like a pawn, never realizing you were the force that could reset the entire board. Now, every move they made against you has looped back onto them like an iron chain. Every lie they told is a weight around their neck. Every betrayal they planned is a shadow they can't escape. The universe has locked them inside their own actions, and there is no key. They don't understand why things keep falling apart, why every plan they make crumbles, why every door they knock on stays shut. The answer is simple. They fought against something they didn't understand. They weren't just attacking you, they were fighting against alignment itself. They were wrestling with the very force that controls destiny. And now, destiny is wrestling back. They are haunted, not by ghosts, but by truth, by you. They hear your name in the silence. They see reminders of you in every failure. Your face flashes through their mind when they lie awake at night, their heart pounding under the weight of their own guilt. They are prisoners, not in chains, but in memory. And memory is the kind of prison you never escape. They tell themselves they did the right thing. They tell themselves you deserved it. But the problem with lies, the mind doesn't forget the truth, no matter how much they try to drown it. Every time they see you rise, their chest tightens. Every time they hear your name, their stomach drops. Every time they see you step forward into your power, they sink deeper into the pit they dug for you. They thought they buried you, but all they did was plant a seed. And now that seed has grown into something they can't ignore, something they can't kill. But, chosen one, let's talk about you for a second. Because here's the real question. Why did you ever doubt yourself? Why did you ever think you were alone? Why did you ever believe their lies about who you were? Did you really think the universe would let its chosen ones fall without purpose? Did you really believe that everything you suffered was for nothing? No, every hardship was a sharpening. Every loss was a lesson. Every moment of isolation was the universe pulling you away from corruption, so that when your moment came, you would be untouchable. But here's the problem. Some of you still don't see it. Some of you are still questioning your worth, still doubting your path, still looking back at the people who betrayed you, wondering if they feel sorry, wondering if they'll ever apologize. Stop. Right now. Their regret is their own curse. It's not your burden to carry. You are not here to wait for apologies. You are not here to wonder if they will change. You are here to rise, to take your power and never look back. The universe has already passed judgment. The scales have already tipped. They are feeling every ounce of the weight they put on you. And trust me, it's heavier than they ever imagined. So stop looking back. Stop waiting for closure. Stop expecting them to do what they were never capable of doing. The moment you stepped into your true power, the story changed. They are stuck in the past, drowning in their own regret. But you are free. And that is the worst punishment they could ever face. Number 2, they wanted you to break, but now they're the ones shattered. The ones who tried to break you now kneel before the wreckage of their own making. The universe does not forget. It does not forgive. It only balances the scales, and for them, the weight is unbearable. Chosen one, understand this. They wanted you to beg. They wanted you to crawl. They wanted to see you at your weakest, gasping for air under the weight of their betrayal. They were certain you would crumble. Certain that the wounds they inflicted would be too deep to heal. But what happened instead? You rose. And now it is they who are on their knees. Not because you forced them there. No, you never had to lift a finger. The universe handled it. The very system they thought they could manipulate turned against them. The balance they disrupted came crashing down like a tidal wave. And now they are the ones drowning. The same voices that once laughed at you now choke on their own guilt. The same hands that reached out to destroy you now tremble, unable to steady themselves. And the very minds that conspired against you, they are haunted, tormented by the reality that they lost, that they gambled everything, and you still won. Do you understand what that means? They see you standing tall, untouched by the destruction they wished upon you, and it eats them alive. Every step you take forward is a blade twisting in their regret. Every victory you claim is a reminder of their failure. They wanted to see you shattered, but now the only broken pieces are the fragments of their own ruined plans. You walked through the fire they set for you and emerged unscathed. But them, they are still burning. Their own actions have become the flames licking at their heels, consuming them from the inside out. No matter how much they try to pretend otherwise, the universe has marked them. Their punishment is not some outside force. It is the weight of their own choices. And that is something they can never escape. Do you think they don't regret it? Do you think they sleep peacefully at night? They wish they could undo it all. They wish they could take back every word, every betrayal, every moment they thought they were untouchable. They see now that they weren't as powerful as they believed. They were only digging their own graves, one cruel act at a time. But here's the truth. It's too late. No amount of wishing, no amount of apologies, no amount of pretending can erase what's already been done. They made their choices, and now the universe has locked them inside the reality they created. And you don't need revenge. You don't need to lift a single hand against them. Your very existence is enough. Every time they see you thriving, it reminds them of what they tried to take. Every time they hear your name, it echoes in their mind as a lesson they had to learn the hard way. They don't get to celebrate your downfall. Instead, they are forced to witness your rise over and over again, day after day, year after year. That is the price they pay for their betrayal. That is the weight they must carry. And the worst part, it is self-inflicted. No one cursed them. No one sought revenge. They did this to themselves. Because when you fight against what is chosen, when you try to destroy what was meant to rise, you don't just lose, you fall. Number 3, you are the storm that swallowed them whole. They thought you were nothing but a passing wind, easily ignored, easily silenced, but they never saw the storm brewing inside you. Now the skies have darkened, the winds have shifted, and they stand trembling in the face of a force they can never outrun. Stand tall, chosen one. You were never meant to bow, never meant to shrink, never meant to be just another shadow in the background. You were designed to rise. You were forged in chaos, sharpened by pain. And now, you are the storm that consumes everything in its path. They never saw it coming. They thought they had you figured out, thought you were weak, fragile, easily broken. But they mistook your silence for surrender. They confused your patience with powerlessness. And now, as they look back, they realize their greatest mistake: underestimating you. Because you are untouchable. Your very presence is the justice they can never escape. Every breath you take is proof that they failed. They were convinced they could erase you, bury you, silence you. Instead, they only created the force that will haunt them for the rest of their days. Their regret is as loud as their suffering is endless. No matter where they turn, the echoes of their own betrayal follow them. They thought their actions were a one-time blow, but what they never understood was the law of return. The universe doesn't forget. It doesn't overlook. It collects every action, every word, every intention, and then it delivers the exact energy back. And for them, that energy has arrived, full force. They watch you from a distance, powerless to undo what's been done. They hear your name and feel their chest tighten. They see you thriving, and something inside them shatters, because now they know the truth. You weren't the victim. You were the reckoning. They thought they could break you, but instead, they unlocked something they were never prepared for, the real you. And now, they stand in the storm they created, drowning in the downpour of their own choices. But chosen one, listen closely. This is not just about them. This is about you. Because even now, even with all the proof in front of you, some of you still don't fully grasp your power. Some of you are still carrying the weight of their words, still questioning your worth, still doubting that you were made for something greater. Enough. The time for doubt is over. The time for second guessing is done. You are not ordinary. You are not random. You were chosen. And the moment you start walking like you know that, the moment you stop seeking validation from those who never deserve to be in your presence, everything shifts. You see, they didn't just try to break you. They tried to rewrite your destiny. They played a game they never had the skill to win. And now, the universe has checked them. Their downfall is not your responsibility. It's their consequence. And your only job now, to rise, step forward, walk in the power that was always yours. Do not look back, because every second you stay in this moment, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. Every word you take in brings you closer to the truth. You were never meant to live in their shadows. You were meant to stand in the light of your own power. Don't look away now, because what follows will change everything. Number 4, the fire that should have burned you now scorches them. They thought the flames would consume you. Instead, they only forged you into something indestructible. Now, the fire they lit surrounds them, and there is no escape. They mocked your light, laughed at it, ridiculed it, tried to make you feel small for simply existing in your truth, until it revealed the darkness in them. And now, they run, but there is nowhere left to hide. The very shadows they used to operate in have turned against them. The universe is shining a spotlight on every deception, every betrayal, every false mask they wore to keep their power intact. And the worst part? You were never supposed to survive. You were never meant to be anything more than another victim, another casualty of their manipulation. In their eyes, you were nothing more than another face in the crowd, someone they could use, discard, and forget. They never expected you to rise. Never thought you would be the one thing they could not control. Because you weren't just another person. You were born to be a force, an anomaly, a disruption, a living, breathing earthquake sent to shake the very foundations of the lies they built their world upon. And when they first met you, they thought they had you figured out. They had seen people like you before, or so they believed. Someone naive, someone easy to deceive, someone who would crumble under the weight of their control. But what they found instead, something they had never faced before, a presence so powerful it could not be tamed, a soul so genuine it could not be corrupted. a spirit so unbreakable it refused to bow. They felt it immediately. Your energy hit them like a storm, raw, undeniable, and for the first time in their lives, they were afraid, because their entire existence was built on illusion, on deception, on the fragile, desperate need to manipulate and overpower. And then you showed up, and your presence alone threatened to shatter it all. They knew the moment you entered their world that something had changed, that they had encountered something they were not prepared for, something that could see through them, something that, if left unchecked, could destroy everything they had worked so hard to build. And so they did what they always do. They tried to control you, to manipulate you, to break you before you could expose them. They used every trick, every tactic, every whisper of doubt they could throw your way. And for a moment, just a moment, you may have questioned yourself. You may have wondered if you were the problem, if you were too much, too intense, too different. You may have doubted your own power. But then the fire came, and instead of consuming you, it forged you. Instead of breaking you, it made you untouchable. Instead of turning you to ashes, it turned you into the flame itself. And now, that same fire is all around them. The lies they told are burning them alive. The manipulation they relied on is crumbling in their hands. Every time they try to rebuild, the flames follow. Every corner they turn, every new start they try to make, they are met with the consequences of what they did. Because the universe does not forget. It does not let the chosen ones be played with without setting things right. And you don't need revenge. You don't need to lower yourself to their level, because your very existence is the retribution. Your growth is the justice. Your light is their destruction. They wished they had never crossed your path, wished they had never underestimated you, wished they had never been foolish enough to think they could play with something as powerful as you and walk away untouched. But it's too late for them now. The balance is being restored, and you are still rising, because the sun does not apologize for shining, and neither should you. Number 5, they wanted you to dim your light. Instead, it exposed them. They wanted you small, silent, invisible, because your presence alone made them feel the weight of their own emptiness. But light does not bow to shadows. It erases them. Listen to me, chosen one. They wanted you to shrink, to be quiet, to doubt yourself so they could feel powerful in comparison. They needed you to believe you were less, because deep down, they knew you were more. But what they never saw coming was this. Your light didn't just refuse to dim, it illuminated everything they tried to hide. You didn't have to lift a finger, you didn't have to expose them. Your energy alone did what they feared most. It revealed them. It peeled away their masks, stripping them of every carefully crafted illusion. And what was underneath? Insecurity, fear, weakness. They thought they had buried it deep, thought their manipulations, their lies, their facades were strong enough to hide what they truly were. But the moment you walked into their world, it all began to unravel. That is the power of being chosen. You don't have to fight. Your existence is the war they were never prepared for. Because what happens when darkness meets light? It has two choices: run or be erased. And now, that's exactly where they find themselves, trapped between two impossible options: run from you or destroy themselves, trying to pull you down. But here's the truth they don't want to accept: they were never strong enough to take you down. They tried everything: manipulation, betrayal, lies whispered behind your back, attacks disguised as kindness. They pulled every trick they knew, every tactic they had mastered. And still, you rose. Do you understand what that means? It means you were never the weak one. They were. It was never about you being too much. It was always about them being too little, too small to stand in your presence without feeling their own lack, too fragile to be near your strength without crumbling under its weight. And that's why they hate you. That's why they fear you. Not because of what you did, but because of what you are. You are the proof of everything they tried to deny. You are the living contradiction to every lie they told themselves. You are the undeniable, unshakable evidence that they are not what they pretend to be. And that is a pain they cannot escape. Because even if they run, the truth follows. Even if they try to rewrite the past, the memory of you lingers. Even if they try to convince themselves that they were right, their own regret whispers in the silence. You don't have to destroy them. They are destroying themselves. Every fake smile they wear is heavier now. Every room they walk into feels emptier. Every mirror they look into reflects the truth they tried to avoid. And you are untouchable. Because you were never the problem, you were the mirror. And they can shatter every reflection they see, but that won't change what they truly are. So, don't you dare dim your light. Don't you dare make yourself small for people who were never meant to stand beside you. Because the only ones who fear your power are the ones who have none. Number 6. You were sent here to disrupt, not to blend in. You were never meant to fit into their world. You were sent to break it apart, to shake the ground beneath their feet, to tear down every illusion they built to keep the truth hidden. And now, that truth is staring them in the face. Understand this, chosen one. You were never meant to blend in. You weren't sent here to follow the rules they created. You weren't born to live quietly, to move unnoticed, to play by the script they wrote for you. You were sent here to disrupt, to shift the balance, to break generational chains, to carry an energy that the world has never seen before. And that is why they fear you. That is why they resent you. That is why, from the very beginning, they moved against you, before you even knew your own strength. Because they saw it. They saw the force within you before you did. They recognized your power before you even had the chance to step into it. And that terrified them. So they tried to control you, to suppress you, to confuse you into thinking that you were nothing special. They tried to make you doubt yourself, to believe you were just like everyone else, because the last thing they could afford was for you to wake up. But here's the truth they are now choking on. They failed. They thought they could silence you, but instead, your voice only grew louder. They thought they could bury you, but instead, you rose from the depths, stronger, wiser, untouchable. They thought they could erase you, but now, your presence lingers, unshakable, unstoppable. And for them, there is no escape. Because everywhere they turn, there you are. Your energy, your success, your resilience, it follows them like a shadow, whispering reminders of everything they did to try and break you. But they didn't just fail to destroy you. They exposed themselves in the process. And now, the balance has shifted. Now, the universe is moving. They thought they were the ones in control, but their grip is slipping. Their power, their influence, their carefully built facade, it's all crumbling, because the truth always catches up. And you are not just here to exist. You are here to reset everything, to tear down the old systems, to disrupt the cycles of control, manipulation, and deception, to be the force they could never tame. So, if you've ever questioned why you don't fit in, stop. You were never supposed to. If you've ever wondered why people move against you, why you attract opposition, why your presence alone triggers those who claim to have power, this is why. Because you are not one of them. You were never here to follow. You were sent here to lead, to rise, to reclaim, to change everything. And they hate that. They hate that they couldn't stop it, that no matter how much they tried, no matter what they did, you still woke up. You still stepped into your power. You still became what they feared most. And now, they are the ones who don't fit in. Because the world they created, the one built on lies, control, and illusions, is dying. And in its place, you, a force they can't contain, a light they can't extinguish, a disruption they will never recover from. Number 7. They knew who you were before you did. They saw your power before you did. That's why they tried to kill the fire before it could spread. That's why they fed you doubt before you could see the truth. They weren't afraid of who you were. They were terrified of who you were going to become. Chosen one, understand this. They always knew. Before you even had a clue about your strength, before you even questioned why things seemed different for you, they already saw it. That's why they moved against you early. That's why the attacks started before you even realized you were in a battle. That's why the rejection, the betrayals, the isolation felt so deliberate. Because it was. They knew. They knew you weren't like the others. That you didn't just fit in. That something about you stood out, even when you tried to shrink yourself. And that terrified them. So they tried to rewrite your story before you could write it yourself. They planted seeds of doubt in your mind, hoping you'd never recognize your own light. They fed you lies. You're not special. You're too much. No one will ever understand you. All of it designed to keep you small. Because the last thing they could afford was for you to wake up. The moment you realized your power, the illusion shattered. And once it shattered, they lost all control. That's why the people who once surrounded you turned against you. Why the ones who smiled to your face worked against you behind your back. Why the world seemed to push you into corners where you felt unseen, unheard, unwanted. It wasn't by accident. It was strategy. They were afraid of what would happen if you ever realized the truth. And the truth is this. You were never meant to be controlled. You were never meant to be one of them, to move like them, to think like them. You were never meant to follow the same broken system they built to keep themselves in power. You were sent here to disrupt. And the moment you started seeing through the game, you became the greatest threat they had ever faced. Because now, you know. You know that their rejection was never about you lacking anything. It was about them lacking the ability to handle you. You know that every betrayal, every attempt to make you feel small, was nothing more than their own fear of your greatness. You know that they didn't push you away because you weren't good enough. They pushed you away because you were never meant to belong in their world to begin with. And now, they feel it. The power they tried to suppress is fully awake. The storm they tried to stop has already arrived. There is no undoing it, no silencing it, no returning to the days when they had control. They failed. And the worst part? They knew this day would come. They always knew that one day the power they feared in you would rise. They knew that no matter how hard they tried, they could never truly contain what was destined to awaken. And that day is here. You are awake, no longer controlled, no longer manipulated, no longer doubting. And they are the ones afraid now. Number 8. They tried to rewrite your story, but the universe had other plans. They thought they were the authors of your life, that they could twist your story, write your ending, erase your power. But they forgot one thing: the universe does not take orders from them. And now, the story has flipped. The ink has dried, and they are the ones fading into nothing. They thought they had control, thought they could dictate who you would become, thought they could mold you into something weak, something dependent, something small enough to never challenge them. They believed their words would become your reality. You're not good enough. You'll never make it. You don't belong here. They spoke those words like spells, hoping you'd believe them, hoping you'd internalize their lies and become the version of you they wanted, a powerless one. But what they didn't understand was this: your story was never in their hands. Every time they tried to shape your destiny to fit their narrative, the universe ripped the pen from their grasp. Every time they pushed you toward failure, life redirected you toward something greater, because you were never meant to follow their script. You weren't born to be a background character in their world. You weren't sent here to live inside the limits they created. You were designed to break every rule, every expectation, every falsehood they tried to place on you. So the harder they tried to trap you, the more the universe worked against them. Every time they tried to block your path, another door opened. Every time they tried to strip you of your confidence, something deep inside you grew stronger. Every time they tried to bury you in darkness, the universe flooded you with light. They thought they were in control, but they were never the ones writing your story. And now they are choking on the truth. Because they can see it, they can feel it, they lost. They didn't just fail to break you. You shattered every illusion they ever had about their own power. They told themselves they were in charge, that their influence over you was permanent, that their manipulation, their deception, their lies would shape your future. But the universe had other plans. Plans they could never interfere with. Plans they could never touch. And now, your success is their biggest regret. Your rise is their worst nightmare, because they no longer have a role in your story. They no longer get to dictate how things go, no longer get to twist the truth, no longer get to decide where you belong, because you belong exactly where you are, at the top, unshaken, untouchable. And them? They are nothing more than a footnote in the story they never had the power to control. Number 9. The more they fought you, the more they sealed their own fate. They thought they were setting traps for you, that every move against you was pushing you closer to destruction. But what they didn't realize was that every dagger they threw was carving their own tombstone. And now, as the dust settles, the only thing left standing is you. Listen, chosen one, every action they took against you was a strike against themselves. Every lie they spread, every betrayal they orchestrated, every moment they rejoiced in your pain, it all came with a price. They thought they were clever, thought they were untouchable, thought that their actions would never come back to haunt them. But the universe never forgets. And now they look around, and all they see is the ruin of their own choices. Because every move they made against you was never really against you. It was against the balance of the universe itself. They didn't just fight you, they fought fate. And no one wins against fate. They thought they were breaking you, but every battle only sharpened your mind. Every betrayal only made you wiser. Every loss only fueled the transformation that turned you into something they could never defeat. But them, they weren't built for what they put you through. They never stopped to think about what would happen when the energy they sent out returned to them. They never asked themselves, what happens when the trap we set for them becomes the pit we fall into? And now, they are drowning in the very darkness they tried to throw you into. The relationships they sabotaged. Now their own connections crumble. The lies they told? Now their world is built on deception, and they don't know who to trust. The moments they laughed at your pain. Now they sit in silence, realizing the joke was always on them. Because the more they fought you, the deeper they dug their own grave. And that's the part they never saw coming. They thought they had time, thought they could escape the consequences, thought they could outsmart the universe. But there is no escaping universal law. The energy you put out will always find its way back. And while they were busy plotting your downfall, they were sealing their own fate. Every win they stole, reversed. Every opportunity they blocked. Now, every door they knock on stays shut. Every attack they sent your way now eats away at them from the inside. And you don't even have to lift a finger, because the universe is handling everything. They are being forced to reap what they sowed. And no apology, no excuse, no amount of regret can undo what they've done. They can feel it. They know exactly why things are falling apart. And yet, the worst part for them isn't the destruction itself. It's knowing they did this to themselves. They had a choice. And every time they moved against you, they chose wrong. Now, they are prisoners of their own decisions. And you are free. Number 10. They wanted you to feel alone, but you were always protected. They wanted you isolated, thinking that loneliness would break you. They wanted you to believe that no one cared, that you had no support, that you were powerless on your own. But what they didn't realize was this: you were never alone. You were being protected, being prepared, being set apart for something far greater than they could ever comprehend. And chosen one, they wanted you to feel like no one was on your side. They orchestrated betrayals, pulled people away from you, turned friends into enemies, and enemies into relentless obstacles. They wanted you broken by loneliness, because an isolated target is an easy one. A soul that believes it has no support is easier to manipulate. A person who thinks they are alone is more likely to surrender. That was their plan. Make you doubt yourself, make you question your worth, make you believe that the world had turned its back on you. But what they didn't see, what they could never understand, was that you were never truly alone. The universe was always watching. Every act of cruelty, every deception, every moment of isolation they forced upon you, it was all being recorded. Because you weren't being abandoned, you were being protected. You were being pulled away from the people and environments that were never meant to hold your destiny. You were being separated from the distractions, from the betrayals waiting to happen, from the false relationships that would have drained you dry. And while they laughed at your loneliness, thinking they had succeeded in breaking you, something else was happening. You were transforming. You learned how to stand alone without losing your strength. You learned how to move in silence, detached from their chaos. You learned how to find power within yourself, without needing their validation. And now they can't touch you. The very thing they tried to use against you has become your greatest weapon. They thought isolation would weaken you, but instead, it refined you. They thought loneliness would destroy you, but instead, it freed you. Because you were never meant to be part of their world. You were being prepared for something greater. And now, they're the ones feeling alone. Because while they were busy trying to take everything from you, they didn't realize they were losing everything themselves. And you are standing exactly where you were meant to be. Stronger, wiser, untouchable. Number 11, they can't look you in the eyes anymore. There was a time when they mocked you freely, when their laughter echoed through rooms filled with their arrogance. But now, silence. Their voices have faded, their confidence shattered. Because the moment you step into the room, they feel it. The weight of everything they did, staring them down like a reflection they can't escape. So, chosen one, do you remember? The way they used to speak your name with amusement, the way they would roll their eyes at your dreams, dismiss your struggles, laugh at your pain as if it were nothing more than a passing joke. They were bold back then, confident in their power, arrogant in their belief that they would never have to answer for the way they treated you. But look at them now. Watch how they shift when you enter the room. Watch the way their posture changes, how their once steady hands suddenly fidget, how their once sharp tongues now hesitate before they speak. They can't meet your gaze anymore, because you are not who you once were, and they are not who they once pretended to be. Your presence alone is a mirror, one they cannot bear to look into. Because when they see you, they don't just see the person they underestimated. They don't just see the strength they tried to destroy. They see every wrong choice they made. They see every lie they told, every betrayal they committed, every attempt they made to break you, and none of it worked. Instead of seeing someone crushed under their games, they see someone who survived them. And that realization burns them alive, because they were so sure they had won, so sure that they had buried you so deep that you would never rise again. But you did. And now they are left to face a reality they never thought possible. The fact that their power was never real to begin with. The fact that you never needed their approval, that you never needed their acceptance. And now, without their illusions, without their control, they are nothing. That's why they avoid you. That's why they suddenly go quiet when you walk in. Because the truth is, they aren't just afraid of you. They are afraid of themselves. Afraid of what they did. Afraid of what they lost. Afraid of the fact that they are now forced to sit with the consequences while you keep rising. So, let them look away. Let them shift in discomfort. Let them sink in the silence that they once forced upon you. Because you don't need their eye contact. You don't need their words. You already won. Number 12. The universe stripped away the people who weren't meant for you. You didn't lose them. The universe removed them. Not as punishment, not as a lesson in pain, but as protection. You weren't being abandoned, you were being saved. Because not everyone deserves a seat at your table, and not everyone can handle the weight of your destiny. There was a time when you questioned why people left. Friends who turned cold, family who suddenly stopped showing up, relationships that unraveled without warning. You felt the sting of their absence, the betrayal, the rejection. You wondered if it was you, if you had done something wrong. But the truth, you didn't lose them. You were never supposed to keep them, because they were never meant to walk the path you were destined for. Their energy was too low, their intentions too small, and the universe saw what you couldn't. You didn't see their hidden jealousy. You didn't hear the way they spoke about you behind closed doors. You didn't notice how they never truly supported you, only tolerated you. But the universe did. And so, one by one, they were removed. Not because you didn't love them, not because they didn't matter at some point, but because they were only meant to be temporary. And the moment they tried to hold you back, the moment they resisted your growth, tried to keep you stagnant, tried to keep you small, the universe stepped in. Because what is meant for you will never require you to dim your light. What is meant for you will never try to shrink your power. What is meant for you will never betray you. So let them go. Let the ones who left stay gone. Let the ones who turned their backs keep walking. Because the reality is, you were never meant to walk with the unworthy. Your energy is too rare. Your path is too divine. Your purpose is too great. And now you stand among those who are meant to be in your life. Not those who tolerate your presence, but those who celebrate it. Not those who envy your growth, but those who grow with you. Not those who secretly wanted you to fail, but those who would never let you fall. The universe didn't take anything from you. It freed you. Number 13. The final blow. you no longer care. The opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference, and nothing destroys them more than realizing they no longer have a place in your mind, your heart, or your life. Listen, chosen one, they spent so much time trying to break you, control you, make you doubt yourself. They fed off your reactions, your pain, your struggles, thinking they would always have a hold on you. But now, you don't even think about them. While they stay up at night, replaying the past, suffocating under the weight of their own regret, you have moved on. You no longer seek closure, no longer wonder why they did what they did. They don't matter anymore. And that is the final blow. Because your indifference is a louder punishment than any revenge could ever be. They wanted power over you, but now they realize they hold nothing. You have stepped into your power. You have risen beyond their reach. And them, they are stuck in their own misery, haunted by the fact that they lost you forever. And now, the story has flipped. They tried to control you, break you, erase you, but the universe had other plans. Now, you stand untouchable, while they drown in the consequences of their own choices. If this message resonated with you, drop the number 77 in the comments. Like, subscribe, and share this with another chosen one. They laughed at you like fools, never realizing the joke was on them. Now, their own shadows whisper the truth they tried to deny. You were never weak. They were never strong. And now, their time is up. They thought they had crushed you, thought they had silenced you. They smeared your name, threw dirt on your path, and convinced themselves you were finished. But that was their greatest mistake, believing they had any power over you. They were never fighting just you. They were fighting the force that chose you. And now, that force is turning against them. Their arrogance is eating them alive. They are choking on their own words, watching in horror as the very thing they tried to destroy rises beyond their reach. Every single victory you claim is another nail in the coffin of their delusions. Every step forward you take is a knife twisting in the gut of their pride. They swore you were nothing. Now, their entire world revolves around watching you prove them wrong. And this is only the beginning. Press that like and subscribe button because this message must spread. Every time you engage, you amplify this truth, not just to YouTube, but to the universe itself. And when enough of us wake up, their illusions won't just crack, they will shatter. Listen, chosen one, they never hated you for being weak. They hated you because, deep down, they always knew you were stronger than them. It burned them to see you endure what would have destroyed them. It tortured them to know that no matter how much they tried to break you, you still stood tall. You refused to bow, refused to beg, refused to be less than what you are. And they couldn't handle it, so they did what cowards do. They ganged up, whispered, lied, laughed, sabotaged, threw obstacles in your way, anything to make themselves feel bigger, stronger, more important. But now, look at them. Their confidence is crumbling. Their fake power is slipping through their fingers. They are haunted by the very presence they once mocked. And you are the storm they never saw coming, the force they underestimated, the reckoning they can't outrun. Yet you dare doubt yourself. You dare question your own power. You sit there wondering if you are alone, How dare you? You were never alone. The universe has been watching, waiting, moving everything into place for this moment. Every setback, every betrayal, every time they tried to bury you, it was all fuel for what's coming. And now they are the ones afraid. The ones who laughed the loudest are the ones crying in silence. The ones who mocked you are now obsessed with you. They lurk, they watch, they burn with regret, because they know they had their chance. They could have stood beside you, could have supported you, but they chose to become enemies. They thought they were untouchable, that their games would last forever. But now their time is up, and they can't escape what's coming. And now, let's lay it all out, step by step. If you are a true chosen one, you will feel it. That pull, that fire, that undeniable force keeping you locked in till the very end. Because this isn't just a video. This is the truth they never wanted you to hear. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel the shift happening, if you know their regret is only beginning. Let them see how many of us are waking up. Let's begin. They played a game. They were never built to win. They thought they were outplaying you, but they were never even in the same league. Now, they stand in the ruins of their own arrogance, watching you rise while they sink under the weight of their own regret. When they dismissed you, they weren't just disrespecting you. They were mocking the forces that chose you. They thought their words, their laughter, their petty games could erase what was already written. They believed they had control. But they were playing a game they never even understood. A game where the universe keeps score. And now, their past is eating them alive. You see it, don't you? The way they shift uncomfortably when you walk in, the forced smiles, the nervous glances. They can't even meet your eyes anymore, because deep down, they know they lost something they can never get back. They underestimated something far beyond their comprehension. They mistook patience for weakness, silence for surrender. But the universe does not operate on their shallow, human timelines. It moves in ways they could never predict. And now, the same power they ignored is making sure they feel every ounce of their mistake. They thought they had you all figured out, that you were just another face in the crowd, just another name they could forget. But what happens when the one they overlooked becomes the one they can't escape? That's exactly what's happening. They see your growth, your elevation, and it burns them. Not because they hate you, but because they hate themselves for not seeing you for what you were. And now, regret is eating them from the inside out. They could have treated you with respect. They could have stood by your side. But they chose arrogance, chose cruelty, chose to believe their small world was bigger than your destiny. And now, the universe is making sure they understand just how badly they miscalculated. And listen, this is what separates you from them. The power of being chosen is a weight they will never carry. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to disrupt, to shake the very foundation of their fragile world. And that's exactly why they feared you. That's why they fought you, tried to minimize you, tried to make you doubt yourself. Because if you ever fully stepped into your power, they knew they would never stand a chance. And some of you let them win for a while. You let their words cloud your mind. You let their rejection make you question yourself. How dare you? How dare you doubt the fire inside you just because they were too blind to see it? How dare you sit in silence thinking you were alone when the entire universe has been aligning itself for your rise? They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the system itself. And no one fights the universe and wins. And now, look where it has brought them, trapped in the prison of their own regret, watching, obsessing, replaying the moments when they could have stood beside you, but chose to stand against you instead. And the best part? You didn't even have to do anything. You didn't have to chase revenge. You didn't have to prove them wrong. You just became more, and the universe took care of the rest. Now, every victory you claim is another crack in their delusions. Every step you take forward is a reminder that they never had power over you, and they feel it. Oh, they feel it. That weight on their chest, that restlessness at night, that silent, creeping realization that they threw away something extraordinary. Because here's the truth they can't escape. You were never beneath them. They were never above you. They only had illusions built on nothing. And now, that nothingness is swallowing them whole. Let them watch. Let them regret. Because the balance has been restored. Number 1, they thought you were nothing. Now their own arrogance is their curse. The most dangerous enemy, the one they never saw coming, and now the weight of their own foolishness is breaking them apart. They thought they had you figured out, thought you were beneath them. They laughed, whispered, smirked, so sure of their own superiority. But their greatest mistake, underestimating the one who was silently studying their every weakness. They never saw you coming, not because you were weak, not because you were ordinary, but because you never played their pathetic little game. While they strutted around, flaunting their empty arrogance, soaking up attention like it was their lifeline, you stayed in the shadows. You watched, you listened, you learned. They mistook your silence for ignorance. They mistook your patience for powerlessness. But now, their arrogance is strangling them. They don't laugh anymore. Their words don't come as easily as they used to, because reality is sinking in. You were never the weak one. They were. The moment they dismissed you, they sealed their own fate. Because the universe has always been in your favor. It aligned every setback, every betrayal, every closed door, not to break you, but to sharpen you, to turn you into something unstoppable. And while they played their little power games, thinking they had control, what they didn't realize, the system they thought they ruled was never built for them. They schemed, they manipulated, they thought they were the ones in control. But chosen ones don't operate by their rules. We move in ways they can't predict. We think in ways they can't comprehend, and that terrifies them. They laughed at you, dismissed you, mocked you, believed they had you cornered. But now they are trapped. The same doors they used to shut you out, slamming in their own faces. The same people they once convinced to ignore you, turning their backs on them. The very system they relied on, the illusions they thought would keep them on top, crashing down, because they were never as powerful as they thought. They weren't playing against you. They were playing against the very forces that govern the universe, and no one wins that battle. They thought they were playing chess against you, thought they had the upper hand, thought they could manipulate, control, and discard you like a pawn. But what they didn't realize, you weren't even on their board. While they were busy fighting for scraps, you were building the whole damn empire. While they schemed for attention, for validation, for approval, you were mastering yourself. While they clawed at each other for worthless status, you were learning how to move without limits. And now, they are nothing but spectators to your rise. They wanted to break you. They wanted to control you. They wanted you to shrink, to doubt yourself, to beg for their approval. But chosen ones don't shrink. We don't beg. And we damn sure don't bow. They wanted you to fit into their tiny little box of expectations. But chosen ones don't fit into boxes. We shatter them. And now, they are the ones broken. Number 2, they thought ignoring you would bury you. Instead, it made you dangerous. The world fears what it cannot label, and when they couldn't figure you out, they assumed you were nothing. Now, their own blindness is their punishment. They needed to define you, needed to put you in a box. Their tiny, fragile minds couldn't handle what they couldn't categorize. And when they failed to understand you, they did what all weak people do. They dismissed you. They mistook your silence for insignificance. They mistook your patience for passivity. They thought because you weren't shouting for attention, you were invisible. But what they never understood, silence is where storms gather. That waiting game they mocked, that's where power is built. That's where revolutions begin. The ones who are ignored become the ones who change everything. History has shown this over and over, yet fools never learn. They ridiculed Nikola Tesla until he reshaped the world. They rejected J.K. Rowling until she became a global phenomenon. They exiled Steve Jobs until he returned and redefined technology. And you are no different. They laughed at you, dismissed you, whispered behind your back, thinking they had everything figured out. They wrote you off as unimportant, unworthy, invisible. But now you are all they can think about. They feel it, the shift, that sinking weight pressing on their chest every time they see your name, hear about your success, witness your rise. They thought they were above you. They thought ignoring you meant erasing you. Instead, they just ensured that when you rose, they would have no place beside you. Now, they watch in silence, regret dripping from their fingertips like sweat. Because the same person they called insignificant is now standing at heights they could never reach. And here's the truth. You never needed their validation. You never needed their approval. But their ignorance will haunt them for a lifetime. They will remember every time they could have helped, but chose to mock instead. They will recall every time they had a chance to stand beside you, but turned their backs. And they will never escape the truth. They ignored something extraordinary. And now, number 3, they gambled with their arrogance. Now they pay the price. Nothing torments a fool more than realizing the one they mocked was always 10 steps ahead. And now, regret is the only thing they have left. They were so sure of themselves, so convinced that their petty little minds had you figured out. They thought they could measure you with their weak, shallow perception of the world. They bet everything on the idea that you were nothing. And now, they are drowning in the consequences. Because the rise of a chosen one isn't loud, it isn't desperate, it doesn't beg for attention or approval. It simply happens, unstoppable, undeniable, irreversible. And by the time they recognize what's unfolding, it's already too late. They see it now, the power they dismissed, the presence they overlooked, the force they were too blind to recognize. And now they can't look away. Their arrogance was their biggest gamble, and they lost. They thought ignoring you would erase you, thought dismissing you would shrink you, thought mocking you would make you disappear. Instead, you became everything they feared. You see it in their faces now. The discomfort, the unease, the restless glances when you walk in the room. They shift, they fidget, they avoid eye contact. Because they know, they feel it. The weight of their own foolishness pressing down on their chest. They were so busy laughing at you that they didn't notice you were building something greater than they could ever comprehend. They thought they were the ones in control, thought they were winning. But chosen ones don't play their game. We don't move like them, think like them, live like them. And that's why they never saw us coming. Because while they were busy competing for scraps, we were creating something far beyond their reach. And now, they are the ones stuck in the past, trapped in their own arrogance, haunted by the truth they tried to ignore. They watch from a distance, burning with regret, choking on the reality they refuse to accept. You were never beneath them. They were never above you. Their power was an illusion, and now it's gone. Number 4, they wanted you to break. Instead, you became unshakable. They did everything they could to break you. They pushed, mocked, humiliated, and whispered behind your back, waiting for the moment you would shatter. They wanted to see you fall apart. They wanted to watch you collapse under the weight of their cruelty, to see you beg for their approval, to watch you drown in doubt. But instead, you became unshakable. They thought they were tearing you down, but all they did was forge something they could never control. Every insult, every rejection, every betrayal, they weren't destroying you, they were sharpening you. They wanted you to be weak, yet every hit they threw only hardened your resolve. They wanted to see you quit, but instead you stood back up stronger than before. You didn't just survive, you transformed. And now they hate it. They can't stand the fact that after everything you are still here, still rising, still proving them wrong with every step you take forward. They can't wrap their heads around it, how you took all the pain they inflicted and turned it into fuel. They wanted to see you broken, but now they are the ones breaking under the weight of their own regret. They watch in disbelief as you move forward, unaffected by the very same things they thought would destroy you. The rumors didn't stop you. The betrayals didn't break you. The isolation didn't weaken you. Instead, you adapted. You grew. You became untouchable. And now, those scars they left on you, they don't define you. They empower you. Every painful moment they caused, every time they tried to make you feel small, it all built something inside you that they will never understand. They spent so much time trying to break you, and now they are the ones who feel powerless. They don't laugh the same way anymore. Their smirks aren't as confident, because deep down, they know they lost control over you. They know you no longer seek their approval. And worst of all, they know they failed. Their biggest goal was to destroy your spirit, and yet here you are, standing stronger than ever, proving them wrong in ways they never imagined. That realization haunts them. It eats away at them. They wanted you to be weak, but now they are the ones trapped in their own weakness. Because while they spent their time trying to tear you down, you were building something far greater. While they wasted their energy trying to break you, you were silently growing into something unshakable. And now they have no choice but to watch. They thought they were in control of your story, but they were never the authors of your fate. They were nothing more than background noise, distractions sent to test you. And now they don't even matter. They will replay every moment they doubted you, every chance they had to lift you up, but instead chose to push you down. And they will regret it, because they never realized they were standing in the presence of someone destined for more. And you owe them nothing. Not your time, not your explanation, not your forgiveness. They made their choice when they tried to destroy you. And now they live with the consequences. Number 5. They wanted control. Now they're the ones powerless. They wanted control over you, needed it. Their fragile sense of power depended on keeping you small, making you question yourself, trapping you in a world of doubt and insecurity. They tried to dictate your worth, shape your identity, and control how you saw yourself. Because as long as you doubted yourself, they could pretend they were above you. They wanted you to shrink, to second-guess every move, to seek their approval like a prisoner begging for freedom. That's how they kept their illusion of power alive, by making you believe you needed them. But now, the illusion is gone. You broke free from the invisible chains they placed on you. You stopped seeking their validation. You stopped letting their opinions shape your reality. And the moment you did, the power dynamic flipped. Now, they are the ones scrambling for relevance, scrambling for control, scrambling for a place in a world that no longer caters to them. They spent so much time trying to manipulate you, yet they never realized you were never truly under their control to begin with. They only had as much power as you allowed them to have. And now they have nothing. You see it, don't you? The way they act now, the way they pretend not to notice you, yet they can't stop watching. They used to talk like they were untouchable, like their opinions were law. But now their words feel empty. Their confidence has cracks, because they know you don't need them anymore. And that terrifies them, because the moment you stopped playing by their rules, their entire game fell apart. Now, they're the ones left behind. The same people who once made you feel small are the ones struggling to keep up. The same ones who dictated who was worthy and who wasn't are now irrelevant. They desperately try to maintain their old power, but it doesn't work anymore, because the world has changed and they are no longer in control. And now they are powerless. Look at them, watching from a distance, lingering in the shadows, hoping no one notices their fall. They used to act like kings. Now they are nothing more than forgotten echoes. This is what happens when you build your power on the illusion of control. When your confidence depends on keeping others beneath you, it never lasts. Because the truth is, power doesn't belong to those who manipulate. It belongs to those who can stand alone, without fear, without needing permission. And that's you. You reclaimed your own mind. You took back your own voice. You realized they never had real power to begin with. And now they have to live with the fact that they lost something they will never get back. Control over you. That is their punishment. They spent so much time trying to shape your world, but now they have no place in it. Number 6. They never saw the storm brewing. Now they stand in its path. They thought your silence meant nothing was happening. They convinced themselves you were stuck, that their rejection had frozen you in place, that their laughter had silenced your spirit. They thought they won. But what they never realized, you weren't standing still. You were gathering, building, transforming beneath the surface, like a storm brewing on the horizon, quiet but inevitable. Every setback, every betrayal, every time they tried to shut you down, it was fuel. They thought they had stopped you, but all they did was feed the storm. And now it's too late. Now, as they finally start to understand what's coming, there's nowhere left to run. The sky has darkened, the winds are howling, and that distant rumble in the air, that's you. That's the force they ignored, the power they underestimated, the rise they thought would never happen. They spent so much time mocking you, so much time convincing themselves that you were weak, invisible, irrelevant. They laughed at your silence, never realizing that it wasn't emptiness, it was momentum. And now they are standing right in the path of the storm they created. The fear is settling in. You can see it, the way their confidence wavers, the way they avoid eye contact, the way their voices don't carry the same weight anymore. They feel it. They know something is coming, something they can't stop, something they are powerless against. And for the first time, they are the ones frozen. They don't know how to react because they never thought they'd see this day. They never believed you would rise beyond their reach. They never thought they'd be forced to watch you become everything they said you wouldn't. But here you are. You were never weak. You were never behind. You were never forgotten. You were simply waiting for the right moment. And that moment, it's now. They can't stop it. They can't talk their way out of it. They can only stand there and brace for impact. Because this storm isn't just coming, it's already here. Number 7. They wanted you to doubt. Now they are the ones questioning everything. They wanted you to doubt yourself. That was their greatest weapon, making you question your own power. They planted seeds of insecurity, hoping you would never grow past them. They whispered lies, twisted reality, and did everything they could to keep you trapped in your own mind. Because as long as you doubted yourself, they could feel powerful. They wanted you to look in the mirror and see weakness. They wanted you to shrink, to hesitate, to never fully step into what you were meant to be. They fed off your moments of doubt, thrived on your confusion, and smiled when they saw you struggling. But now the tables have turned. Now they are the ones sitting in silence, haunted by their own decisions. The very same people who once made you question yourself are now questioning everything. They see the way you walk now without hesitation. They hear the way you speak with conviction, and it shakes them to their core. Because this was never supposed to happen. You were never supposed to wake up, but you did. And now they are the ones choking on regret. They wonder if they should have supported you instead of doubted you. They wonder if they should have stood beside you instead of trying to keep you small. They wonder what could have been different if only they had chosen to be better. But it's too late. Now they can't escape the weight of their own choices, because while you broke free from doubt, they are the ones trapped in it. Now it's their voices filled with uncertainty, their confidence that wavers, their minds that won't let them rest, because they know they underestimated something they should have never ignored. And now there's no going back. Number 8. They laughed at your struggles. Now their lives are a joke. They laughed at you when you were struggling. They mocked your pain, turned your hardships into entertainment, and found joy in your setbacks. Your suffering fed their egos. Every time you fell, they smirked, whispering to each other, convinced you would never rise again. They celebrated your losses, treated your failures like a joke, as if your struggles somehow made them stronger. But now their lives are the real joke. Look at them, stagnant, stuck, watching from the sidelines as you become everything they swore you never would. They were so focused on laughing at you that they never once considered their own future. And now they have nothing. No purpose, no progress, no direction. They wasted their energy trying to tear you down, and now they have nothing left to build themselves up. Because while they were laughing, you were learning. While they were running their mouths, you were sharpening your mind. While they wasted their time gossiping and ridiculing, you were growing, evolving, becoming unstoppable. And now they are stuck, trapped in the same empty routines, surrounded by the same meaningless conversations, chasing the same worthless validation that never filled the void inside them. Their own lives have become a punchline. And here's the irony. The same ones who laughed at your struggles now envy your success. The same people who mocked you now obsess over your every move. They lurk, they watch, they listen. Because deep down, they know. They know they wasted their time. They know they should have focused on themselves. They know they could have supported you, but instead, they chose to be enemies. And now, they can't escape their own mediocrity. They thought they were above you, thought their laughter meant something, that their mockery had power. But what they failed to realize was that the universe was always watching. And now, the joke is on them. Because while you rise, while you build, while you move forward, they are left behind, watching, wishing, regretting, and they will never escape that truth. Number 9. The more they fought you, the stronger you became. Every betrayal, every rejection, every moment they tried to break you, it all made you stronger. They thought they were tearing you down, thought they were weakening you, stripping you of your confidence, your drive, your spirit. Every attack, every lie, every obstacle they threw in your way, they believed it would be enough to keep you down for good. But all they really did was train you to be unstoppable. They didn't see it at the time. They were too blinded by their own arrogance, too convinced of their own power, too sure that you wouldn't survive everything they put you through. They saw your pain, but never understood your endurance. They saw you struggle, but never realized you were adapting. And now they are the ones drained, defeated, lost. Because while they were busy trying to destroy you, you were learning how to survive anything. Every rejection sharpened your focus. Every betrayal toughened your skin. Every underestimation fueled your fire. They thought they were setting you back. Instead, they were preparing you for something greater than they will ever know. And now, as they watch you rise, they don't know how to handle it. The same ones who laughed at you, the same ones who whispered behind your back, the same ones who threw obstacles in your path, they are exhausted, worn out from the very games they thought would destroy you. Because they spent so much time trying to bring you down, they forgot to build themselves up. And now, they have nothing left. No energy, no drive, no direction. While you became unbreakable, unshakable, untouchable. They don't laugh anymore. Their voices don't carry the same confidence, because they see it now. They wasted their time, their effort, their very existence trying to fight something they were never strong enough to defeat. And now they have to live with that failure. Because the more they fought you, the stronger you became. And now they are the ones who are weak. Number 10. They thought you needed them. Now they can't function without you. They thought you needed them. They believed you depended on their approval, their validation, their acceptance. They convinced themselves that without them, you were nothing. They wanted to believe that their opinion shaped your worth, that their presence in your life defined your success. They thought they held the power. But now they're the ones struggling to find meaning. Because you moved on, you outgrew them, you stopped waiting for their approval, stopped looking for their validation, stopped trying to fit into the mold they created for you. You realized that their acceptance was never a necessity. It was just another illusion of control they used to keep you small. And now they are the ones lost. They don't know who they are without the power they thought they had over you. They don't know how to function without being the center of your attention. They thought they could cast you aside and continue on as if nothing happened. But what they never expected was that you would thrive without them. Now they are stuck in the same cycles, the same meaningless conversations, the same stagnant energy they once tried to trap you in, while you are free. You broke the chains they tried to place on you. You stepped into a world they never thought you would reach. And now they are the ones trapped. They watch from a distance, lurking, listening, regretting. They tell themselves they don't care, that you were never important, that your success doesn't bother them, but their actions say otherwise. Because if you didn't matter, why can't they stop watching? Why do they still check on you? Why do they still compare themselves to you? Why do they still carry the weight of your absence? Because they know the truth. They lost something they will never get back. And now they have to live with that. They thought they were the ones in control, but now they can't function without you. Number 11. Their fake confidence has crumbled. They were never as strong as they pretended. They carried themselves like they were untouchable, wore masks of superiority, acted like they were above everything and everyone, especially you. They spoke with confidence, moved like they owned the world, and convinced themselves that their power was real. But it was all an illusion, because real strength doesn't need to be flaunted. Real power doesn't need an audience. And now, the truth has been exposed. The cracks are showing, their confidence is gone. The arrogance they once wore like armor, shattered. Their voices no longer carry the same weight. Their presence no longer intimidates. Because deep down, they know they were never strong to begin with. All that bravado, all that fake dominance, it was never built on real foundation. It was built on deception, on fragile egos, on making others feel small so they could feel big. And now that the illusion is gone, they have nothing left. They used to talk down to you, as if they were above you. Now they struggle to even hold their own. They used to make you doubt yourself. But now they are the ones drowning in uncertainty, because everything they pretended to be has collapsed. They see it in your eyes. You're not afraid of them anymore. You don't shrink in their presence. You don't hesitate. You don't second-guess yourself. And that terrifies them. Because the moment they lost control over you, they lost the only power they ever had. Now they stand there, exposed, stripped of the false confidence they once carried so proudly. And there is nothing left but the truth. They were never as strong as they pretended to be. Number 12. They thought they had won, but the universe never loses. For a while, they thought they had won. They walked around with smug smiles, whispering to each other about how they had played the game perfectly. They believed their manipulations had worked, that their schemes had buried you, that their betrayal had set them on a path of victory. They thought they had broken you. They thought they had erased you. They thought they had secured their place above you, laughing in their false sense of power, convinced they had outplayed you. But what they didn't count on, the universe never loses. It watched everything, the lies they told, the traps they set, the moments they reveled in your struggles. They thought they got away with it, thought their actions had no consequence. But the universe, it keeps receipts. And now, everything is aligning against them. One by one, the very things they used to rise are turning against them. The same people they manipulated are seeing through their lies. The same doors they slammed in your face, now slamming in theirs. They feel it, the weight shifting, the tables turning, the power they thought they had slipping from their hands. They are scrambling now, trying to hold on to an illusion that is crumbling faster than they can grasp it. Because you didn't fall. They expected you to disappear, to be bitter, to seek revenge. But instead, you rose. Not because of them, but in spite of them. And that is what haunts them the most. Because now, as they struggle, as their world collapses, they look at you, and you are higher than they ever imagined. You were never beneath them. They were never above you. And now they know it. Because while they wasted time trying to destroy you, you were building something greater. While they celebrated their false victory, the universe was setting the stage for your rise. And now they have nothing left but regret. because the universe never loses, and neither do the ones it chooses. Number 13. The more they resent you, the more they obsess over you. They claim they don't care. They walk around pretending you don't exist, acting as if your name is meaningless, as if your success is invisible. They roll their eyes when your name comes up, scoff when someone mentions your progress, and pretend as if your rise means nothing to them. But if you didn't matter, why can't they stop watching? Why do they still check? Why do they still listen? Why do they still compare? Because their resentment is nothing more than proof of their obsession. They wanted to believe you were insignificant. They wanted to convince themselves that you were just another face in the crowd, just another name they could forget. But now they can't escape you. Everywhere they turn, there you are. Your name lingers in conversations they wish they weren't a part of. Your success is loud, even when you're silent. Your growth overshadows everything they thought they had achieved. And that torments them. Because no matter how much they try to erase you from their mind, you are permanently etched into it. They stalk from a distance. They check. They scroll. They listen. They watch you become everything they swore you never would. And yet, they still say they don't care. They still pretend. But the truth? They are obsessed. Obsessed with what you're doing. Obsessed with how far you've come. Obsessed with the fact that you moved on and never looked back. And that's what destroys them the most. That you don't even look their way. You don't care what they say. You don't check for their approval. You don't need their validation. And that kills them. Because deep down, they needed you to need them. They needed you to crave their acceptance, to seek their attention, to shrink yourself so they could feel big. But you never needed them. And now they have to live with that. Number 14. They can't escape their own regret. It follows them everywhere. They tell themselves they made the right choices. They try to convince themselves that walking away from you, underestimating you, dismissing you was the smart move, that their actions were justified, that they were never wrong, that you were never that important. But no matter where they go, regret follows them like a shadow. They feel it in the silence. When the world isn't distracting them, when the noise fades, when they're alone with their thoughts, that's when it creeps in. That's when it whispers the truth they don't want to hear. They made a mistake. A mistake they can't undo. A choice they can't take back. Because the reality is this: they could have stood beside greatness. They could have been part of your journey. They could have supported you, lifted you up, believed in you when it mattered. But they chose arrogance instead. They chose to laugh instead of listen. They chose to doubt instead of believe. They chose to tear you down instead of standing with you. And now they are haunted. They see reminders of you everywhere. A conversation, a name, a place, a success that could have been theirs if only they had chosen differently. They thought they were walking away from something insignificant, thought they were making a decision that wouldn't matter. But now it's all they can think about. They see your rise. They see the power you've stepped into, the growth, the transformation. And with every step you take forward, their regret tightens its grip. Because now they know they chose wrong. They chose ego over wisdom. They chose pride over alignment. They chose to stand against someone they should have stood beside. And nothing torments them more than knowing they were given a chance to be part of something greater, and they threw it away. Now, the weight of that choice follows them. It lingers in their thoughts. It burns in their chest. It plays in their mind like a movie they can't shut off. Because the reality is unavoidable. They lost you. And not just you, the version of themselves they could have been. They had a choice. A moment where they could have stepped up, supported, believed, aligned themselves with something bigger than their own fragile egos. But instead, they chose jealousy. They chose pettiness. They chose to believe that keeping you down would somehow elevate them. And now they live with the knowledge that you didn't need them. But they needed you, and they will never escape that truth. Number 15. You moved on. They are still stuck in the past. You moved on. You outgrew everything they thought would keep you trapped. You stepped beyond their reach, beyond their influence, beyond the version of yourself they were comfortable with. You became more than they ever imagined. And now, they are still stuck in the past, still replaying old memories, still clinging to the last moments where they felt in control, still trying to convince themselves that their choices didn't cost them everything. But deep down, they know they lost something real. They tell themselves they made the right decisions. They try to rewrite history in their minds, twisting the past to make themselves feel better. But the truth follows them everywhere. It lingers in every quiet moment, creeps into their thoughts when they least expect it. Because you were never the problem. They were. And now, while you rise, while you build, while you step into your power, they are still standing in the same place. Same mindset. Same bitterness. Same cycles. They are prisoners of their own choices, trapped in a past that no longer exists. They thought moving on would be easy, thought they could cut you out and continue as if nothing happened. But what they never expected was that you would thrive without them. And now, they are the ones who can't let go. They watch from the sidelines, seeing you become everything they once doubted, seeing you succeed without their permission, seeing you live a life where they no longer matter. And that is what haunts them the most. Because in their mind, they still exist in your story. In their mind, they are still relevant, still important, still waiting for the day when you come back seeking closure, seeking answers, seeking them. But you don't. You don't check on them. You don't ask about them. You don't wonder if they regret anything, because their regret is no longer your concern. You moved forward while they stayed behind. You evolved while they remained stagnant. You became something they could never be, free. And now, they have to live with that. Live with the reality that they are nothing more than a memory to you. And that memory, it no longer holds power over you. And now, the truth is clear. They lost. Not because you sought revenge, not because you tried to prove them wrong, but because you simply became more. You rose while they remained stuck. You evolved while they drowned in regret. You won by moving forward. If this message resonated with you, drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your power. Like, subscribe, and share this with other chosen ones, because the more of us who awaken, the faster their illusions crumble. Let this message spread. Let them see. Let them feel it. The era of the chosen ones has arrived. When the universe marks you, the weak will fear you. When it chooses you, the guilty will tremble. And when it rises for you, the world will shake. They thought they were fighting you. They thought they could break you. But they never realized, the moment they struck, they weren't fighting a person. They were fighting the force that chose you. They were fighting against the universe itself. And now, that same universe is closing in on them. They watched you suffer. They turned away when they should have spoken up. They let the weight of betrayal crush you while they stood in silence. But silence does not erase guilt. It does not cleanse cowardice. And it does not save them from what's coming. And hey, chosen one, listen. Make sure to like this message, to spread this message to more chosen ones. Every interaction pushes this truth further, signaling to the platform that this message needs to reach those who need to hear it. The more of us who awaken, the harder it becomes to silence us. You felt alone, didn't you? You thought no one saw, no one cared. But the truth is, your presence haunted them. They knew exactly what was done to you. They knew it was wrong. And yet, their fear of consequences outweighed their sense of justice. They chose to blend into the background, hoping to remain unseen, untouched. But here's the thing about being chosen. The light within you is not something they can ignore. It is not something they can wish away. You are a reminder of their cowardice. Your very existence is a mirror reflecting their weakness. And that is why they tried so hard to break you. They whispered about you, tried to discredit you, tried to turn others against you, because deep down, they knew they could never truly stand in your light. They feared what you represented, a force beyond their control, a destiny beyond their reach. They were never fighting you. They were fighting the power that chose you. They were fighting against fate itself. And tell me, when has anyone ever won against the universe? You think you suffered because you were weak? No. You suffered because you were strong enough to carry what others could not. You survived what should have destroyed you. And now, the same hands that inflicted pain will tremble when they see you rise. Your victory was never just about you. It was about something greater. The universe does not abandon its chosen. It watches. It waits. And when the time comes, it moves. Not with words, not with warnings, but with a force so undeniable that even the most arrogant will fall to their knees. They underestimated you. They thought they had won. But the only thing they accomplished was sealing their own fate. And you are still here. You are still standing. And that is why they are terrified. So, are you ready to see the truth for what it is? Ready to understand why they feared you, why they stayed silent, and why their betrayal was never a loss, but a revelation? Drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel the shift, because the universe is watching. And now, let's break it down step by step. If you are truly one of the chosen, you will feel the pull to stay till the very end, because this is more than just words. This is the confirmation you've been waiting for. Let's begin. Number 1. They played with fire, thinking it wouldn't burn them. When the universe marks you, resistance is useless. When it aligns for you, no force can stand against it. And when it rises to reclaim its own, those who defied it will learn, too late, that they were never fighting a mere person. They were waging war against fate itself. They thought they were untouchable. They thought their silence would erase the truth. They believed their lies could bury you, that their betrayal could break you, that their numbers would shield them from consequence. But the universe was watching. It always was. And now, the same force they mocked, the same energy they challenged, is shifting. Not in their favor, but against them. You stood there, surrounded by shadows, questioning your own worth, doubting your own power. But tell me, since when does the storm apologize for its thunder? Since when does the sun question why it rises? You were never meant to blend in, never meant to seek approval from those too blind to see your light. And yet, you hesitated. You let their actions convince you that you were alone. You let their silence make you believe you were forgotten. How foolish it was to think that just because the world turned its back on you, the universe did too. No, the universe has always been working in your favor, even when you couldn't see it. It was aligning, shifting, recalibrating, setting the stage for a reckoning they never saw coming. They were not just playing with you. They were playing with the system itself. And no one bends the laws of the universe without consequence. They thought they were fighting you. They weren't. They were fighting against something far greater, and no one has ever won that battle. You are here, standing, breathing, thriving, not because they allowed it, but despite their best efforts to stop it. Your resilience was never in question, only your belief in it. They threw everything at you, and yet they failed. And do you know why? Because the chosen do not fall. They watched you endure the kind of storms that would have shattered them. They stood on the sidelines, waiting for you to break. But here's what they never understood. Pain does not weaken the chosen. It refines them. Every scar on your soul is proof that you survived what was meant to destroy you. Every tear they ignored, every wound they laughed at, was another step towards the moment they now fear. The moment you rise. You see, there is a price for what they did, for their cruelty, for their betrayal, for their silence. The universe does not forget. It does not overlook. It does not let injustice go unpaid. You don't need to seek revenge. It has already begun. And when the weight of their own actions comes crashing down on them, they will remember you. They will remember the moments they dismissed your pain, the times they turned away when you needed them most. They will remember, not with regret, but with fear, because now they see what you were always meant to be. This victory, it belongs to you, not because someone handed it to you, not because time simply moved forward, but because you earned it, forged in suffering, tempered in isolation, and polished by every moment they thought you wouldn't survive. You did not need their support, their validation, their acceptance. And now they will witness what happens when someone who was never meant to lose finally claims what was always theirs. Let them watch. Let them whisper. Let them scramble for excuses they should have spoken long ago. It won't change a thing. The universe has made its decision, and it has never been wrong. Number 2. The storm they thought would drown you is the wind that will carry you. The ocean before you is not the end. It is the beginning of a path they cannot see. The mountain in your way is not a wall. It is the elevation that will give you the clearest view of what's next. The fire wasn't meant to destroy you, it was meant to refine you. And now, the shift has begun. Everything they thought would stop you is turning in your favor. Every obstacle, every setback, every impossible situation, they weren't roadblocks, they were redirections. The very things that seemed designed to break you were actually shaping you into someone unbreakable. They assumed the weight of opposition would crush you. They assumed the silence, the isolation, the exhaustion would make you quit. They assumed that if they made it difficult enough, you would turn back. But what they never understood is that the chosen are forged in adversity, not defeated by it. What felt like resistance was actually preparation. What seemed like destruction was actually refinement. And now, the shift is here. Have you felt it? The pressure that once held you down is losing its grip. The uncertainty that once clouded your mind is clearing. The walls that once blocked your way are cracking. What once seemed impossible, what they told you would never happen, is about to be undeniable. The narrative is shifting, and they know it. The same voices that doubted you, mocked you, dismissed you, watch them closely. Their tone is changing. Their certainty is fading. Because deep down, they feel what you have always known. You were never meant to be stopped. They spent so much energy writing a story where you failed, a story where you gave up, a story where their obstacles were enough to keep you from what was meant for you. But they made one fatal mistake. They assumed they had the power to decide your ending. And now, they are witnessing the truth unfold in real time. Because you are still standing. Because the things that should have destroyed you only made you stronger. Because the fire didn't consume you, it purified you. Because the mountain didn't block you, it elevated you. Because the ocean didn't drown you, it parted before your feet. And now, they must watch. Watch as everything they said was impossible becomes reality. Watch as the tables turn, as the energy shifts, as the very things they counted on to destroy you become the proof of why you were chosen in the first place. Watch as you step into the fullness of everything they tried to deny you. This isn't revenge. This isn't about proving them wrong. This is about proving destiny right. Because what was meant for you was never theirs to take. And now the world will see what they tried so hard to hide. Number 3, their silence was the beginning, not the end. The moment they turned away, the universe turned toward you. The second they abandoned you, the path cleared. Their silence wasn't your downfall. It was the fire that forged your rise. They thought their silence would break you, that their absence would weaken you, that by turning their backs, they would erase your purpose. But what they failed to realize is that the universe was never punishing you. It was preparing you. The isolation you felt wasn't abandonment. It was a shield. A force greater than them was pulling you away, not to hurt you, but to protect you. There were people around you who could not go where you were destined to be. People who would have drained you, who would have clipped your wings before you even knew you could fly. So, one by one, they were removed. And yet, you mistook this for loneliness, when in reality, it was a clearing of the path. Do you really think the universe makes mistakes? You watched as people you once trusted walked away, as hands you once held let go, as voices that once spoke your name in admiration began to whisper in doubt, and for a moment, you questioned yourself. You wondered if you had done something wrong. But tell me, how can someone be abandoned when they were always meant to stand apart? The truth is, every loss was calculated. Every exit was timed. The universe was stripping away everything that could interfere with your power. It was pulling you closer, away from the noise, away from distractions, so that you could hear only what mattered. And in that silence, something happened. You discovered that the support you thought you needed was never real, that the validation you once sought was never meant for you, that the people who left were only standing beside you for as long as it served them. You learned to rely on something greater than human hands. The universe forced you to look inward, to recognize the strength that had always been inside you. No one came to save you, because you were meant to save yourself. Every tear, every sleepless night, every moment where you thought you wouldn't make it, they weren't signs of your defeat. They were proof of your transformation. You weren't falling apart. You were breaking free. And now, here you stand, unshaken, unstoppable. Do you feel it? The shift, the weightlifting, the fire in your chest that refuses to be put out, the power within you that can no longer be ignored. The universe is aligning. The forces that once held you back have lost their grip. And those who thought you would remain in the shadows will now be forced to watch as you step fully into the light. You are not who you were. You are more. And that's why they're afraid. They will say they don't understand how you made it. They will pretend they never doubted you. They will try to rewrite history, to insert themselves back into your story, to stand beside you now that they see where you're going. But it's too late. They were given the chance to stand with you in the struggle. They chose to remain silent. And now they must watch as the universe places you where they were never meant to go. This is the reality of being chosen. It is not about ease. It is about purpose. It is about strength. And most of all, it is about destiny. No force can stop what is already written, and your story is only just beginning. Number 4, they built a wall to stop you. Not realizing it became your ladder. They thought their absence would break you. They thought their betrayal would halt your progress. But every scheme, every act of sabotage, every obstacle they threw in your path only became the force that propelled you forward. They were never blocking your destiny, only proving why they could never be part of it. They came into your life with words that felt like fate, promises that felt like truth, bonds that felt unshakable. And for a moment, you believed it. For a moment, you thought these connections were meant to last. But destiny doesn't build on weak foundations. So when the storm came, when the weight of truth pressed down, they revealed what they had been all along. Temporary. They weren't partners in purpose. They weren't meant to walk with you beyond a certain point. And when standing with you required sacrifice, they chose the easy way out. They weren't sent to support you. They were sent to test you. Would you break when they abandoned you? Would you surrender when they turned against you? Would you give up when the very people you trusted became the ones blocking your path? They thought you would. They counted on it, but they never understood the nature of being chosen. What is meant for you cannot be taken. What is divinely ordained cannot be humanly obstructed. And the very obstacles they placed in front of you, they didn't stop you, they elevated you. Every betrayal, every delay, every moment they celebrated your struggle. It all became the force that pushed you higher. Their resistance was the weight that strengthened you. Their rejection was the map that clarified your direction. They thought they were blocking you. In reality, they were just proving that you were never supposed to walk with them in the first place. And now they watch. They see you rising. They see you thriving. They see that every weapon they used against you failed. And in the depths of their souls, they feel the shift. Because while they were busy plotting, while they were busy doubting, while they were busy mocking your pain, the universe was setting the stage. For what? For vindication. They got their temporary victories. They got their moments of satisfaction, their short-lived laughter, their illusions of power. But what they have yet to understand is this: nothing stolen stays stolen forever. Nothing taken unjustly goes unaccounted for. And while you rise, while you walk into everything they tried to deny you, they will reap what they have sown. Because the law is unavoidable. The scales must balance, and the same energy they sent out must return to them. So, let them plot, let them whisper, let them scramble to hold on to their illusions. It will not change what is already written. Your victory was never in question. Your path was never blocked, only tested. And now you move forward with unstoppable force. Number 5. The burden of greatness. They fear what they cannot control. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to stand out. And when the chosen rise, the weak don't cheer. They tremble. Have you noticed it yet? How the energy shifts when you enter a room. How the laughter dies down. How the whispers start. How the smiles turn uneasy. They see you, but they don't know what to do with you. They feel something, but they can't name it. It's not fear of you. It's fear of what you've become. There was a time when they looked at you as ordinary, when they thought they were your equals, when they believed you would stay where they left you. But something changed, didn't it? The universe stepped in. The weight of your calling settled on your shoulders, and suddenly they couldn't see you the same way anymore. You outgrew them. Not because you tried to, not because you forced distance, but because they refused to grow with you. You see, the chosen don't remain in stagnant waters. They don't stay where comfort replaces progress. They are pulled, stretched, and transformed, whether they like it or not. And when you rise, the ones who stayed the same can do nothing but watch. And they hate that. They don't hate you for what you've done to them. You've done nothing. They hate you for what you show them about themselves. You have become a walking reminder of everything they refuse to face. Your resilience is a mirror, and when they look into it, all they see is their own weakness. So they distance themselves. They change their tone. They act like you're the one who changed. But the truth? They were never meant to stand beside you at this level. The chosen are not surrounded by the weak. The weight you carry is not for them. It is heavy, demanding, and relentless. It forces transformation, and most people are not willing to endure that process. They want the rewards without the struggle. They want the power without the pain. But you paid the price. You endured the isolation. You faced the silence. You survived the fire. And now you are something they cannot ignore, something they cannot explain, and worst of all, something they cannot control. That is why they step back. That is why they avoid eye contact. That is why their words are different now. You did what they couldn't, and now they don't know how to stand beside you without feeling small. But that is not your burden to bear. You never asked them to bow. You never demanded that they shrink. All you did was step into what was always meant for you. And if your presence now makes them uncomfortable, that is their cross to carry, not yours. Because you will not apologize for growing. You will not dim your light to make them feel secure in their shadows. Let them tremble. Let them talk. Let them misunderstand you. Let them distance themselves. Their discomfort is not a sign of your failure. It is proof of your elevation. You were never meant for ease. You were meant for impact. And impact shakes the weak to their core. So let them feel it. Let them choke on their silence. Let them drown in their doubt. Because you are not stopping. Number 6. They thought it was your end. It was just your beginning. The trap they set became their own downfall. The fire they lit only cleared your path. They thought they had the power to break you until they realized you were never built to be broken. They thought they had won, that their betrayal would leave you shattered, that their silence would bury you, that their deception would strip you of everything. But here's what they never understood. You were never at their mercy. The universe had already seen it all. It knew the fake smiles that hid daggers. It knew the hands that pretended to help while digging pits beneath your feet. It knew the ones who stood close, not out of loyalty, but to learn your strengths, only to use them against you. So, when the moment of betrayal came, when the masks finally slipped, the universe did not abandon you. It revealed the truth to you, and that was their first mistake. Because now you see clearly. Now you know who they truly are. And more importantly, you know exactly what you are capable of surviving. They thought the betrayal would be your downfall, but all it did was remove the last illusions from your path. Every lie, every backstab, every coward who stood by and did nothing, it all played its part. It shaped you, hardened you, turned you into something they never wanted to face. Someone they can no longer control. Do you remember those moments? The unease you felt before it all happened? That quiet voice inside you, warning you, making you second-guess certain people. You dismissed it, didn't you? Thought it was just paranoia. Thought you were overthinking. You weren't. That was your spirit preparing you. Your intuition was screaming the truth long before your mind could process it. And now, here you stand, looking back, seeing everything in perfect clarity. The betrayal was never a coincidence. It was always meant to happen. It was written in the stars long before it unfolded in your life, not to destroy you, but to free you. Because let's be honest, if the betrayal never happened, would you have walked away? If they never revealed their true nature, would you have seen them for what they really were? Painful as it was, this was necessary. They thought they had power over you because they moved in numbers. But what they never realized is that you were never meant to be part of the crowd. You were never meant to fit into spaces too small for your purpose. So, when they turned on you, when they left you for dead, they weren't just underestimating you, they were challenging the universe itself. And tell me, when has anyone ever won against fate? Now, they watch in disbelief. Because you are still standing, still rising, still moving forward with a force they cannot comprehend. The tables have turned, and they know it. The same people who once mocked your pain now whisper your name with fear. The same ones who plotted against you now avoid your gaze, because deep down, they know. You see them now. There is no more pretending, no more second chances. And that terrifies them. You have stepped into a power they can no longer touch. A version of you that no longer seeks approval, no longer doubts, no longer waits for apologies that will never come. This is your moment. Your proof that nothing they did could destroy you. They tried to write your ending. Instead, they wrote the beginning of something unstoppable. Number 7. The masks have fallen, and so have they. They moved in shadows, thinking the truth would never catch up. They orchestrated, plotted, and paid for your downfall, only to realize too late that the universe does not let the chosen fall. Why would they go to such lengths? Why would they waste time, energy, even money, just to see you stumble? Because your existence is a threat. Not because you harmed them, not because you sought war, but because your truth makes their lies unbearable. They live behind masks, carefully crafted, built over years of manipulation and deception. Their power is illusion, their influence a house of cards. And you were never part of their system. You didn't play by their rules. You didn't need tricks, shortcuts, or falsehoods to stand out. And that is why they despised you. Your light exposed them. Your raw, unfiltered authenticity made their polished pretense look cheap. And they knew, if you were allowed to rise, if you were allowed to be seen for what you truly are, then their entire facade would crumble. So they plotted. This wasn't just jealousy. This wasn't just petty envy. It was war. They didn't just wish for your failure. They orchestrated it. They didn't just gossip behind closed doors. They put real effort, real strategy into your destruction. And yes, money exchanged hands. People were bribed. Deals were made. All for one purpose: to sabotage you. Think about that. Think about the level of obsession, the level of desperation it takes to pay for someone else's downfall, to gather forces, to plot in secret, to ensure that you never get the chance to stand in your full power. Why? Because they knew something you were still doubting. They knew who you were before you fully realized it. They saw the force inside you before you knew its full extent. They understood the power of being chosen, and they feared it. They had to move quickly, aggressively, because they were running out of time. They could see what was coming. The moment when you would wake up. The moment when their lies would no longer hold you down. The moment when the universe would align for you and against them. And now, that moment has arrived. The evidence is in the open. The proof of their betrayal has surfaced. And what do? They scramble. They make excuses. They pretend it never happened. They avoid eye contact, speak in half-truths, act as if you should just move on. But there is no moving on. There is only consequence. They didn't just make enemies with you. They made enemies with the system itself. And now that system is collapsing on top of them. Look around. Watch carefully. The very people who once laughed at your pain are now being swallowed by their own. The ones who mocked your struggles are now being hunted by their own karma. The ones who thought they were untouchable are now realizing their protection was an illusion. They played with fire, and now they are the ones burning. And you stand unshaken, you stand undefeated, because no matter what they threw at you, no matter how well they planned, they never accounted for one thing: you were built to survive it. And now they have no choice but to watch. Number 8. They gathered in secret, and still they failed. They whispered in back rooms. They moved in silence. They built an entire system designed to suppress you. But what they didn't realize is that the universe was never neutral in this fight. It was always on your side. And now, their schemes have crumbled, their weapons have failed, and their fear has begun. Few will ever understand what you've been up against. They see surface-level struggles, temporary setbacks, and assume that's all there is. But what they don't see, the part that's too orchestrated to be coincidence, is the system working against you. This wasn't random opposition. This was organized resistance, a structured, calculated effort to suppress you, to silence you, to erase you before you could step into your full power. And you felt it, didn't you? The pressure, the invisible weight, the moments where everything felt unnaturally aligned against you. No, you weren't imagining it. They moved like a secret society, united in their goal to keep you from rising. They saw your potential long before you did, and that terrified them, because they knew that once you recognized what you were, there would be no stopping you. So they did everything in their power to break you. They twisted narratives. They manipulated people against you. They blocked opportunities before you even knew they existed. And they did it all with confidence, because they truly believed they could outmaneuver the forces that chose you. But tell me, what weapon can prosper against one who is divinely shielded? What scheme can succeed against one who is celestially supported? None. Not a single one. And that is where they failed. They put their faith in deception. They relied on numbers, on secrecy, on carefully calculated attacks. But they forgot one crucial thing. No earthly strategy can override what is already divinely written. They thought you were alone. But what they didn't see, what they refused to acknowledge, was that the universe itself was standing behind you, watching, calculating, waiting. And now the shift has begun. Have you noticed it? The way their energy has changed, the way their confidence is fading, the way they scramble to adjust as everything they built starts to crumble beneath them. Because the law is absolute. Everything done in darkness will be dragged into the light. Everything stolen must be returned. Every falsehood will be undone. Every force that rose against you will be met with the full weight of its own actions. And you you stand untouched. They threw everything they had at you, and yet here you are, unshaken, unstoppable. The same opposition that should have crushed you only proved why you were chosen in the first place. Because if you were truly powerless, they wouldn't have tried this hard. If you were insignificant, they wouldn't have gathered against you like this. And if you were truly alone, you wouldn't have survived what they did. But you did. And now they must watch. They will watch as every lie they told comes undone. They will watch as the very weapons they formed turn against them. They will watch as you step into everything they tried to deny you. And no force on earth can stop it. The ones who plotted in secret will fall in public, and the one they tried to silence will be heard louder than ever before. Number 9. Letting go is the final victory. Forgiveness is not a favor to them. It is a release for you. It is not weakness. It is the final proof that they no longer have control over your story. The moment you let go, you break the last chain they had on you. You must forgive, not for them, not because they deserve it, not because time will rewrite what they did. You must forgive because you deserve to be free. Unforgiveness is a chain, one that binds you to the very people who worked against you. It keeps you tethered to the betrayal, to the hurt, to the weight of what they did. And the longer you hold on, the more power they continue to have. They don't deserve your peace. They don't deserve your energy. They don't deserve to live rent-free in your mind, replaying their offenses like an endless cycle. They did what they did. They made their choices. And now it is time for you to make yours. Do you carry this weight forever? Do you allow their actions to shape the rest of your story? Or do you reclaim your power, not by excusing them, but by releasing yourself? Forgiveness is not about forgetting. It is not about pretending the pain didn't happen. It is about choosing not to carry it anymore. Because here's the truth. You are not who you were when they hurt you. You have grown. You have risen. You have stepped into a strength they never wanted you to discover. And the only thing left tying you to them is the resentment you refuse to release. Let it go. Not to heal them, not to fix them, but to unshackle yourself from the past. They don't have to apologize. They don't have to change. They don't even have to acknowledge the damage they did. That is their burden to bear. The universe will handle them, and it will handle them accordingly. But you are moving forward. And forward means leaving their weight behind. They tried to break you. They tried to control you. But the ultimate defeat for them is knowing that they no longer have a hold on you. Not in your thoughts, not in your emotions, not in your future. That is power. That is victory. That is true freedom. Number 10. What was stolen will return with interest. They thought they took something from you. They thought they left you empty-handed, abandoned, lost. But the universe keeps perfect accounts. And what was taken from you will not only be returned, it will come back multiplied, undeniable, and far beyond anything they could ever touch. There were things you lost, things that were stripped away, some by force, some by betrayal, some by time itself. Relationships that collapsed when you needed them most. Opportunities that slipped through your fingers. A sense of home, security, belonging that felt like it had been ripped from your life. But here is the truth. Nothing truly meant for you can be stolen. What left your life was not a loss. It was a clearing. What fell apart was not destruction. It was redirection. What was taken from you was never truly gone. It was being prepared for its return. Because the universe keeps perfect accounts. Nothing done in deception goes unnoticed. Nothing taken unjustly stays in the hands of those who stole it. Every wrong must be balanced. Every injustice must be corrected. And your balance? It is about to shift in your favor. That relationship that didn't survive, it was never built to hold the weight of your destiny. It wasn't strong enough to carry you into your next level. It wasn't meant to last. Not because you weren't worthy of love, but because you were meant for a love that won't break under pressure. That opportunity that was blocked. It wasn't rejection, it was protection. You thought it was the best path, but what's coming will make you realize it was only a fraction of what was meant for you. That home, that sense of belonging that felt stripped from you, it will be restored in ways you never imagined, not just given back, but multiplied, elevated, placed so firmly in your hands that no one will ever again have the power to take it from you. This is not about luck. This is not about coincidence. This is about divine intervention. The ones who thought they got away with what they did, the ones who walked away from you thinking they had won, they have no idea what's coming. They thought they took something permanent. They thought they left you in ruins. But what they didn't realize is that the universe never forgets. Every tear, every sleepless night, every moment of struggle, it was all accounted for. And now the debt is being paid. You are stepping into a season where nothing will be missing, where everything stolen will be restored, multiplied, where the very things they took will come back so powerfully that it will silence every voice that ever doubted you. Because this was always meant to be yours. And now it returns. Number 11. Stop waiting. You already have everything you need. You keep waiting for the right time, the right moment, the right circumstances, as if destiny waits for your convenience, as if those who tried to break you will pause and let you gather yourself. No, the time is now. The moment is already here. Either you step into it or you stay behind. How much longer will you keep making excuses? How many more signs do you need? How much more proof do you require that you are ready? The chosen don't get the luxury of waiting for perfect conditions. You think warriors are made in comfort? You think leaders are crowned in silence? No, they are forged in battle, strengthened in adversity, and revealed in the storm. So enough with the hesitation, enough with the self-doubt, enough with looking around for someone to validate what's already been placed inside of you. You already have everything you need. The wisdom, it's already within you. The strength, you built it through every betrayal, every struggle, every sleepless night. The opportunity, it's already here, waiting for you to step up and claim it. What more do you need? Permission? Approval? A guarantee that it will be easy? Let me make it clear. It won't be easy, but it will be worth it. And if you don't step into it now, if you keep delaying, keep hesitating, keep waiting for someone else to do what only you were chosen to do, understand this: someone else will rise. Someone else will take the place you were meant to take. Because destiny does not wait for the hesitant. It only rewards the bold. Number 12. You are no longer who they left behind. They left you broken. They expected you to stay that way. They thought the version of you that they wounded was the only version that could ever exist. But here's what they failed to realize: you were never meant to remain in that place. You've outgrown the pain. You've outgrown the betrayal. You've outgrown the smallness they tried to keep you in. So why are you still acting like the same person they hurt? Why are you still carrying the weight of their rejection? You are no longer the one who was abandoned. You are no longer the one who was overlooked. You are no longer the one they underestimated. That version of you no longer exists. And that's what terrifies them. They thought they knew you. They thought they had you figured out. They thought they could predict your next move. But they have no idea who you've become. They left you in the fire, thinking it would consume you. But all it did was burn away your weakness and reveal your true strength. They wrote you off, thinking your story was over. But all they did was push you into the chapter where you rise beyond their reach. And now they have no access to this version of you. They don't get to witness your victories. They don't get to sit at your table. They don't get to rewrite the past to make themselves feel better. They chose to leave. Now, you choose to move forward without them. Number 13. No more hesitation. Rise now or stay chained forever. You didn't survive all this just to shrink back now. You didn't endure the fire just to stand in the ashes, questioning your strength. You are not here by accident. You are not breathing by chance. This is your moment. Rise now, or let everything they did be for nothing. Enough with the doubt. Enough with the hesitation. Enough with the second-guessing your worth, your purpose, your right to take up space. You've already made it through the storms they swore would drown you. You've already walked through the fire that should have consumed you. And yet, here you stand, stronger, wiser, more unstoppable than ever. So tell me, why do you still act like you're waiting for permission to rise? Your story is bigger than you. Your journey is not just about your own survival. Do you understand that? Every time you hesitate, every time you doubt, every time you wonder if you're worthy, you're holding back the very breakthrough that someone else is waiting to see. There are people watching from the shadows, wondering if light is still possible. You are their proof. There are people drowning in silence, wondering if their voice will ever matter. Your rise is their answer. So how dare you still question yourself? How dare you let fear keep you small? This victory was never just personal. It was prophetic. What you've overcome, what you've endured, the pain you thought would destroy you, it was all leading to this moment. Your transformation is bigger than you. From shadows to victory, from silence to significance, from wounded to warrior. This is your journey. This is your testimony. This is your triumph. And this is just the beginning. So rise now, not in arrogance, but in assurance. Not in vengeance, but in vision. Not in bitterness, but in boldness. Because the world is waiting, and you have work to do. And now the choice is yours. You have seen the truth. You have felt the shift. You know what must be done. There is no going back. No more hesitation. No more waiting. Rise now or stay behind. The universe has already aligned in your favor, but it will not force you to move. You must step forward and claim what is yours. Make sure to like this video, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to step into your power. Share this with other chosen ones, because the more we awaken, the harder we are to silence. The time is now.